Chapter 401, Sacred Warrior Leaderboard. It was time for the monthly Sacred Warrior Leaderboard to be posted again. The strongest warrior leaderboard of the entire insectoid race was nothing but a list that interested parties did out of boredom, not done out of ill intent, but who would have thought that the rankings this time would shake this intergalactic society? In a bustling society, things would either be done for fame or fortune, so why would it be any different for these insectoid sacred warriors? There were many such lists everywhere in the Pan-Human Alliance. After all, humans had always been adept at hailing elites via fame and fortune since times of old, but in the insular insectoid race, these were very rare. The moment the leaderboard was out, they very quickly drew the attention of the masses. The lower-ranked warriors were of course dissatisfied, thinking of how they could challenge the stronger warriors. Meanwhile, those who were ranked high were pleased with themselves, assuming the postures of martial arts masters to everyone. Even their steps would become a lot lighter after. The way of the warrior was custom to the insectoid race, so which warrior out there would not wish to take a spot in the leaderboard? Anyone could ascend to the heavens, and the moment their name got listed, the warrior and their tribe would attract plenty of attention from the entire race, basking in the limelight. Sacred warriors would often batter and bruise themselves fighting for the chance to be ranked on the leaderboard. Though it was unavoidable for some to die, it would indeed promote the martial arts spirit of the entire insectoid race. After many years, the Sacred Warrior Leaderboard slowly developed into a specialized ranking company. Copyright fees must be paid if the list were to be reposted anywhere, and a handful of these insectoid hobbyists, who had created the leaderboard, ended up profiting greatly from this. With the death of Menjin, one of the 7 sacred champions, and the disappearance of Kikager, Larash, Goxin, the Sacred Guild's 12 wings and even the Guild Master Duobi, several insectoids who were already on the leaderboard, as well as those sacred warriors who were dedicated to getting themselves up on the leaderboard, actually cheered when the news leaked. At present, only Menjin's death had been confirmed, while the disappearance of Duobi and the other 15 apex warriors were still just rumors. Practically everyone had their eyes glued on the leaderboard today. The moment these insectoids were featured on the rankings, then there would be no need to announce it to the entire race, since that meant the death of the 3 sacred champions and the 12 wings were all but confirmed. The list of 100 sacred warriors lost 17 names overnight. It was actually the first time something like that had happened since the Sacred Warrior Leaderboard had been created. If the warriors on the leaderboard had been killed in action, then other warriors still alive would immediately take over the spot. A minority of strong warriors hoped that they could get on the leaderboard with this chance or perhaps increase in their rank from this. Even more were waiting to witness the spectacle. After all, to lose a platoon of apex experts in one go was a great event that rarely happened in 1,000 years. They prayed and hoped that the heavens would show the way, so they could see their names appear on the leaderboard, which symbolized absolute strength and supreme glory. Actually, they should be thanking Xia Fei more, since his appearance was what had caused Menjin's death as well as the tragic fate that befell Duobi and the others. He was like a butterfly softly flapping its wings, causing a tsunami wave of change that came crashing down all over the insectoid's martial arts world. On a certain secluded planet, there was a large encampment where rows upon rows of barracks were set up. Various training facilities like gyms, battle venues, and the ilk were provided. This was the location for a famed Mantis army affiliated with the Border Defense Forces. Their numbers went well over 100,000, and due to the lack of any strong aliens around in this part of space, this army would usually spend their days on reconnaissance or patrol duties. As an army composed entirely of warriors of the Mantis species, though they were not as plentiful in numbers as the ant species, they were still substantial within the insectoids, and that should not be ignored. Mantis warriors were the best at close quarters combat, and the average grade and combat capabilities of the warriors are top-notch. They could be considered to be a main force in the army when engaged in battle. Now that the insectoids and the Pan-Human Alliance were at an all-out war, a majority of these defense forces had been transferred to join the main fleets, taking part in the attacks against humanity. The soldiers who were left guarding barely hit 10,000, which was not even 10% of the total numbers in their heyday. That was why the entire encampment felt empty. A green-skinned Mantis general was sitting in front of a computer, concentrating hard, anxiously awaiting the Sacred Warrior Leaderboard update. His finger would tap the screen to refresh every second, and this had been happening for over the past hour. Unfortunately, for some reason, the refresh rate of the leaderboard today was clearly much slower than before. His name was Tantu, and he was an elite warrior who was ranked 87 on the Sacred Warrior Leaderboard. He had a cultivation equivalent to an advanced legendary rank by human standard and was an elusive blade ability user who also happened to be a commander of the Mantis army. Could Dobby and the others have really died? Is that why these damn leaderboard still isn't being updated? Tantu muttered under his breath, his fingers still constantly tapping on the screen, all the while feeling even more anxious as the seconds passed. General, there's no need for you to be so flustered. All you have to do is set it to automatic refresh, why go through the trouble of having to tap it like that? The crisp voice of a green-skinned mantis woman beside Tantu tinkled. She was nestled in Tantu's chest, reaching out with the intention of helping Tantu set the automatic refresh. Get away from me, damn woman! Tantu gruffly shoved that woman several meters away. She was originally physically weak, so of course she went flying after he shoved her using so much strength. Her head struck the wall and a thick and viscous liquid began flowing out immediately. The woman set herself up dumbly, letting the green liquid flow ceaselessly. She had even forgotten to scream or cry from the pain, still in a daze that this insectoid she just had intimate relations with last night had so quickly experienced a change in mood. You trying to mock me for being unable to use a computer? Screw you. Men! Come and drag this damn woman out of here! Tantu bellowed. Two of his guards standing outside immediately marched into Tantu's office and dragged that female insectoid out without another word. These guards were already used to such incidents occurring. In fact, the woman was lucky that Tantu did torture her to death today. These guards practically had to haul out dozens or more dead bodies from Tantu's room every month, and it was actually quite surprising that someone got put out of there alive today. With a cold harumph, Tantu continued using his stupid method to refresh his screen. He licked his lips. He was not revolted by the smell of blood staining the wall, rather, it actually got him even more excited. He enjoyed the sanguine taste in the air, for he found the scent of fresh blood to be as intoxicating as a bottle of good wine. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud sound could be heard coming from outside. Tantu raised his head and looked out the window. All he saw was a thick plume of smoke, which was rapidly rising in the northwest, as if something in this military encampment had exploded. What the heck is going on now? Tantu was enraged. The sudden explosion had disturbed his refreshing of the leaderboard, and he was extremely dissatisfied with the interruption. A mantis guard pushed open the door and rushed in, panicking. General! Someone has barged into the encampment from the northeast. Tantu was momentarily stunned before he laughed, asking, "Are you goddamn dreaming or something? This is a border defense forces camp. Who would dare barge in?" The guard was somewhat aggrieved as he replied, "But General, there really is someone who broke into the encampment, and he's currently killing hundreds of our comrades." "Just who would dare? Is it our rival, the head crickets?" He seems to be a human." Tantu was shocked. The sacred warrior circle was not particularly large or small, and there had long been rumors that Menjin, one of the 7 sacred champions, was killed by a human warrior. However, Tantu did not take such an incident to heart as he refused to believe that the humans would audaciously break into the insectoid territory and even launch such an attack in such an overbearing manner. Kaboom! An even more jarring explosion sounded in the southeast direction of the encampment. That was where their heavy warships were situated. Billowing dark smoke was covering the landing apron, where hundreds of warships of various types were parked around. The raging flames of the conflagration had dyed half the sky red. How did their attacker cover tens of kilometers in just a span of a few seconds? Tantu was somewhat astonished. Rumble! A series of explosions began to sound all around the encampment. One moment it was from the west, the next the east. It was erratic and lacked any form of patterns, as if not just a single man was assaulting the base but several people from every direction, instead. "Quick! Report to the defense headquarters and ask for assistance. Tell them that we're presently under assault from a large enemy army." Tantu boomed. The guard scrambled anxiously to send the call for assistance. Tantu turned around and took a pair of green warswords down from the weapons rack mounted on his wall. This was his famed weapon, unparalleled Viridian. This pair of legendary-grade warswords was as pristine and clear as precious jade. The back of the blades had a row of sharp razors, weighty in his hands and looking particularly savage. Many knew that Tantu was able to rank 87th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard mostly due to the prowess of this pair of legendary-grade weapons. Without them, Tantu would surely be incapable of making it to the top 100. Actually, the warswords were not as mystical as rumored. They merely had one unique characteristic, and that was their sharpness. The keenness of the blades was unmatched. No matter how sturdy the steel was, unparalleled Viridian could easily break through. No matter how great the defensive capabilities a combat suit had, it was still unable to stop the attack of unparalleled Viridian. Picking up the two war's words, Tantu made his way downstairs, cursing his way through. At the moment, the military encampment was already laid to waste by the twin assault from Xia Fei and Furball. Furball was standing on Xia Fei's shoulder, taking in everything around it with a cold regard. As it was consciously joined with Xia Fei, his master's rage was naturally affecting its action as well. Xia Fei had not said a single word from the beginning of this attack, and Furball was the same, too. They merely barged into their campground and began reaping all the pathetic little lives around them. Like clearing out the wild grass out in the wilderness, neither felt any compassion nor pity for these insectoids. Whoosh! Xia Fei's figure flashed as he appeared in front of a huge structure, where hundreds of soldiers were standing guard. This was where the firearms of the encampment were located, and the 300 soldiers garrisoned here were already prepared. It was a heavy responsibility to guard the firearms depot, and even if the entire encampment was already in a state of chaos, none of them was able to run out and lend a hand. All they could do was watch as the devastation unfolded right before their eyes. Boom! 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 Celestial moon was like the most violent meteor shower, crashing down to the ground from up in the sky repeatedly. Meanwhile, October flying snow in Xia Fei's hand was like a little white snake, very swiftly piercing through this troop of mantis warriors. The former was of immeasurable power, while the latter was sharp and fierce. Furball was constantly spitting out silver energy balls from its mouth, turning anything that touched these projectiles into nothing. Not even their corpse remained. A single human and a ball were throwing this entire military encampment into a bloodbath, taking away thousands of elite mantis warriors' lives in the blink of an eye. It must be said that these mantis soldiers were known as the elites among elites, and their combat strength was definitely among the top 3 in the entire insectoid race as a species. However, in front of a high-level speed ability user like Xia Fei, the difference in their level was akin to a large divide. They could not even see Xia Fei's features before they would die on the spot. Kaboom! A huge blaze of flame shot up to the sky. Xia Fei had set that firearms depot on fire. Against the bleary red glow of fire, the look Furball and Xia Fei were giving appeared particularly malevolent. Xia Fei did not even spare a glance at the still raging inferno behind him. He strode away in the direction of the command center. "I'm done with my warm-up. Time for us to look for the person in charge of this place," Xia Fei coldly remarked. Chapter 402, Declaring War Against the Entire Insectoid Race. Tantu's face was livid. The moment he walked down the stairs, the more than 10,000 mantis soldiers under his command had essentially been massacred by Xia Fei. Even the military facilities in the encampment could not escape Xia Fei's wrath. Thick and swelling smoke billowed everywhere along with the wails and cries of the warriors who were still alive. It should be noted that, from the first sound of something going off to the time Tantu grabbed his equipment and made his way downstairs, barely a few minutes had passed. In such a short time span, this well-equipped military base had practically been completely destroyed. Such a speed and ruthlessness was simply unimaginable. Composing himself, Tantu proceeded to bind the pair of green warswords in his arms. The unparalleled Viridian lacked sword grips and merely depended on the mechanical implement to integrate into the user's arms. The mantis species already had arms that were as sharp as knives, and their fingers were like 4 daggers. They would normally wear gloves to avoid their sharp arms and fingers from hurting their fellow compatriots, which was a testament to the lethality their 2 hands possessed. This pair of already powerful arms, now adding the top-rated green warswords, definitely added a substantial amount to Tantu's combat strength as an insectoid martial arts expert. From far away, Xia Fei was walking over at a calm and steady pace. His head was held high, his pair of eyes lacking any hint of emotions, looking like a machine made for killing. Xia Fei ignored the endless chain of explosions and bright flames around him, his 2 eyes beholding just the green-skinned insectoid ahead of him, as well as the pair of colorful weapons he had in his hands. Furball was perched on Xia Fei's shoulder, the fur all over its body standing on end. A mantis soldier suddenly appeared from the ruins to the side, his hands propping a shoulder-mounted, anti-armor laser gun. He had it aimed at Xia Fei, ready to fire. Whoosh! Furball very easily spat a silver energy ball from its mouth. This projectile came floating out, all ethereal-like but at such speed that, before the soldier could pull the trigger, the energy ball about the size of a ping-pong ball connected and turned the mantis into dust. Bang! Energy atoms imperceptible to the naked eye dissipated. Furball sniffed at it for a moment before turning its head away in disdain. Though this elite beast was normally gluttonous, it was also very picky with the quality of the food it ingested. It did not care to spare even a second glance at these inferior energy atoms released. Tantu. Xia Fei stopped about a 10-meter distance away from the insectoid and casually asked. Xia Fei was extremely indifferent, as if he was not asking an expert but was petting a dog to see if it had eaten, instead. Are you looking for me, and who are you? To actually dare barge into my encampment, you must be tired of living. The incensed Tantu pointed towards Xia Fei with his arm. Who knew that, not only would Xia Fei completely ignore him, he would even turn his head to Furball, which was still perched on his shoulder, and say, looks like this bug's the one in charge here. I'll kill him, don't interfere. Furball looked very reluctant, sighing in disappointment. The man in a ball appeared to be talking to themselves, not at all paying any attention to Tantu, treating the mantis insectoid as if he were already dead. When had General Tantu ever experienced such a humiliation to this degree? He was an insectoid ranked 87th on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard and someone who nearly became the Vice Guild Master of the Sacred Guild back in the day. It was too bad that his personality was deemed too irascible, not garnering UTI's favor, so he ended up being sent to this border region to take command of this insignificant border army. Tantu was bellowing in his rage. He took a step back and adopted a stance as if he was about to charge forward, a murderous fighting will bursting out from every part of his body. This person looks to be at least fairly capable, better not get too careless. Phantom was beside Xia Fei, urgently issuing a warning to his ear. Xia Fei nodded wordlessly, grasping October flying snow with a flipping of his palm. The rime-frosted dagger let out waves of coldness. What should have been a fairly humid temperature slowly turned chilly as flakes of snow began gently falling mid-air. Tantu crossed his two arms, interlacing the two green wars words as they let out a crisp, metallic ring. Just as the sound cleared, Tantu's figure abruptly moved. He went for a vicious killing move the moment he acted. The sharp tip of his two swords were placed in front of his body, like a large pair of scissors, pouncing right at Xia Fei. It must be said that Tantu possessed quite a decent speed as an elusive blade ability user. The mantis's thin and long arms were not just sharp, but they also had an explosive strength that surpassed other species. His two arms were like two coiled springs that went bounding outward at great speeds. This was the elusive blade ability. By utilizing a powerful explosive force, his arms' quick movement conjured up after images, looking as if each was an illusion, but in fact, every blade was real. As long as any of these blades connected, the opponent would very easily find themselves unpredictably damaged. The mantis species' main style of attack relied on the impact from their two arms, which measured upward in the hundreds of tons. It was said that even a mantis youth could utilize their exceptional capacity to spring out their arms and shatter boulders weighing tens of thousands of caddies with a single punch. As Tantu was an outstanding individual among his species, he was of course even able to smash steel balls into pieces with just one punch. With both an impressive strength and speed, the damage he could dish out was simply unimaginable. Adding the fact that he had the pair of top-grade weapons, unparalleled Viridian, attached to his two arms, and an elusive blade ability that he had cultivated to legendary rank, all these factors meant that Tantu's attacks possessed a destructive power and a swift momentum to boot. The afterimages of his blades were coming at great alacrity, creating ear-splitting sounds as they came straight for Xia Fei. Like a pack of ferocious wild beasts, baring their fangs and maw as they sought to tear right into the biological creature before them. What made it even more lethal was the fact that the afterimages were so closely packed they were as dense as torrential rain, appearing as if they sealed off any possible path before Xia Fei. Tantu did not relax after executing this move, though. He had his arms crossed once more to form the scissor posture, ready to launch a second round of attacks. Elusive Blade was a purely offensive ability, and the higher the cultivation rank, the less time it would take to launch a follow-up attack, and the greater the frequency of the attack. Against such a brutal attack, which covered such a wide area, even an entire squad would have a hard time escaping it. Xia Fei could instantly sense an invisible pressure the moment Tantu unleashed his attack, different from all the other opponents he had faced before. Tantu's proficiency with his elusive blade ability had gotten to a stage where he was effectively flawless, and adding the fact that he was of the mantis species, which was already good at launching explosive attacks, it was no wonder elusive blade was several times even more powerful when he was the one using it. Even Xia Fei with his super speed could not afford to be negligent. Retreating his footsteps with haste, Xia Fei dodged the attack even as he observed Tantu's moves with his two eyes, hoping to find a flaw so that he could analyze how to better mitigate the attack. When facing a powerful foe, simply dodging would not be enough to achieve victory ultimately. It was like a challenge of sorts. Xia Fei, someone who could very clearly avoid the attack, chose to take on the incoming blade, instead. There was still a long road ahead of him, and if a foe who merely held the 87th position on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard could stop Xia Fei, his future battles would only be even harder. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei's figure evaded backward as fast as lightning. The afterimages of Green Blade followed closely, the attack momentum hardly letting up in the least. The corners of Tanta's mouth curled into a smirk. You want to decipher my attack? In your dreams. Ping! The two arms were thrust forward with great verve. Before the first round of attacks ended, the second, and even the third, peppered continuously. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows, his brain working on overdrive to calculate every angle of attacks the elusive blade was coming at him, including the various adaptations he could make with them. There were certain types of people in this universe who would never lose their hope or their cool. Like the humble weed, they would live a simple yet hardy life, not once succumbing to negativity or becoming dispirited. Xia Fei was such a person. Yu Jiang had left Xia Fei a fake message, telling him that Avril was already dead. Having their beloved get brutally murdered would send any average person in a painful spiral, yet Xia Fei did not spend any time crying. Though his heart had experienced a shattering pain, he knew one thing very well: crying would not bring someone back to life, and if Avril was in heaven looking down on how downtrodden he looked, she would also be unhappy, regretting that she had fallen in love with such a weak man. Xia Fei would not want that to happen. He refused to become a man who made Avril regret. He would tell her in his own way that she had made the right choice with him. Fresh blood and murder were the only way to pay homage to the grief and anger he was feeling, while crying would only be what weak men did. If an enemy killed one's beloved, should one not only fail to get revenge but also hide and cry in a corner? How could they face those who had died or even their manhood that way? I'll never cry. The only one crying will be my enemies, and it shall be tears of blood that pour from their eyes. Several days ago, when Phantom told Xia Fei that he would feel better if he cried some, that was Xia Fei's response. Right now, Xia Fei was using his actions to prove the oath he swore. Revenge. A crazed vengeance. A reckless pursuit of retribution. That was the only thing Xia Fei wanted to do right now. When Tanta's flurry of blows came to bear like a torrential downpour, Xia Fei chose not to retreat but brace for the coming storm, instead. Attempt a roundabout retaliation? No. He wanted to destroy him head-on. To utterly tear him apart. With a sudden flash in his pupils, Xia Fei quickly realized that there was a tiny flaw amidst the countless flashes of elusive blade, and attempting to break through this tiny flaw would be impossible for the average human, but for someone that had mastered the crafty approach like Xia Fei, there was nothing that was impossible. Whoosh! After rapidly retreating several hundred meters, he was once again diving right into the dancing sword tips. Tanta was surprised. His attack was flawless, and it was something that he had proven so many times before. In his past battles, no one had ever been able to pass through the wall of sword that his elusive blade created. He gloated to himself, believing that Xia Fei risking his life now would naturally result in his death. However, he was no longer gleeful in the next second, for Xia Fei had managed to use his incredible physical agility to twist his body like a nimble arrow, passing through that wall of blades created by his war's words. Tanta thought his attack was like a steel wall, which no one could get past, but he had forgotten that there was no wall that wind could not pass through, and Xia Fei was precisely that most penetrative and agile wind. He panically unleashed his elusive blade ability 3 times, trying to stop Xia Fei from getting close to him by overwhelming the latter with quantity. Unfortunately, since Xia Fei could break his first move, it naturally meant he could break the second, third, or even 10,000 of such. When experts fought, the same move would only be effective once. That was a tried and true principle. Though Tanta was strong, he lacked variation in terms of his moves, and the moment Xia Fei discovered that flaw, defeat was all but decided. Tanta felt a disappointment like he had never felt before. The ultimate move that brought him to fame had been broken, and that was an even greater mental pressure than immediately dying. Xia Fei passed through layers upon layers of defense like a ghost until he was right in front of Tanta. Meanwhile, Tanta's face was already ghastly, and Xia Fei had completely ruined any bit of confidence he had in resisting. This was an overwhelming victory. Tanta had already given his all, but he was unable to even harm Xia Fei in the least, while Xia Fei had yet to make a move of his own since they first engaged in combat. TSSCH. Xia Fei's move was simple but also very savage. October flying snow instantly slashed Tanta's head as if he were slaughtering a pig, simple and brutal. He lifted that green head of Tanta's and leaped to the highest roof in the military encampment with a light tap of his foot. He then skewered Tanta's head right onto a lightning rod. He knew clearly that, right at this moment, there were numerous monitoring devices inside and outside this military encampment aimed at him. It would not be long before the entire insectoid race would see this bloody sight, letting them all see Xia Fei kill a sacred warrior whom they held in great esteem in such a nasty and imprudent manner. The corner of his mouth curved sinisterly. Xia Fei pointed his middle finger to a nearby monitoring device. Without a doubt, what he had just done was reckless. In fact, it was insane. He was declaring war against the entire insectoid race. Chapter 403, Monuments and Tombstones. Tanta was killed, and the Defense Force Army's border encampment got single-handedly destroyed by Xia Fei. The news popped out all across the insectoid territory like mushrooms after rain, especially that part where, after Xia Fei had spiked Tanta's head high on a lightning rod, he stuck out his middle finger. It was an action that had piqued everyone's curiosity. Soon, scholars, who specialized in studying human culture, claimed that such an action was an extreme insult from humans to insectoids, equivalent to gabedi in insectoid language. When this information got out, all insectoids, especially the sacred warriors among them, exploded in their rage. In insectoid language, gabedi was considered the most vulgar insult to an enemy. This kind of obscure slang was very difficult to interpret even with the best translation chip, for just the word alone held plenty of meaning, and it was not just a simple curse. To have been scolded with that word, in an insectoid's eyes, was a very serious matter. In human language, being cursed to fall down 18 levels of hell and never to reincarnate, then multiply that by 1,000, more or less had the same meaning as gabedi. Normally, if an insectoid was scolded by a human with this word and they did not seek to end the human and his entire family, the insectoid would end up being despised by the entire race. Furthermore, the insectoid would lose their qualification to live with the tribe and would have to leave their home at once. In any case, being scolded gabedi was a very serious matter, and the only way to resolve it was for either side of the conflict to wipe the other out, and there was no room for relief aside from it. Xia Fei did not know that the gesture he had done got exaggerated to such a degree by these so-called human culture scholars. There was no doubt that they had done so in an effort to attract even greater hatred toward humans. The animosity that the insectoid had toward humans ran deep, and it was something the governing authorities very much welcome. The sacred warriors were all enraged. Even the common folks were very riled up by that display. However, the disturbance that Xia Fei had caused did not end there. The Sacred Warrior Leaderboard was announced 2 days after Tanta's death. The names of Menjin, Goksun, Kikager, the Sacred Guild's 12 wings, as well as Tanta had all been removed from this elite warrior leaderboard. The top 100 Sacred Warrior Leaderboard had lost 16 names simultaneously. It was the first time that this had happened in over 1,000 years' history of this leaderboard. When news got out, it immediately caused an uproar throughout the insectoid race. Furthermore, the reason for their loss of position was all death. 16 top experts had all been murdered in such a short time. In the insectoid society that respected strength, it was simply unimaginable. Even the Golden Tent lost 3 out of their 7 champions. Just who could have such great power to be capable of hitting the insectoids so hard in just a month's time? The meticulous readers picked up some clues from the simple review at the end of the posting, stating vaguely about how somebody had barged into the insectoid territory. Though they did not state that all 16 of these insectoids had been killed by the interloper, it very clearly pointed out that their death was closely related to this interloper. So far, only Xia Fei had trespassed to their insectoid territory. The truth could not be any clearer. Overnight, Xia Fei had become the murderer of 16 top-grade sacred warriors. There was no need to mobilize everyone. Defending against Xia Fei instantly became the primary task of all insectoids. To have killed 16 top-grade warriors in one go, Xia Fei was definitely not weak, everyone knew that. Most had contacted their old combat comrades to form an extermination squad, heading for the location that Xia Fei had last been spotted, hoping to get the opportunity to retaliate on behalf of the race. There were also countless sacred warriors who were making a beeline for Xia Fei. The challenge that the intruder had issued caused many to declare something about letting him experience what it meant to be in a real fight. One such insectoid went by the name of Arendez. He specifically went all the way to a nearby barren planet where Xia Fei had killed Tantu and set up a platform in the middle of a desert, raising a tall flagpole with his tribe's standard banner fluttering on it. According to Arendez, he did not need to form a squad with anyone as he planned to kill Xia Fei alone with his bare hands before flying his head high up on the flagpole in tribute to his tribe. Every day, Arendaz would post comments challenging Xia Fei over the insectoid internet. In his eyes, a single human being was not at all threatening, that it had merely been sheer luck he had managed to kill Kikager, Menjin, and all the other elite warriors. He claimed that, if Xia Fei were to bump into him, the human would not have any such good luck at all. It was in the insectoid's nature to feel joy in joining the hustle and bustle, and seeing Arendaz hype things up only heightened everyone's interest toward this matter. Many warriors even wanted to head over to where Arendaz was located and lend him a hand, but it was unfortunate that Arendaz was so arrogant to the point he deemed anyone out there who would try to interfere with his action as his enemy. He was adamant about killing Xia Fei without anyone's help, so as to demonstrate the might of the sacred warriors. To be attacked even when lending a hand? There was no one out there who would accept such preposterousness, which was why those who wanted to join Arendaz to take on Xia Fei all gave up on the idea, opting to team up with others, instead. Anyone with eyes could tell that, while it appeared as if Arendaz was openly challenging Xia Fei to a fight, the insectoid was actually borrowing Xia Fei's name to spread his own. As for that planted standard banner, it was of course a monument that he had set for himself. Challenging Xia Fei, the human who had killed 16 top-grade sacred warriors solo, the symbolism of such an act could not be underestimated. For a moment, Arendaz experienced great fame, and heroic exploits of his were being extolled everywhere. The civilians were all greatly impassioned seeing Arendaz take such crazy actions. He would also take the time to do hourly updates on the internet regarding his battle situation. On the first day, Xia Fei did not appear. Arendaz cursed Xia Fei for being a coward, only daring to enact shameful deeds but not having the guts to face a true warrior one-on-one. The insectoids all left their own comments, praising Arendaz for his bravery while spurning the timid Xia Fei. On the second day, Xia Fei still did not appear. Arendaz delightedly announced that he was already on Xia Fei's mind, even raising that flagpole higher. For every day that the coward Xia Fei did not show up, the flagpole would increase by another meter. Actually, Arendaz was also considered one of the smarter insectoids among their species. He had calculated that openly declaring his intention to fight would likely draw plenty of attention from the military, so with so many warships gathered around him, he was hoping to capture Xia Fei by using this chance. In such a situation, not even a fool would pick up the challenge, and as such he was essentially doing a risk-free transaction, safe and worryless. He could even greatly promote his own reputation. Sure enough, everything unfolded as he expected. The moment his challenge went out, a manuscript from the Golden Tent came, while several fleets hurried nearby to where Arendaz had situated himself, concealing themselves as they awaited for Xia Fei to appear and apprehend him in one fell swoop. Arendaz became even bolder after he knew about the fleet's movement, demonstrating the full extent of his capability to lambaste and ridicule Xia Fei, making himself out to be a real hero. The insectoids loved the raised platform and the challenge. More and more people began to cheer on Arendaz, believing that his actions had greatly earned back space for the insectoid race. The desert only had Arendaz alone and that flagpole. However, everywhere around was also the elite from his tribe. When it came to fearing death, Arendaz was actually as afraid as anyone else, though he was even more aware about the logic behind how risk was behind every fortune. To really fight to the death with Xia Fei? Arendaz had never once entertained the thought. The smarter someone was, the more they would value their life. This was a truth which rang true even among the insectoids. After 2 lively days passed, on the third day when the insectoids switched on their computers, ready to see what Arendaz was up to, they noticed that it had been 3 hours since his last update. Could something have really happened? The insectoids all waited uneasily for news. They refused to believe that their hero had fallen, much less that Xia Fei had dared take on the challenge. After it had been 6 hours since Arendaz updated his last movement, a short video abruptly appeared over the insectoid internet. In it, Xia Fei had used October flying snow to cut off Arendaz's head before planting his head right on Arendaz's own flagpole. This monument, which he had been using to raise his fame, became his own tombstone. This was not something the civilians had imagined, Arendaz himself had not expected it, either. Xia Fei had moved with such ease and such cleanliness throughout, from the moment he struck to kill Arendaz and how he stabbed his head onto the flagpole, to when he flashed his middle finger right before departing, everything was done in one go, hardly dragging anything out. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that this insectoid hero who had challenged Xia Fei was so defenseless. In fact, when Xia Fei's October flying snow went to cut Arendaz's throat, they could very clearly see in the video that a warm patch sprouted from his pants. Xia Fei did not show a change in his emotional or psychological state throughout the entire process. His pupils were as calm as still water, his expression cold like glacial ice. It appeared as if he had very casually turned up and slain this person who had challenged him with much fanfare. Meanwhile, right before he left, it was as if he had accomplished something that he ought to have done. The cruel truth left the insectoids short for breath. Nobody would have believed that the hero they had been supporting would die just like that. In just 2 days, before anyone even managed to help him shout, that belligerent challenge had been lowered full mast, while the insectoid hero whose head got chopped off left the mortal coil with a pair of pants drenched in piss. That expensive golden silkwood table in front of UTI was met with a terrible fate once more. Every time UTI was angered, that table would become his punching bag, though it seemed that, in recent times, the table had been weathering more and more punishment. What a disgrace! What were the troops even doing, to have watched blankly as that human warrior killed Arendaz and then let him leave without responding at all? Do you think all you're throwing is Arendaz's face? No, it's dishonor for all insectoids. UTI bellowed in his shrill rage. Men! Call for the High Priest Ryan. Tell the old man that I have something to discuss with him. Hold it. UTI very quickly shook his head just as he finished making that statement. He sighed. Forget it, best if I go over myself. Chapter 404, A Strange, Ice World. UTI had erupted in rage in the golden tent, causing all his officials to be completely at a loss on what to do. Before he was even done with his words, UTI suddenly turned around to leave, heading off to discuss strategy with the High Priest Ryan, leaving everyone else where they were. He did not tell them to wait or allow them to return, so all the dozen or so insectoids from various departments could only awkwardly stay where they were. All of them knew that this was UTI's disguised punishment. It seemed that UTI did not trust the veteran statesman beside him, having turned to seek the High Priest's help, instead. The lot of them sighed, and only the Sacred Guild's Guildmaster Duobi had a look of ease. His recent escape from death had greatly affected him. This was especially true after his warship had been instantaneously moved to the Mammoth region, where exotic beasts gathered. Duobi understood a universal truth: there was really an existence of supreme strength in this universe. Otherwise, there would have been no explanation for what had happened to him. To cross millions and millions of light years in a few seconds, this was something that went well beyond any scientific explanation. If he were to summarize it, Duobi was more than willing to classify it as mysticism. Seeing the still loyal Larish despite his 2 broken arms, as well as the frowning ministers and chiefs around, Duobi suddenly found the entire affair to be laughable. After all this hard work, in the end, were they not doing it all so that they could live better? The truth was plain for all to see that Xia Fei was a very mysterious human who could very well grasp some ultimate power that went well beyond everyone's understanding. No matter what happened, he would no longer pit himself against that human. After all, one only lived once, so it was more important to cling on to his life closely. Better find a chance to retire. When the various insectoid elders were quietly discussing strategies and plans, Duobi smiled in his mind as he thought of this. Heading out 800 meters south of the Golden Tent was Gold Shard Lake where Qinjian resided. There, the air was humid and the climate was warm. The scenery was pretty like an oil painting, which was perfectly suitable for a peerless beauty like Qinjian to care for her skin, stroll, and partake in whatever leisure activity she desired. However, UTI's gold ship did not fly south but had gone north, instead. Out in the north was a land of bitter cold. There were mountains and ridges everywhere as heavy snow descended from above. The jagged mountain peaks looked like daggers that had been stabbed into the snow, sharp and primeval. The wind blowing from this valley caused the warship to sway gently, and the overcast sky gave off an oppressive gloom. This was a forbidden zone of life. Aside from the few creatures and plants that could adapt to this extreme cold, practically nobody would dare to come here. UTI peered out the ship's window to look at the treacherous mountain region of wind and snow. Though the inside of this warship was very warm, in perfect contrast to the world of ice right outside, he could somehow feel a bone-deep chill in him. UTI's attendant handed a white fox fur coat to him. He thought about it before rejecting the coat. He instructed someone to find a soft and light antelope leather innerwear to be worn underneath, instead. High Priest Ryan had a strange personality, and UTI did not want to appear weak in front of him. It was just wind chill, so he decided to just endure it. Whoosh! The warship parked by a landing apron halfway up the mountain, though it was inaccurate to call it a landing apron. It was but a flat platform that workers had managed to lay down by the waist of the mountain, and it had gotten covered in ice and snow. There was no signaling device or smart guidance system in place, so the pilot of the warship had to rely on their experience to land. Opening the ship hatch, the freezing cold winds buffeted with snow. The interior of the warship, which was warm like a summer's day, immediately turned into an ice hole. The blizzard was so heavy that all of them could barely see anything in front of them. Uti furrowed his brows, rejected the help of his guard, and painstakingly made his way down the warship. He was wearing a pair of windproof goggles, which prevented the heavy blizzard from hurting his eyes. In order to train the spirit of enduring hardship and fortitude among him and his underlings, Uti had the golden tent situated in the cold grass plains, but comparing that place to this mountain range, the grasslands were simply paradise. The edge of the platform was a bottomless abyss. Uti gave a furtive glance and broke out in a cold sweat. This sweat was being blown by the wind, and that caused a bone-chilling cold to run across his entire body. Thus, he quickened his pace and followed along the narrow and steep path up the mountain. The guards carefully surrounded Uti. Because the narrow path did not have any guardrails on either side, a single slip would send anyone down the valley. However, though these guards were here to protect Uti from afar, none of them went up to help him. This was also a rule set by the high priest Ryan. Whoever wished to meet him had to climb the way up by themselves, and the master of the golden tent was not exempted from it. Uti spent 2 hours climbing this mountain path, which went for over 3 kilometers. He fell 7 times. He was freezing all over, he had lost all sensation. Finally, the steep mountain path turned into a snow-covered bridge connecting 2 mountains. Uti patted the snow off himself as he stood by the side of the bridge. This bridge was like a single large wooden plank placed in the valley. It was no wider than 1 meter and went as narrow as 40 centimeters. All the guards stopped here. Up ahead was High Priest Ryan's abode, and lowly characters like themselves did not have the qualifications to enter. Fini, one of the 7 champions, stepped forward and bowed. "Emperor, do you wish for me to accompany you?" The cold winds blew harshly, which made it difficult to stand upright. Never mind that Uti was expected to cross this wooden bridge of over 600 meters long, each factor caused Fini to worry over Uti making it through. Uti shook his head. "High Priest Ryan lives just across this bridge. He's the first sacred champion, the apex expert among all insectoids. Do you really want me to be unable to raise my head in front of the High Priest?" Fini was slightly taken aback, then he backed away immediately. High Priest Ryan's personality was extremely withdrawn. If he were to accompany Uti, there was no telling if High Priest Ryan would be displeased with Uti, and that would be terrible. Uti had expended quite a lot of effort coming here to request the High Priest's return, and there was no room for the slightest error at this point. His freezing fingers lightly touched his combat suit, and the originally 1 centimeter long shoe spikes extended to 3 centimeters. Such a length made walking more difficult, but it did improve its grip onto the ground. In order to make it across this long and narrow bridge, Uti had no better choice. "All of you, wait here. If you're cold, head down the mountain and take shelter from the wind. I may not be back for quite some time." Uti waved his hand dismissively as he said this. The guards were all tearing up in their gratitude. This was how smart Uti was, he knew how to deal with people, when to punish them and when to show concern. This simple statement of his bought plenty of goodwill. When dealing with others, the key was not being kind but knowing when to pressure them. Only when someone had been placed under pressure for too long would they be happy with even the tiniest compassion. If someone were to shower them with kindness constantly, it would instead cause them to be numb toward it. Of course, it was important not to go overboard with the pressure, too, as too much would cause them to become frustrated and lose motivation. In any case, Uti was definitely a master of manipulation, and the entire insectoid race had been subdued under his dominance. Uti gingerly made his way onto the bridge. He tried his best to keep his center of gravity low, taking small and steady steps forward. Moving slowly and with great difficulty, the guards behind him watched, heartbroken. They wished they could just rush forward and use their lives to help weather the storm for their emperor. Someone like Uti was the most afraid of taking any risk, and aside from the High Priest Ryan, perhaps even his parents would have been unable to get him to put his life at risk. High Priest Ryan was a prophet responsible for paying respects to heaven, earth, and even gods. In insectoid culture, aside from the 2 gods, the High Priest Ryan was the next most respected figure. He was different from Uti, for the latter was only a mortal emperor, while Ryan was in existence closest to the gods. Not only must he pay homage to the two black and white gods, in fact, many places would pay tribute to High Priest Ryan in addition to those two heavenly beings. This was because he was the spiritual leader of the entire insectoid race. He was whom the insectoids have entrusted, a living god. After about 700 years, the insectoids were still spreading that the High Priest Ryan might become a true god eventually. However, it was unknown why Ryan continued to remain with the insectoid for tens of decades, not at all turning into a god. Perhaps it was precisely because Ryan could not transcend that he became stranger with each passing day. He began detesting interacting with his fellow insectoids more and more. Even when UTI did his best to invite him to return to the insectoid capital, he still chose such a strange and secluded location to stay, even setting harsh rules to keep everyone out. UTI actually did not believe in gods. He reckoned that this so-called transcendence to godhood was perhaps the ability to enter a state only powerhouses were capable of attaining. It was very apparent that High Priest Ryan considered himself to possess the strength to step into that circle, but it was just that he had not been invited. Presently, that's a good thing, since once the High Priest departed, the insectoid race would once again lose their only super expert. It was with this thought that UTI finally made it past that dangerous single-plank bridge. In such cold weather, UTI was actually sweating buckets. He anxiously pulled out a warm handkerchief from his bosom and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. In such freezing weather, sweating was an easy way of getting a chill. He casually tossed the handkerchief down the valley. Since it had turned into an icy lump after it got wet from his sweat, it was most definitely unsuitable for wiping sweat after, and it hardly would be of use now. The bottomless gorge made UTI dizzy. He hurriedly turned around and went ahead, no longer willing to take a second look at that danger he had just made past. This mountain was higher than the one before, much like a single candle standing atop a birthday cake which went past the clouds. A bright light could be seen shining on the peak, and it would light this white piece of land from time to time. UTI knew very well that after the High Priest Ryan settled in this mountain range, there had not been anything that would shoot forth such a pretty flame on any of the mountains, but everything had changed after that elder came. That platform, mountain path, and bridge all appeared overnight, and it included the place where High Priest Ryan was staying. UTI found everything to be inexplicably strange, and High Priest Ryan was just such a frightening existence that no one could explain. Fortunately, there was yet another stretch of flat land after crossing the bridge, so there was no need for him to climb up a mountain path again. Otherwise, UTI might not be confident that he could last given his small stature. A three-story building appeared hazily in front of him, built with the sturdy and beautiful redwood. There were carved beams and waterside pavilions everywhere. Although this building was standing in the heavy blizzard, it was hardly disturbed by the terrible weather. The floor was clean Italian marble, with not even a speck of snow. It did not matter how heavy the snow was, for everything would just bypass the building and fall to the side. At this point, UTI was already frozen like a snowman. His eyebrows had formed ickles, while his mouth was chattering non-stop, his lips blue and purple. He quickened his steps as UTI braved the strong winds and snow, struggling to press onward. The moment he stepped into the area around that strange building, he was completely dumbfounded. The blizzard had abruptly disappeared, and above him hung a fiery hot sun. He could hear the sound of insects, and everything around him was a lush greenery. That mountain, the snow, and even that bone-numbing coldness, everything was gone without a trace, as if he had stepped from one world to another. That was when an old voice unhurriedly drawled from within that red building, "Come in, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 405, High Priest Ryan. An old voice unhurriedly drawled from within that red building, "Come on in. I've been waiting for you for a long time." With that, a warm wave of heat enveloped UTI's body, constantly swimming around him, which rapidly took away the cold he was feeling all over his body, and then a pleasant warmth took its place as if he were basking in the sun while lying on a beach. Unfortunately, this warmth left him very quickly. UTI shrugged his shoulders, seemingly having not enjoyed it yet fully. The blizzard around could not invade this building, appearing to have its own greenery and sunlight built within. UTI was of course very astonished by such magical scenery around him. He smoothed his clothes and composed himself before walking toward the red building not too far away from him. He climbed up the 13 granite steps, and the cinnabar red door automatically opened. The spacious hall inside was quiet save for the creaking sound made by the large wooden door which echoed in the broad space. There was a single aged individual right in the middle, with a pair of a young boy and girl by his side. The young boy was on the left, and the young girl on the right. UTI smiled, bowing to the elder a distance away. "UTI is here to see the esteemed high priest." Ryan slowly nodded. "Come on in. It's rare for you to brave the harsh blizzard here. You're the master of the golden tent, so logically speaking, I should be the one bowing to you, instead." UTI hurriedly interjected, "High priest, you're a godlike existence, how could I be considered on par with you?" The moment UTI mentioned the word God, Ryan's wrinkled and old face twitched ever so slightly as a grimace formed. "I'm no god. If I were a god, I wouldn't be here still," he said, somewhat bitterly. "How do you feel, making your way out here?" UTI mulled over this for a bit. "To make the trip out here and pay my respect to you, an esteemed elder, is similar to life, it is always bitter before the sweet. If I were overcome by fear to travel through the heavy snow and gale outside, how would I come to know this magical place?" Ryan nodded, seemingly satisfied with UTI's answer. He turned his head and spoke to the young boy beside him. "Give the Emperor of the Golden Tent a seat and serve tea." The young boy carried over a chair and placed it below. This was the first time UTI was not sitting at the head, but he did not mind. After all, the status High Priest Ryan held was recognized, and there was no way anyone else would have done something like that. UTI used this opportunity to observe this godlike existence before him carefully. From Ryan's face, he could tell that he was already an elder who had lived upward to 1,000 years. He had a portly figure and plump cheeks, a greasy complexion, which made him look like the Chinese Maitreya Buddha from human legends. However, Ryan was only physically alike the Maitreya. The expression on his face was not one of a broadly smiling Buddha but rather of a stern, killer Buddha. His eyes would occasionally glint cold, making UTI feel somewhat nervous as he sat there. "I've already heard that the current master of the Golden Tent is the smartest among all insectoids, and today I can tell that that's no exaggeration. Looks like it was the right idea for me to return to the capital this time," Ryan said. UTI answered, "Thank you for the High Priest's kind words. I am merely doing my part for our race." Ryan laughed uproariously. "By those words, then are you blaming me for not lifting a finger in the last 300 or so years for the race?" UTI quickly corrected himself. "You're mistaken, High Priest. That's not what I meant." He quietly took a sip of tea in an attempt to suppress the embarrassment he was feeling inside. He was rather capable when it came to tormenting others, and now it was UTI's turn to feel uncomfortable because of High Priest Ryan's actions. It was evident that the elder was not a simple and amiable expert removed from the mortal plane. The fact that High Priest Ryan managed to grasp onto that small mistake UTI had made showed just how extremely petty he was. Even though that was what he thought, UTI would not dare to utter such things aloud even if someone were to beat him to death. Who was High Priest Ryan? He was the #1 expert in the entire insectoid race. Even any one of the 7 sacred champions would only last a single round against this elder, so it was far more important to establish a good relationship with this mysterious individual. Ryan sighed. "The reason why I've secluded myself all these years is that I have my own difficulties. You mortals will never ever be able to understand the pain and pursuit that we experts possess. Don't think that you're powerful just because you've managed to conquer half of the Pan-Human Alliance. In the eyes of true powerhouses, territory, authority, and other such things are practically not worth mentioning. We have a much higher calling." UTI nodded his head repeatedly. "The High Priest's teaching here is that you are in a realm far higher than us, mortals, and that we will most likely never be able to catch up to you, esteemed elder." Ryan coldly harumphed internally, the pride he was feeling very evident to anyone looking. "Since I'm of a higher realm than you are, I of course don't share your view. Tell me whatever troubles you. When my leaving finally comes, I won't ever be coming back." UTI was inwardly denigrating the old man on the sly. "You also said that you'll be heading to a higher realm 7 years ago, yet you haven't transcended even to this day, perhaps you're simply unable to make it across? Which is why you're now back, constantly showing off. Otherwise, you would have left us all long ago." UTI was in no hurry to make his request. First, he handed over a spatial ring that he had brought along. A person of Ryan's rank would not be interested in gold or such things, so everything inside the ring was food and items that had been recorded as things High Priest Ryan liked, with even some purple hearts of spirit included. He had no idea why High Priest Ryan would get the race to prepare a set amount of hearts of spirit every year, and it had been the same for over the last 1,000 years. It was as if he needed such ores for something, though no one other than the old man himself had any idea what they were being used for. Ryan did not even spare a glance at the ring and its content as he handed it over to the little girl to his right, saying, "You've been very successful in your war with the Pan-Human Alliance. If nothing goes awry, you'll be able to conquer completely all of the humans in 2 years. Though their main forces have yet to take a beating, they're lacking in morale. Those warriors who are still causing trouble will only be a temporary nuisance, nothing to be worried about. I believe that you didn't come to me for the war, did you?" Uti nodded. He was shocked that Ryan had analyzed and had such a thorough understanding of the war situation. He did not expect that the High Priest would have such a detailed deduction of the war at the front lines despite not setting a foot outside his abode all this time. "Indeed, I'm not here because of the war situation. At the moment, though the battles breaking out in the front lines are intense, I'm not too worried about how they will turn out, but the same can't be said about the insectoid's inner regions. Recently, there's a human warrior who's been killing our sacred warriors, and in fact he's killed 16 of them in this 1 month alone, causing the insectoids everywhere to complain. Though a mere human warrior is nothing to be afraid of, the impact he created has been far-reaching. I figured that it will be best if he's taken out sooner rather than later so as to better assuage the citizens' worry, otherwise, it would be bad if ill-intentioned beings were to attempt publicizing it for their own benefits." Ryan was evidently very curious. He simply could not understand why Uti would personally come over and find him over an insignificant human warrior. Could that person really possess such great power? "Tell me everything about this. Just what exactly is going on with that human warrior?" Thus, Uti related what Xia Fei had done since he infiltrated the insectoid territory, all the way until he struck and murdered Arendez, the insectoid who had set up a platform and challenged him. Ryan kept nodding his head as he listened, occasionally revealing a measure of surprise, and when Uti was finished, he spoke. "It sounds like that human is a high-ranking speed ability user, with quite a decent cultivation, and what's even more commendable is how he immediately changed tactics the moment he discovered that you've found a way to track him down, such that you're no longer able to get on his trail, which can be considered rather clever." Uti answered, "That's right. When I first realized that his ship is capable of stealth, it would still leave a fairly unique energy signature, so we were able to locate him as long as we searched for that particular trace, but he later became impossible to track, or perhaps he changed the system on the fly. In any case, beside this human's decent cultivation, he ought to be quite well versed in machinery and such. At the very least, my scientists are unable to achieve the creation of invisible wormholes, not to mention change the energy system completely in such a short time." High Priest Ryan mused. "There are plenty of talented individuals in this universe, and your inability to do something does not mean others will be unable to do it. Just now, you mentioned how he killed Arendez despite 3 separate fleets monitoring that insectoid and how he managed to depart after. That's really important. Don't forget that he has a weapon in his hand capable of destroying half a galaxy. In the event that he managed to sneak into the capital and use such a weapon, I'm afraid that your life would be in grave danger." Chuckling, High Priest Ryan continued. "I was wondering why the distinguished master of the Golden Tent would come out and look for me just because of a mere human warrior, but it turns out that he has already impinged upon your safety, which is why you've become impatient." Uti gritted his teeth and did not say a word. The truth was exactly as Ryan said. If Xia Fei was merely killing a few insectoids, there would be no reason for Uti to be this panicky. The key was that everything the human had done could very well threaten his safety, which was what Uti was most worried about. Actually, Uti could also choose to hide far away from the capital, avoid the danger altogether, but doing so would surely elicit the ridicule of everyone, and while Uti was afraid of dying, he was not about to do something like that, unless it was a last resort. Right now, the safest solution to the problem was beseech High Priest Ryan for his help in taking care of the trouble in one fell swoop. Besides, Uti was still thinking of reacquiring the blood demon claw that Xia Fei had gotten his hands on. High Priest Ryan's words essentially gave no face to Uti, directly exposing his innermost thought, criticizing his fear of death. Uti was of course deeply infuriated by Ryan, but he was also helpless. After all, he was the one pleading for this old demon's help. Ryan mockingly laughed at Uti before saying, "If I wasn't mistaken, that person should have managed to infiltrate the insectoid network, so he's able to learn lots of information he ought not to be privy of, such as the famous warriors in the insectoid race and which targets would cause the greatest damage to the insectoids. The reason why he's willing to kill Arendez, aside from terrorizing the citizens, is probably to test his own hypothesis. How he managed to do that without being discovered isn't important. What's crucial is where his target is. Perhaps he isn't just threatening the golden tent. First, he shall take out all the important strategic targets. Assailing the insectoid's morale is the most urgent task. After all, it's fine if the golden tent is without a master, since another can just step in your place, but eliminating the important strategic targets will be far more valuable. Ryan's words were like an insult to UTI, saying that it was fine for the master of the golden tent to die and for someone else to replace him. How could he have said something like that? There were plenty of insectoids holding high and important posts who hated being ridiculed, and this applied even more so to UTI. How could the Emperor of the Golden Tent take such a level of humiliation? It was a direct slap in his face. Again and again. UTI's expression was uncertain, sitting there as he mulled over countermeasures. Why had UTI not considered that the legendary super being closest to godhood would actually be so sinister and overbearing? Chapter 406, The True Face of the High Priest. Sure enough, the High Priest was not someone who was easy to get along with. Even UTI, the noble Emperor of the Golden Tent, was hardly getting any special treatment from High Priest Ryan. In his eyes, everyone was nothing more than a lowly ant, insignificant, and the only reason he was still staying with the insectoids was to be outstanding. He was extremely powerful yet still struggled at transcending. This had already caused Ryan's mental state to become unstable, which was why he was acting stranger as time passed, slowly despising his own race more and more. UTI bit his lips and forcefully endured the unhappiness welling inside him. Ryan's words made him feel as if he had just eaten a mouthful of flies, a flurry of emotions that could not be vented. Ryan was very satisfied seeing the Emperor of the Golden Tent being toyed in his palm as such, and his expression seemed to say, "Look. So what if you're the Emperor of the Golden Tent? Do you not have to beg me for help in alleviating your worries and problems? Who asked for us to be experts, always having to take care of the lessers within our race?" UTI begrudgingly smiled. "High Priest, I feel like the fact that Dobby and the others were inexplicably sent millions of light years away is highly suspicious. Could this be done by that human warrior? However, I've never heard of such methods before, and it's really left me feeling baffled. If Sir does not step in, I'm afraid that we, your juniors, won't be able to deal with him." UTI decided that, since the old monster Ryan had already torn off what face he had and stepped on it, there was no reason for him not to be a little thick-skinned and directly ask for his help. He clearly understood that it was impossible not to lose face, sometimes. However, he did not expect High Priest Ryan to disagree. "What do you mean he got sent millions of light years away? Perhaps it's your subordinates lying to your face, or perhaps they got sucked into a temporary wormhole. How could there be someone able to achieve such a bizarre and heaven-defying thing? Even I am completely incapable of achieving that." UTI nodded. Being sucked into a wormhole was definitely a possibility, though a temporary wormhole would definitely need to pass through a tunnel of stars, and from Dobby's description of the experience, all they saw was a moment of darkness before they appeared millions of light years away in the Mammoth region, not at all fitting the characteristics of a wormhole. As for the issue of lying and trust, UTI believed that Dobby did not have the guts to do so. Even if he did lie to him, Larish of the Seven Champions would definitely not. In any case, since High Priest Ryan insisted that there was no way anyone could have done it, UTI did not bother saying anything more about the topic. After all, it was simply a guess of his which had neither basis nor evidence. Ryan said to the young girl beside him, "Mingjing, there's no need for your master to act over such a trivial matter. Follow the Emperor of the Golden Tent and do a beautiful job of it. Don't tarnish your master's reputation." The young girl nodded meekly as she stepped forward and took her position beside UTI. UTI was more surprised by this young girl the more he looked at her. Mingjing was indeed very pretty, with porcelain clear skin and long slender fingers. She looked every bit like the artistic type. However, it was evident that Mingjing was not an insectoid but rather a human. It was fine that High Priest Ryan was unwilling to do this himself, but how could he send a human brat to accompany UTI? People of a different race would have different hearts, yet how was it that the High Priest had a human by his side? UTI furrowed his brows for a good time before he bit the bullet and asked, "Esteemed High Priest, isn't such an arrangement inappropriate?" Ryan rolled his eyes as he asked in a questioning voice, "What's inappropriate about this? Though Mingjing isn't of our race, she is absolutely loyal to me. She is also leagues stronger than those garbage around you in terms of her martial arts prowess. It's perfectly safe to have her act in my stead, or do you not trust me?" "I would not dare." UTI hurriedly bowed to Ryan. Since the High Priest said that it is fine, UTI shall obey, if there's nothing else, I'll take my with Mingjing now. Ryan had no objections. Go on, then. No need to find me if there's nothing else. I plan to seclude myself in the coming days. The tone he used sounded as if he was treating UTI as his own disciple. The emperor helplessly smiled, leading Mingjing out of the abode after giving the high priest a final salute. Mingjing had a stony personality, following behind UTI as if she were a tree log. However, there was nothing UTI could do about this. Only managing to bring back a human girl after going through all that work, how much more ridiculous could this get? Nonetheless, it did not seem that Ryan would be leaving the capital anytime soon, and that was a good thing for UTI. The high priest could at least come in handy during crucial moments as long as he was still around. No matter how arrogant the former was, there was no way he could just leave the emperor in the lurch, could he? While it was true that Ryan despised UTI, he was also not about to fold his arms and call it quits during critical junctures. After all, he was the most respected individual among all the insectoids, second only to the black and white gods. He could not afford to lose face like that. Still, the young girl beside UTI troubled him greatly. She looked so delicate and fragile, hardly like an expert. Besides, she was human, and now that the insectoid army was fighting against the Pan-Human Alliance, UTI simply found it very unreliable to send a human to deal with another human. Best if this girl dies as soon as possible, perhaps Ryan will have to take action personally when that time comes. UTI secretly thought to himself. His eyes resentfully glanced at Mingjing as the corners of UTI's mouth curled diabolically. The moment UTI left, the young boy beside High Priest Ryan bowed and said, "Master, earlier, what UTI had described was clearly something done by a super expert who had grasped the law of space. Why did you deliberately misdirect his attention elsewhere?" This young boy appeared to be a lot more muscular than Mingjing, the thick black fur in front of his chest bare for all to see, and the scales all over his face and arms had yet to devolve completely. Aside from his somewhat childlike eyes, every other part of his body bore the resemblance to a teenage insectoid, and even his voice sounded a little deep when speaking. Ryan chuckled. "Mingzu, it is best if as few individuals as possible know about the law of space. Don't forget that the moment the average being understands that there's such a mysterious martial arts skill in this universe, they will most definitely do whatever it takes to learn it. It's enough for us to be the only ones in our race who are aware of it. You wouldn't want to give rise to many more opponents either, would you? For us to receive such a treatment from the insectoids, be it in terms of our want of females or fortune, those fools immediately providing all we desire, isn't it such a wondrous feeling? Do you actually wish to share this glory with anyone else? In this godless world, we are the gods. An insurmountable existence whom no one can compare. Since no one knows the truth, what reasons do we have to ruin this?" Mingzu seemed to have gained a level of understanding upon hearing this. Experts would always have the habit of hiding secrets, and the weaker they were, the more likely they would be afraid of their ultimate techniques being stolen by others. Because he did not know much, there was plenty he could lose. A real expert would not need to do something like this, for they would be completely confident of their capabilities. Even if they were to stand at the same starting line, true experts would not be willing to lose to anyone else, not to mention teaching something that they had a complete grasp of to someone else. If UTI were present, the insectoid emperor would most definitely let out a heavy sigh, as his judgment had been right on the money. The high priest was indeed a petty individual, afraid that others would learn about the existence of the law of space, afraid of losing his godhood among his race. That was why he had to be careful in everything he did and why he was so immensely harsh to everyone else. Mingzu knitted his eyebrows and contemplated on this for quite some time before asking, "Since that human expert can very well be a super expert who has a grasp of the law of space, won't sending Sister Mingjing out be like striking a rock with an egg? She does not have sufficient cultivation to deal with a real law inheritor. I'm afraid that she's going to be grave danger taking on this task." Slap! A chestnut heavily struck Mingzu's head, causing the young boy to clutch his head, looking at his master in fear. "Idiot! Are you implying that your master should personally make the trip out instead of sending Mingjing out in my stead? What if that human really turns out to be an expert who has a grasp of the law of space? Do you want me to become his enemy?" When two experts having a grasp of the law of space collide, no matter who wins or loses, the fight that occurs will create a great upheaval. Master has already been waiting to enter that circle for almost 731 years. Now that I'm literally on the cusp of being promoted, is it really worth losing my life to an expert of the law of space at this point? You're really such a dumbwit. What could possibly be more important than being promoted? As long as the enemy is also an expert who has a grasp of the law of space, even if his cultivation is much lower than mine, I won't take the risk of being his enemy. I've been waiting for this chance for 731 years. I need to play it safe, and extra safe. Even if it's but a 1% risk, I will most definitely not take the chance. No one would have imagined that the so-called High Priest Ryan was not only such a small-minded insectoid but also an absolutely yellow-bellied coward. Still, if anyone were to consider how he had waited for over 700 years to join the super-expert circle, it made sense why he was unwilling to risk himself like so. If anyone else were in his shoes, they would most likely do the same. Of course, this would not apply to an insane maniac like Xia Fei. Heaving a deep sigh, Ryan pretended to be kind. Actually, if that human warrior truly has a grasp of the law of space, eradicating the insectoids will merely be a simple and effortless task to him. All he has to do is use spatial distortion and he can very well crush all planets one by one. There wouldn't be a need for him to go through all that hassle, hunting down sacred warriors. That's why I think the chances of him being a super expert aren't very high. Still, it's not worth it for your master to take such a risk personally, so I sent Mingjing to probe the enemy. If she manages to deal with the enemy, then there's nothing much to be said. Since all it takes is me sending my disciple to eliminate an enemy who's left even the Emperor of the Golden Tent restless, it just greatly demonstrates the power that I, High Priest Ryan, wield. Mingzu was still confused over one thing. What if Mingjing fails to defeat the human warrior and, instead, lose to him? Ryan answered, I planted a fire seedling in Mingjing. Your master will know if it gets extinguished, no matter how far she is. If the enemy isn't a law of space inheritor, only depending on his superior martial arts skill to achieve victory, then I will naturally appear and take charge, exterminating the human in one move. By then, I will push all the responsibility onto Mingjing and blame the brat for not being studious enough. I doubt anyone among the insectoid will dare say anything otherwise. And if the enemy really is an expert who has a grasp of the law of space, then you and I, disciple and master, will find some excuse to leave this place immediately. We must definitely not become enemies with him. Since I am recognized as a higher being, it will be normal for me to disappear and become elusive. In order to enter the circle of the super experts, there are some things that I will have to give up on, otherwise, all the work I've done before will be for naught. There's not much use to keep that little mute Mingjing around anymore. I originally took her in to alleviate my boredom, since a young human girl is far more delicious than a young female insectoid, but who knew that the brat wasn't in the least bit enlightened and actually refused to cooperate with me. Since that's the case, I'll just have to treat her like a sacrificial lamb. Besides, I've already made the best use of her having her around so long. Mingzu suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over him. Today was Mingjing whom Ryan had decided to send to her death. Would it be his turn to suffer the same fate tomorrow? Many light years away, Xia Fei did not know that the insectoids actually had a super expert who had comprehended the law of space. Furthermore, this super expert had now set his eyes on him. No matter how petty or reprehensible High Priest Ryan was, he was still in existence who was higher than Xia Fei's own. It had not been long since the wave that Yujiang and Yehua created the last time passed. Their ability to move mountains with a flip of their hands left Xia Fei with lingering palpitations, and now this Ryan might be even more difficult to deal with than those two before. It was as the ancient saying went, better offend a gentleman than a villain. A gentleman was magnanimous and upright, while a villain was sinister and despicable with his actions. There was nothing a villain would not do. High Priest Ryan was very evidently not a gentleman. Chapter 407, Meteor Ball Training Complete. In a private room, Xia Fei was currently pitting himself against 1,286 meteors. These colorful balls of light were ever-changing in size, dimming and glowing erratically. Sometimes, they would stop in front of Xia Fei as if they were goading him, and when Xia Fei was about to try and catch them, they would get in a whirlwind of movements, rapidly distancing themselves from Xia Fei, moving so irregularly and evasively. After he reached the legendary rank, Xia Fei's speed had essentially more than tripled from before. This also caused his meteor ball training to level up abruptly, and in just 20 days since, Xia Fei had managed to level up his training from level 2 to 5. The crowded meteors dancing busily in mid-air was the best evidence of this. Just having fast speed was not enough to conquer these meteors. Dexterity in both physical and mental reaction, a nimble and swift physical agility and positioning were also crucial, and this included superhuman analytical judgment. It must be said that this meteor ball training provided a comprehensive improvement in both body and mind. Compared to before, Xia Fei's crafty approach was even more unbelievable. Not only was he moving swiftly, he was even able to twist and bend his body in a way that defied what was humanly possible, so much so that even Phantom was left breathless when he saw it. Xia Fei's crafty approach originated from the assassin sect, yet he was currently many times more accomplished in it that he had even created his own version of the technique. From a certain sense, it would not be an exaggeration to call Xia Fei's new sly thrust a pioneer technique of its kind. Compared to crafty approach from the assassin sect, Xia Fei's sly thrust was like a super version. Those familiar with the technique might be able to see a vague shadow sly thrust, but after Xia Fei's alterations, his present technique was already vastly different from its origin. In fact, it could even be considered as a rebirth of the original technique. If the assassin sect's crafty approach was a piece of land, then Xia Fei's sly thrust was more like a verdant forest which had grown out of that piece of land. By absorbing the nutrients provided from sly thrust, synthesizing with the light given off by the meteor ball training, and the careful nurturing that Xia Fei had given it, a completely new, enhanced, and superior technique was born. Xia Fei's new crafty approach was exceptional, but it was not something anyone could learn. This was due to the fact that the foundational requirement for the technique was far too high. Aside from Xia Fei, it was most likely impossible for anyone else to replicate it successfully. Clap! The last of all 1,286 meteors had finally been caught, and the level 5 meteor ball training announced its completion. Xia Fei used his sleeve to wipe sweat off his head as he waited for the level 6 meteor ball training to begin. Phantom was rejoicing from the sidelines. Xia Fei, you can totally give your sly thrust technique a new name and tell the people you've managed to come up with a new martial arts technique. Xia Fei nodded as he softly replied, there's no need for all that. I have no intention of passing on this new martial arts technique to anyone else, anyway. Phantom shook his head. How could you say that? This martial arts technique is at least considered heaven tier, maybe even reaching the space tier. Since you're the originator of this martial arts technique, then you can very well be recognized as Grand Master of a founding sect. The position a Grand Master holds is very different from that of a common warrior. Grand Master. Xia Fei said to himself. What use is that? A name isn't going to increase my combat strength. Even if I'm not a Grand Master, people who need to die will still die. Confident? Bully? Arrogant? Phantom stroked his chin as he wondered. Xia Fei's temperament had changed quite a bit from before, and that cold murderous aura he had was becoming more and more concentrated, while his self-confidence had also increased many times over. After waiting for several minutes and the level 6 had not yet begun, Xia Fei pondered if perhaps the meteor ball device had run out of power. This device was powered by a heart of spirit, and Xia Fei had fitted in a purple heart of spirit. Logically speaking, it should not run out of juice so soon. He got near and suddenly realized that there were a few extra rows of small words on the box, meaning that he had unknowingly completed the meteor ball training. He could not help but feel insatiate. Phantom chuckled. Your sly thrust has already reached the realms of a Grand Master, and the meteor ball has already been used to its limit. Perhaps that's all the ancient civilization technology can help you till. Xia Fei nodded, stepping out from the room without another word. Crafty approach is the first martial arts technique you've completed cultivation of, and now it's been brought to an even higher realm with the help of the meteor ball. As such, it is evident that, be it in terms of rank or martial arts technique, there's no set limit on the state that either realm can reach, Phantom said. Xia Fei agreed. I've been thinking about this matter as well. The end of martial arts studies seems to be related to a warrior's standing. You said before that if my crafty approach transforms, I would be considered a top expert even in the assassin sect, so what about now, after I got the meteor ball? Phantom pondered the question. After obtaining the meteor ball, you managed to improve the sly thrust technique to a state that surpasses the standards of past and present masters in the assassin sect. Even the strongest crafty approach practitioner from the sect can only be considered inferior to you. Xia Fei then pressed on. And what's the reason for that? Isn't it because the meteor ball is a training device created by the ancient civilization, and the ancient civilization's technology and martial arts standard far surpasses the pan-human alliance of today? That's why I have a chance of improving my martial arts technique training beyond that of the alliance's standard. There's also my speed special ability. You've previously mentioned that it's the hardest to train and cultivate out of all possible abilities and that the moment I reach the legendary rank, I will be able to look upon the entire alliance with contempt. Now that my speed ability has indeed reached the legendary rank, and it's surely a very rare achievement across all the Pan-Human Alliance, what of the ancient civilization? What of that circle of experts Yujiang mentioned? Just where do I stand? Phantom was silent for a good while before responding. You're right. Martial arts studies are much like climbing a mountain, and only by making it to the peak can anyone catch sight of a higher peak. As for which peak will be the highest, only someone who has climbed the tallest mountain will know the answer to that. Anyone beneath will forever be blinded by the steep cliffs. No matter the case, your speed ability has already reached the legendary rank, while your crafty approach and beast spirit codex are at their max right now. These abilities and techniques you have will surely place you among the absolute top tier in the entire alliance. Even your psychokinesis isn't far off. As for where the highest peak is, you'll know about that one day, so it's best not to be arrogant. Xia Fei shook his head. I wasn't trying to be arrogant by saying all that, rather, I am full of anticipation for the future. Anticipation. That circle of experts that Yujiang mentioned and the mysterious three great laws, I'm very much looking forward to learning more about all that. So why did you reject their request? Wouldn't it be good if you went ahead and began learning about the three great laws then? You don't understand, I still have plenty of baggage in my heart, and while learning the three great laws is great, I know better than anyone else that for a warrior to rank up rapidly, it's important for them to do so without any baggage whatsoever. If I accepted their offer and joined them back then, I would hardly be at ease. Quantum Holdings, Uncle Porter, Old Man Qin Meng, and my old home planet Earth, they are all baggage holding me back. Even if I truly got the opportunity to learn the three great laws, I would never be able to devote my whole heart and soul to its cultivation. When one's heart is in a mess, everything they do will require twice the effort to achieve half the work. This is something you ought to understand. Phantom promptly laughed. Sure enough, you're considering this far more holistically than I am. A half-hearted cultivation will easily go awry, and when that time comes, there will be nowhere or no one for you to cry to. It may seem like you rejected an opportunity, but in reality you're just paving the way for greater progress in the future. Martial arts studies emphasize greatly on gradual improvement. Even if one is talented and outstanding, nothing good can come out of blindly advancing forward. Learning about the profound three great laws while one's home is being ravaged by the flames of war, I doubt it will be an easy experience for anyone. I support you. Use these 3 years to accomplish everything you wish to do so that you can make progress unburdened. The two of them chatted as they entered the command deck. Ever since the last time, neither Xia Fei nor Phantom had mentioned Avril again. The former had managed to overcome the pain and sadness of loss and found the strength in him to carry on. Since Xia Fei was showing such perseverance and patience, Phantom would of course not deliberately pour salt to the wounds. Everyone carried scars in their heart, and finding the strength to carry on despite the wounds was what made it most admirable. People who wallowed in their injuries would sooner or later be eliminated. This was true on Earth and even more so in this dangerous universe. Vampire's command deck was a lot narrower than the Impaler. After all, the latter was a cruiser, while the former was a mere frigate. They were essentially two orders different. In fact, the distinct difference in size was made evident given how Vampire would normally be stored in the Impaler's hangar bay. Ever since Duobi and his troops managed to give pursuit and hunt down Xia Fei, he had kept a lookout for any suspicious signal source he might be giving off, and because he had a fairly solid foundation in machinery, he very quickly realized the flaw in the STML cloaking device. Warships depended on wormholes to traverse across the universe, and the bigger a warship, the greater the energy required to create the temporary wormhole used, which in turn made it that much easier to be detected. While the STML cloaking device was capable of opening a stealth wormhole, the Impaler would let out an enormous energy fluctuation due to the immense energy source needed. This made its energy signature very different from what the common warships would produce, and once detected, the enemy could very easily track it accordingly. Xia Fei discovered this flaw and was upset over the fact that he did not have any suitable parts or materials on hand, so he could not try and rectify this flaw. However, he had a burst of inspiration and moved to park his Impaler amid a hidden magnetic field, piloting the Vampire in its hangar bay and renewing his assault on the insectoids. The Black Bat radar was badly damaged, so Xia Fei removed parts of the transmitter and fitted it onto Vampire, just in case anything cropped up that he wanted to inform the Alliance about. Disassembling it entirely would have taken too much work, and besides, since about 90% of the Black Bat radar had been rendered useless, there was really no use in taking it down, either. Fortunately, the Black Bat radar was structured as a combination of units, and the transmitter was as small as a small box which was easily connectable to a normal radar. Of course, the STML cloaking device was also fitted on board Vampire, since it was what Xia Fei depended his survival on. With the help of Pod and those semi-intelligent robots, the entire retrofitting process did not take more than 3 hours to accomplish. It was done extremely efficiently, and these robots that he had lucked upon already became Xia Fei's most capable assistants, coming up big in such a crucial time. Vampire was an agile and nimble spacecraft, and with the STML cloaking device's unique function, who cared if there were 3 fleets defending a planet? Xia Fei could very easily sneak past that blockade of ships without them being any the wiser of his presence. While the insectoids were still speculating if Xia Fei would accept Arendaz's challenge, Vampire had already landed, and he very calmly slew the insectoid in question before departing without leaving a trace or making a fuss. UTI would never have dreamed that, though Xia Fei had barged into the insectoid territory all alone, he had actually brought along 2 warships. Chapter 408, Muddying the Waters. Master, your fried paste noodles and cola. The little robot Pod respectfully brought a food tray over, with 2 large bowls of noodles and a glass of cola. The golden-colored noodles gave off a fragrance which could be smelled from a distance. Green leafy vegetables were placed orderly above a lovely sight that would whet anyone's appetite at first glance. Pod, your skills are steadily improving. You'll soon catch up to even the most experienced cooks found in Shanghai. Xia Fei patted Pod's head as he gave it high praise. Shanghai? Is that somewhere fun? Pod crooked his head and asked. Xia Fei was put in a somewhat awkward spot. Earth was in the Enduro Star region, which had already been colonized by the insectoids. Xia Fei had been made aware of this after reading a battle report over the insectoid internet. He had no clue if the Forbidden City, Statue of Liberty, Eiffel Tower, and other such structures that symbolized Earth culture had been destroyed, or knew nothing of what had happened to old Whitey selling beef buns or the bearded Ning selling mutton skewers, including those neighbors whom he was familiar with and his friends from his own company, Quantum Holdings. Xia Fei was worried about them all in his heart. In the past, he would always complain about the sandstorms in Shanghai during spring or the traffic going at a snail's pace along the busy streets. Only now did he realize that such things were difficult to accumulate but so very easily destroyed. The unaware Pod was still waiting expectantly for Xia Fei's answer, and he could only force himself to flash a slight smile as he casually replied, "It's not bad." Furball, who was sleeping sprawled on the couch, suddenly bounced on his feet, letting quite a roar in the warship command deck with bleary eyes as if he were extremely angry. After he was done with its bout of tantrum, Furball hopped back on the couch and buried his head beneath the pile of magazines as the godly beast resumed his sleep, seemingly having just experienced sleepwalking. "What's with Furball?" Phantom asked, laughing. Xia Fei replied, "That guy felt a change in my emotions and thought I had stumbled upon an enemy. He went crazy in his groggy state for a bit, but upon realizing that nothing's happening, he plopped back to sleep." Phantom nodded. Ever since Furball and Xia Fei signed the contract and mentally connected with each other, the little creature had been getting angry whenever Xia Fei was mad, happy whenever Xia Fei was in a good mood. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had not been feeling too happy recently, so Furball's temper was slowly becoming more and more easily irritable. Shoveling a few mouthfuls of noodles, Xia Fei turned on his computer, infiltrated the insectoid internet and, after a complex deciphering process, managed to extract a username and password of a major general, which allowed him to browse plenty of information available online freely. He even got access to military networks, though browsing through would leave behind his login trace. He needed to circumvent the firewall and log in via a proxy server in order to keep hidden. The top 100 Sacred Warrior leaderboard had been updated, and Xia Fei searched for his next target there. Arendaz, the insectoid who had reached for the sun and got burned, was ranked in the late 300s, clearly, challenging Xia Fei had all been a publicity stunt of his. In fact, Xia Fei would not have bothered to kill him had it not been how overly arrogant he was acting. He was absolutely asking for death, given how he acted, while Xia Fei's real targets were actually these individuals in the top 100. In the first place was High Priest Ryan. Xia Fei had found plenty of information about him, and they all described him as some sort of god-like existence, practically omnipotent. Xia Fei did not believe in God, though there was no way the insectoids would worship one to such a degree for no rhyme or reason. Perhaps there were problems hidden within that he did not understand, and Xia Fei's keen intuition was also warning him not to get himself entangled with that number one insectoid. As such, Xia Fei turned his sights on the others, who had a certain level of fame yet he was also capable of beating. Furthermore, these targets could not be too far from him. The insectoid territory covered a wider expanse than the Pan-Human Alliance, requiring a ship to fly for 3 months non-stop to get from one end to the other. There was simply no way he would spend months on a long voyage just to kill an expert. From the very beginning, Xia Fei's goal was very clear. Devastating the insectoid capital and killing UTI was the only chance to avoid humanity's extinction. All these experts Xia Fei had killed along the way were nothing but side dishes. He still had 2 stars of ruin in his possession, and using them to destroy the figurative central nervous system of the insectoids was Xia Fei's main goal. Though the special task force fleets had been decimated, leaving just Xia Fei alone, he had not yet given up on the plan. "Who's our next target?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei's finger lightly tapped the screen and picked out the information of a particular sacred warrior as well as a star map of his location. Phantom glanced at what was displayed as his brows furrowed. "Won't doing this be a little too obvious? Even a fool can tell that you're advancing toward their emperor's location. I'm afraid the defenses over by the Golden Tent will be extremely tight when the time comes." Xia Fei was unperturbed. Sometimes, raising the grass to startle the snake is a viable strategy at war. What do you think will happen if we suddenly disappear while everyone believes we are about to infiltrate the capital? Well, Phantom was uncertain. Xia Fei's tactics were always crafty and had plenty of twists and turns, so he was momentarily stumped over Xia Fei's true intention. "Look, the insectoid territory is like a basin of water. First, I'm going to muddle the water, so both the big and small fishes will all panic and be lost over what to do, which all set up the perfect opportunity for me to fish in troubled waters." A cold glint twinkled in Xia Fei's eyes as he spoke harshly. Phantom responded. "So you mean to say that we're not actually going into the capital proper directly but in its surroundings as we keep killing their sacred warriors and officials, and while this will cause quite the panic among the insectoids, what you're doing won't directly threaten the Golden Tent, either?" Xia Fei laughed mirthlessly. The master of the Golden Tent, UTI, is widely acclaimed to be the smartest insectoid in the history of their race. When going up against intelligent foes, martial arts strength alone isn't enough to ascertain victory. I'll need to accurately aim at his lifeline, mercilessly striking it in a singular blow. As powerful as the Star of Ruin is, we've already used it once, so the Emperor won't easily fall for it again. What we must do now is make it seem as if we're about to kill our way to the capital, so when he calls back his heavy troops to guard the capital, we'll intentionally not force our way through. Instead, we'll take a detour and kill everything else around the capital. After that?" Phantom nervously asked. Xia Fei smiled. "After that, I'll have a plan of my own. In any case, when going up against an intelligent foe, we mustn't let him make sense of our movement. The more confused he gets, the easier it is for him to make a mistake. The moment he does, that shall be our opportunity. Don't forget that we're the ones in the shadows while they are out in the open. He hasn't got a clue of our actions, yet we've already secretly gained access to the insectoid military network." Xia Fei was very serious as he said all that, and though Phantom could not understand what Xia Fei meant, he was in complete agreement with Xia Fei's perspective of using unconventional methods to deal with unconventional opponents. UTI was definitely unlike anyone else, or else he would not have become the master of the Golden Tent. It must be made known that the mite species he was part of had no stature in the race and was hardly populous. Their combat strength was also insignificant, and in the strictly hierarchical insectoid culture, the fact that he managed to obtain this supreme seat as a mite was a miracle in itself. Before this, there was not even a single general from the mite species, and it could even be considered as the lousiest species out of all insectoids. Going up against such a figure, it was indeed necessary for them to use some indirect means. Xia Fei plotted the ship's course and resumed eating his noodles. Later, he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Phantom suddenly realized that, after Xia Fei left, the little robot pod took the video of Xia Fei killing Aaron Dez, as well as some trivial daily living footage, and transmitted them back to the Alliance via the Black Bat radar. Phantom found this very curious. Xia Fei had never given such an order, so why did Pod send back the records of his fight, as well as Xia Fei's daily activities, back to the Alliance? Master really likes Avril, so Miss Avril isn't someone who will easily die. Pod must let Miss Avril know that Master is still alive. Pod was speaking to himself even as it sent everything out. Phantom was so sad that he was speechless. It turned out that Pod did not believe that Avril was dead, which was why he had added some of the footage of Xia Fei's day-to-day in the transmission and sent everything back to the Alliance, in hopes that Avril was still alive to view them. Sighing, Phantom lowered his head and quickly departed. He could still hear Pod going on. Miss Avril won't die. Master won't, either. Furthermore, Master is very powerful, so if Avril sees Master kill so many insectoids, she'll surely be happy as well. Dubai would not have imagined in his wildest dreams that UTI would grant him a new mission so soon, accompany a human girl and search for this other human infiltrator. Besides his old compatriot Larish coming along for this ride, another of the 7 champions, Yadan, would be with them as well. The last time they had been instantaneously transported into the Mammoth region, Dubai had already lost all confidence in himself. He was ready to retire and return to his home and never dabble in politics again. Seeing UTI's dark expression, Dubai never found the courage to put forth his idea about resigning and going back home, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept this mission, taking off into the stars once more. This time, he did not opt to choose a huge battleship but a well-equipped and nimble Ladybird-class insectoid cruiser, instead. The insectoids joining this pursuit were a lot fewer, and he had also lost the method of locating Xia Fei through their radar system, making it all the more important for them to utilize a warship both agile and mobile to track their target quickly. Karasi, ranked 61st on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, has been killed by the enemy. The communications officer received an emergency electronic message from the headquarters and reported. What? Dubai was stunned. Karasi is the commander of the Deep Space Outpost, floating in the middle of space. He's specially installed to monitor passing ships secretly, so how could he have been killed? The information we got states that someone infiltrated the outpost and practically slaughtered every crew on board in the span of a few minutes. Dubai only felt a bout of dizziness fill him. This was like a scene out of a sci-fi film. Karasi's unit was part of the covered investigation department, hidden among the vast emptiness of space, doing unspeakable missions. The fact that Xia Fei was able to locate this deep space outpost was appealing enough, not to mention the fact that he had managed to slay the commander in charge. Could he have gotten a spy among the insectoids? Knitting his eyebrows, Dubai cast his sight in the direction of Ming Jing, hoping to hear her view. Though this girl was not an insectoid, she was still a disciple of High Priest Ryan. She had a transcendent status, and this operation was established around her participation. Ming Jing was mute, so she spoke not a word. Instead, she took out an electronic tablet and wrote down something and passed it to Dubai. Dubai took the tablet in hand and read what was written on it. Bring me to the scene. My special ability is mental trace. As long as I'm able to find the remnant mental energies the enemy left behind, I'll be able to find out where he is. Chapter 409, Two Forces. Whoosh. With Dubai and the others on board, the Ladybird-class light cruiser sped off into space, heading toward the deep space outpost. This time, the number of insectoids UTI had assigned to him was rather paltry. Aside from him and the one-armed Larish, only Yadan was combat-capable. Even the guards he had accompanying them did not number over 20. Though Ming Jing was a disciple of High Priest Ryan and should have decent cultivation, she was ultimately a human and of a very young age at that, so Dubai was not particularly at ease having her around. UTI's explanation toward this operation was to prioritize discretion. There was a very high possibility that the enemy had managed to infiltrate the insectoid's internal network, so even the military network might not be too secure. As such, by ensuring that this hunting squad remained few, they could better reduce the chances of information getting leaked. UTI of course had his reasons for reaching such a judgment to their current situation, given that the confirmation of Karasi's death was proof that Xia Fei indeed had means to obtain internal information. Since Karasi was stationed in a secret deep space outpost, Xia Fei having located him and having successfully infiltrated the base meant only two possibilities. The first was that there was a spy among the insectoids, and this individual held quite a high position, with access to military secrets like the deep space outpost. The second was that Xia Fei had managed to bypass the military network's encryptions. No matter which it was, this problem was enough to give Dubai a headache. It was extremely frightening to have someone hidden, secretly watching their every move. Just the thought that every decision they made would be known to the enemy got him breaking in a cold sweat. Yadan stood behind everyone, lazily leaning against the wall. The corners of his lips were always curled in this slight smile, giving off a very sinister aura. Dubai slightly furrowed his brows. Among the 7 champions, the one he could not see through was this sneering tiger, Yadan. Were it not for UTI's specific instructions, Dubai would be unwilling to go out on a mission with such a sinister character. This insectoid was always standing in a corner, observing everyone around him, a slight smile plastered on his face. It was impossible to know just what Yadan was contemplating. In any case, Dubai's hunting squad was filled with very strange and suspicious characters. There was the human Mingjing and the ever-smiling Yadan, all aboard this light cruiser which hardly had any combat strength to speak of. As the warship passed through a temporary wormhole, a huge and strange structure floating in the dead silence of space appeared beyond. The lights were lit but not to a glaring level, several spotlights were also constantly flashing. Duobi gave Mingjing a salute as he asked, "Are we going to board now? Should we scan the interior of the deep space outpost first?" Mingjing did not give any answer and merely shut her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as if she was unleashing some mysterious ability. Soon, Mingjing opened her eyes, evidently somewhat tried, and wrote a sentence on her electronic tablet before handing it over to Duobi. "I've already scanned the place. There are only 17 half-alive bodies in the outpost, with no enemies around. Let's board the outpost." Dubai was quite surprised. Being able to probe the outpost from a distance was already a very astonishing feat, not to mention the fact that the time she took doing so was less than what it would take for a radar system to do so. It looked like the mental traceability was nothing as simply as searching but ought to provide auxiliary functions like scanning. It was apparent that the cultivation of High Priest Ryan's disciple was not low, though what exactly did Mingjing mean by half-alive bodies? Duobi waved his hand and ordered the warship to connect to the Deep Space Outpost's boarding module in preparation for their boarding. He furtively glanced at the calm Mingjing from his peripheral view and thought to himself, though this isn't a comprehensive squad, at least we have Mingjing, or perhaps am I just over-worrying for nothing? The sealed door opened as a thick scent of blood came filling his nostrils. The corridors here had traces of blood left everywhere. Every few steps, there would be a new corpse sprawled messily across the path, and by the looks of how they died, each was assassinated without even knowing what happened. All were holding on to equipment and weapons, some even having mouths stuffed with half-eaten food, dying terrible deaths. The honest and loyal Larish, who lacked any guile to speak of, walked in front of the squad. He would sigh and frown every time he saw a corpse, seemingly very pained at the sight before him. Duobi followed right after, with Mingjing right behind him, while Yadan was actually farther to the rear. Duobi would often glance backward to see the composed Mingjing, not at all looking at the corpses around them. She was a mental type ability user, so she probably had no need to sift through the corpse to learn the information she needed, but it was obvious that Mingjing was no fan of the strong stench of blood. She was using a white handkerchief to cover her nose as she looked straight ahead. Yadan's movement was even more suspicious. He had intentionally kept his distance from the others in front of him, and while no one was not paying any attention to him, he would be turning over the bodies manually, muttering to himself something the entire time without making a sound. When someone turned to look at Yadan, he would look right back casually, that slight smile still smeared over his face. PSSSH. The sealed door to the command center suddenly opened, and a dozen or so lucky surviving soldiers all collapsed on their knees, with some crying as they narrated their experience, while others were silently sobbing without saying a word. It was apparent that they had all been scared stiff. There was this indescribably mental pressure having the darkness of space all around them, and after Xia Fei's visit, practically all these soldiers were tethering on the edge of mental collapse. A surviving soldier was sprawled on the floor, his two wet eyes staring up at the ceiling, a huge bloody wound on his body. Though he had been bandaged, fresh blood was still flowing out, pooling on the floor. "Ah!" Duobi exclaimed. This insectoid was probably what Mingjing meant by a half-alive body, but what Duobi had thought of was not that simple. This was obviously a mistake. This was the first time Xia Fei had not managed to kill someone after he struck. In the past, no one had been able to escape with their lives intact after being attacked in past ambushes, so could the human warrior have been injured? Was that the reason why such a mistake had appeared now? With that thought in mind, he quickly asked, "Just how did this happen here?" The quartermaster of the Deep Space Outpost approached Duobi. He was the one who held the highest post among all the survivors. He's a guard stationed in the storage room. He accidentally knocked over a storage container filled with canned goods when the enemy attacked, which is why he's in his current state of catatonia right now. Duobi knitted his eyebrows together as he felt depressed once more. Looks like the sure kill record Xia Fei held would persist longer. No one that took a cut from the human warrior had managed to hold onto their lives after. Turning around, Duobi suddenly noticed that both Yadan and Mingjing were gone. Where are they? Madame Mingjing went looking for the enemy's mental trace, while Yadan followed her, the one-armed Larish answered. Duobi mulled this new information and called Larish over to his side, instructing him, Mingjing is High Priest Ryan's disciple. None of us can afford to take the risk if anything happens to her. Best if you go over and watch her a bit. I can handle this here myself. Larish nodded dutifully and ran after the pair without another word. Duobi was not really worried about Mingjing. What he was uneasy of was still the sneering tiger Yadan. For some reason, Duobi simply could not trust him, always getting the feeling that he was hiding some unspeakable objective. The head of the commander of this deep space outpost had been chopped off and neatly placed on the captain's chair. It ran perfectly in line with Xia Fei's modus operandi, so he instructed his men to put Karasi's head away as he began to question all the surviving soldiers. About an hour later, the 4 core members of the hunting squad gathered in that commander center. Larish was the first to ask. Guildmaster, how did your question of the survivors go? Was there a spy among the soldiers? The moment the already terrified soldiers heard what Larish said, all of them began trembling even more greatly. An outpost with over 2,000 insectoids stationed all died. Though they were still alive, it was easy for them to have wild speculations about their fates. The insectoids lived in a fairly savage society, so as long as these high-level individuals found them suspicious, killing them was no more difficult than raising a finger. There would not even be a need for a military court to convene. Duobi shook his head. These insectoids were all working in relatively secluded corners of the outpost, which was how they managed to escape death. The enemy infiltrated via the ventilation system, directly slaying his way to the command center, thereafter severing Karasi's head. As far as puzzlement goes, there's really something I can't understand. Look there. Duobi pulled out the security monitor system and showed it to the 3. This human warrior immediately entered the command center upon getting into the outpost, which meant he already had a relatively decent understanding of this deep space outpost. After killing Karasi, he did not waste a second of time and began massacring all the living warriors, turning this outpost into a cemetery in just under 2 minutes. Still, Duobi deepened his voice to emphasize this next part. Logically speaking, he needed only another minute and he could have located the surviving warriors and killed them all, but he came to an abrupt stop. The video turned into that of a long and dark corridor. Everyone saw a flash of lightning come by at such speed, then all of a sudden, Xia Fei came to a halt and furrowed his eyebrows. It was as if he heard something call for him, and he quickly went back the way he had come, stopping his hunt for the remaining surviving soldiers. Everyone found what had happened to be inconceivable. Xia Fei was a speed ability user, and he even had a map of the deep space outpost. He could have completed a perfect slaughter of the place had he spent another minute to do so, rendering the entire outpost lifeless. Why then did he restrain himself from doing so at the very last minute? Could someone have secretly been reporting to him, such that he ultimately decided to give up on the search? An awkward silence ensued as none of them could make sense of the reason behind the human's action. Duobi sighed as he asked Mingjing, Madam, did you manage to find any mental remnants the enemy left behind? Mingjing nodded, writing her response as she handed it to Duobi. I found some, but they're very weak. That means he did not use too great an amount of mental energy in his attack. It's not enough. I need to collect more before I can locate him. Duobi was somewhat disappointed, but he also felt somewhat fortunate. In his mind, Xia Fei was a horrific existence that he had no intention of becoming an enemy to, unless it was his last resort. Suddenly, Duobi, Larish and Yadan's communication devices, which were strapped around their wrists, all beeped. The human struck again. He's slain the retired Elder Hami. Larish and Duobi gasped, while Yadan seemed completely unperturbed. Duobi called, let's go to where the esteemed Elder Hami's hideaway is and take a look. Madam Mingjing still needs more clues, so we're leaving this to the internal department. On their way out of the command center, Yadan still took the rear. Duobi inadvertently turned back, only to find Yadan cleaning his dagger, which had been stained with fresh blood. You killed them all! Duobi exclaimed in his shock. Yadan shrugged casually, that same smile still fixed on his face. At around the same time Duobi was informed of Hami's murder, somewhere not too far away from that deep space outpost, a Golden Beetle-class frigate's on-board alert let loose an ear-piercing clack-con. The screen was promptly turned on, and displayed was the consort Qingjian's father, King Liu. Retired Elder Hami's dead, and it's by that human warrior's hands again. I've already sent you all the coordinates. You must locate that young man before Duobi and his crew do. Is that understood? Whoosh! The screen switched off, and that Golden Beetle-class frigate quietly set off. Meanwhile, Duobi's Ladybird class cruiser departed moments after on their journey to locate Xia Fei. Two forces, two different objectives, and both were heading for Xia Fei. Chapter 410, Slaughter and Pursuit. The Vampire. Xia Fei threw a bright cane onto the floor. Besides this weapon, there was that pair of green sabers and also the black spikes that Arendaz had used as his weapons. While this insectoid did not have a very high rank, his spikes were legendary grade weapons. With each expert he killed, Xia Fei would collect one or two more pieces for his collection. At present, Xia Fei had already collected 6 legendary grade weapons, 1 eternal grade weapon, 3 spatial tools, and a pile of miscellaneous goods. Haha! That old insectoid's cane is actually legendary rank with a flame nirvana function which can boost the power of fire special abilities. Not bad. Not bad at all. Phantom excitedly said. Xia Fei pursed his lips. The weapon is good, but it's of no use to me. This cane can only demonstrate its full potential in the hands of a fire ability user. It can only serve as a decoration with me. Phantom replied, you can't say that. Once we get back to the Alliance, you can sell it to an expert with the fire ability for something worthwhile. Highly ranked weapons are limited in number, and not every warrior can get one. Xia Fei said nothing and returned to the command deck, where he drew a red X on Hami's name on the Sacred Warrior ranking. Turning on the computer system, Xia Fei cleverly used a proxy server to infiltrate the insectoid military network and carefully inspected the newest military reports. The insectoids don't seem to be doing anything big. It looks like I haven't messed around enough. Xia Fei coldly said. Phantom asked, what do we do then? You've picked up the pace of your hunt on the high-ranking insectoid warriors. Could I have already seen through your intentions and is intentionally ordering his soldiers to do nothing? Xia Fei clenched his teeth and coldly replied, keeping status quo so as to avoid counter 10,000 potential changes. Since he can be so restrained, I'll add a bit more oil to the fire. I don't believe that this most intelligent king can also have supernatural composure. Pa. Xia Fei turned off the screen and went up to the navigation system to designate his next location. The vampire set off toward its next location. Furball helplessly sighed. Joining Xia Fei in running around all over the place was very tiring on its lazy self, but he could do nothing about the scope and speed of Xia Fei's operation. In the short term, it appeared as if it had no chance to rest. So gruesome. Duobi said as he muttered to himself. The former cabinet elder Hami had once been in charge of the Sacred Guild, so he could be considered as Duobi's former superior. This old insectoid had no other loved ones except females. After he withdrew from the cabinet, he built his own fortress in the middle of a lush forest and gathered several thousand female insectoids whom he could enjoy. This was very normal in the insectoid race. Not only would this not earn any scorn from society, it could be considered a way of flaunting one's wealth. The mention of former cabinet elder Hami would have many people drooling, envious over the heavenly life he enjoyed. The corpses of female insectoids across the ground had Duobi's heart in great pain. These insectoids were all beauties whom Hami had carefully selected. The fact that all of them had been killed was truly a great pity. Larish sobbed. These ladies were really quite pretty. Former cabinet elder Hami really was an expert flower picker. Where did he even manage to find so many young and beautiful ladies? If only he shared a few with me, then there would be no need for them to all be buried with him. Duobi replied, that human warrior is definitely ruthless. Without even a glance, he massacred all these beautiful ladies, showing not one bit of mercy. You can see that he's got a cruel and vicious heart. The party inspected the corpses as they continued forward. All of the female insectoids were slain in one blow, their throats sliced open. The knife had left such straight and exact wounds that it almost appeared as if every blow had been pre-calculated before being made. Fatal wounds like this could only be accomplished through constant practice. Even the toughest being would falter a moment after killing several thousand life forms, but Xia Fei did not show any ripples of emotion, not even letting the fairest insectoid off. His had such strong will and his methods were so cruel that they made one break out in a cold sweat. There was no fear on the faces of any of the deceased. It was clear that they had died completely unprepared. 1 second, they were giggling away, the next, they were dead. Such was Xia Fei's speed that he had taken everyone's lives before they even noticed it. This was a special trait of speed ability users. Although speed ability users could not engage in the sort of intense large-scale slaughter that other special ability users were capable of, when they really set about killing others, they could accumulate the greatest tally of deaths in the shortest time possible and would not lose out to any other special ability users. A head was thrust atop the roof of the fortress. This was the former cabinet elder, Hami. Duobi ordered someone to remove the head and place it back on Hami's plump corpse. The head and torso were a perfect fit, as if the cut had been made by a precision machine. Look here, the human warrior fought with the cabinet elder on this spot. It's clear that the cabinet elder wasn't just waiting to be killed. Before dying, he put up a strong resistance, said the one-armed Larish, pointing at a scorch mark on the ground. This mark began from Hami's corpse and extended for 200-some meters into the forest. It was as if an enormous fire dragon had instantly swallowed up the lawn and the forest. Duobi nodded. While the cabinet elder was getting on in years, he was still a top-ranking warrior who used to be ranked 30 on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. Few foes could take his flame azure dragon head-on. This was probably left behind by the cabinet elder's technique. Add latest chapters at free.novelo only. Larish said, that's right. The cabinet elder was still ranked in the top 100, meaning that he still had some of his strength from his heyday. If the old man had been a few decades younger, he might have been able to capture that human warrior. Yadan still had that fake smile on his face as he kicked the female corpses on the ground. It's pointless. Even if Hami was 100 years younger, he would still be no good. This semi-lukewarm tone made both Duobi and Larish feel upset. Hami was still a former member of the cabinet and wielded considerable authority, yet Yadan showed him no respect. Not only did he neglect to address Hami with his title, he did not even give the latter some respect as a warrior, believing that he had been no match for Xia Fei. What do you mean by that? Larish frowned and asked. Yadan laughed and casually pointed at the scorch mark. The scorch mark traveled upward, all the way to the sky. From this, we can see that when Hami released his ultimate skill, he was already dead, his body falling backward. That's why the flame azure dragon didn't go all the way, instead shooting into the sky after several hundred meters. Duobi and Larish followed Yadan's finger, and sure enough, the trees in the distance rose higher and higher. The ones in front had been severed at the roots, but those at the back had only had their branches and bark burned, the trunk and roots unharmed. There was only one explanation for this result, and it was that, when Hami unleashed the fire dragon, he had already begun leaning backward, ultimately causing the technique to fly to the heavens. In other words, Xia Fei had given Hami no time to counterattack. The attack he had unleashed was executed purely out of a force of habit. In the distance, Mingjing closed her eyes, her face raised toward the sun, her arms placed on her shoulders. She was like a girl who was freezing on a cold winter day, her body constantly shivering and her golden hair drifting in the wind. Any information in the air that was linked to Xia Fei would slowly converge around Mingjing. Alas, the information was extremely limited. Even after several minutes, Mingjing had clearly not gathered enough, and she creased her brows in confusion at the situation. Miss Mingjing, did you gather the information you required? Duobi walked up and asked. Mingjing shook her head, swiftly writing her answer on her electronic notepad. It is very strange. Our quarry is apparently able to conceal his mental information. I have done all I could, but I was only able to gather so little useful information. Mental type ability users with mental trace first needed to gather information on their target of tracking. This included their scent, body structure, emitted mind particles, etc. Once all this information was gathered, a model of the target could be constructed. With this model, the ability user could then transform their psychic energy into tiny lines that would spread through the universe, using the feedback from various life forms to find the target's location. This ability was very powerful. Almost no one was capable of escaping from a psychic tracker. Unfortunately, Mingjing did not know about Xia Fei's breath control ability. Breath control could create a vacuum membrane around the body, and both a psychic's energy and odor would find it very hard to escape this membrane. Wherever one went, one would appear like the air, and even if the user was right in front of someone, it would be very easy not to see them. At a table, the one who ate the most, drank the most, and talked the loudest would be easily remembered, but that person silently sitting at the corner could be forgotten with the turn of the head. Why was this? Everyone was clearly sitting at the same table, but while some people left deep impressions, others were hard to remember. The reason was actually very simple. Perception was a synthesis of various things. If someone wanted to leave a deep impression on others, besides external appearance, one also had to use one's odor, voice, and other senses. Vision alone would not leave that deep of an impression, not unless the person had an extremely unsightly appearance. The same was true for ladies. Viewing a picture did not leave as deep of an impression as seeing the woman herself. This was because seeing a woman in person meant not just viewing her external appearance but also smelling her perfume, hearing her moving voice, seeing the 2 dimples on her cheeks as she laughed, and so on. This sort of comprehensive perception of a living being naturally left a deeper impression than a simple picture. Xia Fei's breath control created a misperception, turning a 3-dimensional life form into the picture of a stranger, a puff of air, impeding the senses of others. Ming Jing appeared very disappointed. This was the first time she had encountered a problem like this. Even though she had inspected 2 crime scenes, her image of Xia Fei was still a blurry shadow. Searching for a shadow in the sea of stars was impossible, even if her ability was stronger than how it was now. Duobi sighed and comforted her, "It's fine. Since he's set on so viciously getting his revenge, he won't give up that easily. I'm sure that it won't be long before he causes another massacre. Hopefully, you will be able to gather even more information about him then." Everyone fell silent. Continuing to wait meant that they would allow Xia Fei to continue wreaking havoc in their territory. At present, the main force was invading the Pan-Human Alliance, and there was not enough manpower in their territory to restrain Xia Fei's brazen slaughter. When they finally got around to eliminating Xia Fei, there was no telling how many members of their race would have lost their lives. Beep. 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 The microcomputer let out an urgent tone, and Duobi suddenly had an ill foreboding. Yadan's lips curved into a smile as he coldly spoke in an ambiguous tone. "Guildmaster, it seems that you've got a very powerful foresight. This time, even Sir Buma has suffered a calamity." Chapter 411, Exotic Beast Butcher. Any warrior would be insignificant before a massive fleet. Universal warships were this era's hegemonic creation. While they lacked flexibility and sophistication, when they aimed their pitch-black cannons at the stars, even the strongest warrior's heart would thump in fear. Warships were fierce, but this did not mean that traditional warriors had lost their status. On the contrary, at certain moments, elite warriors could do just as much damage as warships, perhaps even more. Xia Fei's slaughter in the insectoid territory was clearly accelerating. On board Vampire and under the protection of the Estamel cloaking Situm, he moved from planet to planet, committing massacre upon massacre, coming and going without a trace. Moving around like a ghost, he butchered the targets he had long set eyes on. The insectoids wanted to eliminate him, but they lacked the ability. Other than Xia Fei, no one knew who his next target would. It was not like they could mobilize a large number of fleets and elite warriors to protect important targets, right? It had to be understood that the insectoids' main force was no longer in their territory. It was fully engaged in invading the Pan-Human Alliance. Even if UTI wanted to carry out this plan, he did not have the resources. The insectoid territory devoid of defenses became like Xia Fei's personal backyard. He might not have the ability to overcome a warship, but in a battle against the elites of the insectoid race, with his supreme speed, he undoubtedly had the upper hand. The speed ability was the counter to the vast majority of other abilities: fire, ice, rock control special abilities. They could all go to hell. In front of Xia Fei's superhuman speed, these ability users would not even have a chance to use their moves, no matter how powerful they were. The moment they made an enemy of a high-ranking speed ability user, their miserable fates immediately became evident, and this was not even considering Xia Fei's absurd crafty approach and powerful psychokinesis. Even his exclusive beast, Furball, was enough to present a major problem to these sacred warriors. Speed ability users were incredibly powerful, but this did not mean that no abilities could contend against them. Mental suppression types, sonic types, illusion types, and spatial types were all quite effective against speed ability users. Fortunately, Xia Fei had infiltrated the insectoid's internet. When choosing his opponent, he only needed to filter out those more troublesome fellows. Vampire. The Gale Trigger Iron Lotus Seed was added to Xia Fei's spoils of war. In the operation just now, Xia Fei had killed the former chief imperial guardsman of the Golden Tent, Buma. This Buma had just retired from his post at the beginning of the year and returned to his hometown to spend the rest of his years. He had never imagined that, only a few months after leaving the Golden Tent, he would arrive at the legendary hall of King Yama to serve a different king, and going with him were several hundred members of his family. If he had been able to predict this day, Buma might have chosen not to retire. At the very least, staying in the imperial capital would have been much safer than his own home. The Gale Trigger Iron Lotus Seed was formed from 108 conical spikes. Its name came from the fact that it looked very much like a lotus seed. The most wondrous trait of this weapon was that it was practically weightless while remaining as tough as steel. When a wind ability user attacked, they could mix this weapon into the wind, thus striking the enemy from within the gale and catching them off guard. Just like many of his other spoils of war, this eternal rank concealed weapon was thrown into a special room. While they were good items, they were not very useful to Xia Fei. At most, they could serve as future items to be used in a trade. Besides that, Xia Fei's mind was not on these items. Petting Furball on the head, Xia Fei took a purple heart of spirit from his spatial ring and threw it over. Furball delightedly licked this piece of ore, and then in one gulp, he drained it clean of energy. Eat. Eat as many as you want. The next opponent is a tough one, and I'll need your help again. Furball pursed its lips in dissatisfaction. It was true that Xia Fei had opened up when it came to its diet lately, allowing it to eat as much as it wanted, but the work on Furball's plate had also increased by a lot. Every 2 or 3 days, it must go with Xia Fei to commence a massacre on some planet, its days tense and gruesome. Helplessly nodding its head, Furball lazily made its way onto the sofa. The elite beast had to use this time to get some sleep in. While a massacre every 2 or 3 days was not much to Xia Fei, Furball was a slacker that wanted to do nothing more than eat and sleep. At the start, Furball had been affected by Xia Fei's mood and been extremely excited, its eyes turning red the moment it saw an enemy. However, as time passed and the number of massacres piled up, Furball gradually began to long for the days that it spent mostly sleeping, and 2 faint black circles emerged around its eyes. Phantom smiled. Furball has been working very hard lately, but it's also matured very quickly. At the start, it needed to wait a few seconds before releasing an energy ball, but now, it can release almost one every second, and the speed has also become much faster. Enemies find it very difficult to dodge Furball's attacks now. Xia Fei nodded. This means that Furball's growth doesn't just require more energy but also constant hammering and tempering. As the old saying goes, an uncut jade can't be made into anything useful, and the same is true for Furball. In the future, this fellow will definitely become a fierce character that can intimidate the world, but it seems that it will be hard to change this ball's lazy and cunning temperament. Vampire moved quickly, and the command deck's digital clock indicated that the time to the destination was only 7 hours and 25 minutes before the next battle would begin. The killing of Buma had taken place only 2 hours ago. To so quickly launch another attack was simply insane on Xia Fei's part. The screen turned, and Xia Fei began to inspect the internal movements of the insectoids while researching his next opponent, Hezar. He's different from all your other opponents. Hezar is rank 16th, and his ability somewhat counters yours. You're really choosing to fight him? Phantom worriedly asked. Xia Fei solemnly replied, it's not a choice but a necessity. Hezar's location is right along our route. If we miss this chance, are we gonna find another time to turn around and deal with him? Whether it's Buma or Hami, while they were elite experts of the insectoid race, they're all already old and not even in the top 80, but Hezar is in his prime and has reached a higher rank every year. If I succeed in killing him, I'll give the entire insectoid race a huge shock. Phantom said, so that means you already have a way to deal with Hezar's ability. Xia Fei glanced at the sleeping Furball. Not in the past, but with Furball, the situation has changed. In its dreams, Furball vaguely sensed that someone was talking about it, and the beast shivered in fear. Scarlet River Valley, one of the few planets in the insectoid territory where exotic beasts gathered. A giant river coiled around the planet like a giant dragon. It had flowed for tens of thousands of years, and unlike other rivers, its waters were red. Its countless tributaries spread like numerous dense veins. An insectoid warrior walked barefoot along the sandy beach of the river valley. He was only wearing shorts, exposing his sinuous black body. He had black eyes and black hair. Fortunately, it happened to be noon on this planet. In the dark of night, it would truly be difficult to sense his existence. The stones underfoot were sharp and craggy, but Hezar navigated the jumble of rocks so quickly that he seemed to be flying, the sharp rocks incapable of hindering his advance. Legends said that a top-class exotic beast, which could grow to 1 kilometer long, called the Water Gloom, lived on the Scarlet River Valley planet. Thus, the ascetic Hezar, who enjoyed hunting exotic beasts, had come here in hopes of killing it and taking the winter warmth pearl which had formed on its head. Unlike the other sacred warriors who served the insectoid race, Hezar was an ascetic. He did not heed the call of the Golden Tent or the Sacred Guild. Flying on his shabby spaceship, he sought the most dangerous of planets to cultivate, and he lived a monotonous and bloody lifestyle. To other sacred warriors, Hazar was undoubtedly a strange one. He thought only about increasing his cultivation and cared nothing for fame or women. Among the insectoids, this was simply unimaginable. A sacred warrior who did not consort with women, was he still a sacred warrior? Warriors needed constant tempering to grow, and besides tempering, what they most required was fighting with other warriors to accumulate experience. Hazar had never held any interest in fighting warriors of the same race. In his life, he had never liked fighting other insectoids. He only liked slaughtering exotic beasts. No matter what rank they were, whether they were kind or wicked, if they encountered Hazar, they would only face death. His hands were drenched in the blood of exotic beasts. His favorite hobby was telling others of how he had cruelly killed some high-rank exotic beasts and then skinned their bodies. Each time, his face would turn alive with excitement. Thus, he had another nickname, the Exotic Beast Butcher. In truth, Hazar was ranked 16th on the sacred warrior ranking not because he was weaker than the others but because, be it those ranked higher or lower, no one had ever heard of anyone challenging Hazar. This was because his ability was far too wicked, and no one wanted to make an enemy of him if they did not need to. A sacred warrior, who had never challenged another warrior in his entire life, taking the 16th spot on the ranking purely through slaying exotic beasts, was enough proof of Hazar's terrifying strength. For 2 months, he had been seeking the water gloom in Scarlet River Valley. During this hunt, any other exotic beasts he spotted got slain by him. Not even a cute and adorable petal mouse was spared. It was as if he naturally hated exotic beasts, seemingly not resting until all beasts in the universe were slain. The water gloom was a very intelligent exotic beast. It knew that it was no match for Hazar, so it had fled along the rivers. Hazar doggedly pursued until he had pushed it into a narrow tributary. Farther up ahead was a dead end, and the water gloom had nowhere else to run. Excited, Hazar picked up the pace. Around 2 kilometers away from the river, in a forest, Xia Fei leaned against a tree and observed the distant hunter. Furball bared its teeth when it saw Hazar, his round face distorting while its eyes grew bloodshot. Xia Fei patted Furball on the head and firmly said, "I know that fellow has killed many of your kind, but don't rush in just yet, let's watch first before taking action. I guarantee that he won't see tonight's moonlight." Furball ground its teeth together, its fur standing up as a low growl emitted from this elite beast's throat. Suddenly, a giant wave rose from the distant river as the huge silver water gloom jumped into the air. Chapter 412, Energy Drain Ability. The water gloom was a savage aquatic exotic beast. Its cylindrical body was similar to a python's, but it was completely different from a snake. This water gloom was 1,000 meters long, and just the part exposed outside of the water was 400 to 500 meters. 10 adult men holding hands while falling in a line would not be enough to match the thickness of its waist. Its dark silver skin and mouth shaped like 6 petals would leave one confused, for it appeared as if the water gloom did not have a head. Its head was a mouth similar to that of a coelenterata, the 6 petals bursting apart to reveal a mouth packed with white teeth. Any creature caught in this bloody maw would not easily escape. This water gloom seems to be several thousand years old. Its body isn't bad, and it's probably formed a perfect winter warmth pearl on its head, Phantom said. Xia Fei asked, "A winter warmth pearl?" "The same winter warmth pearl that has a gentle nature and can be used to adjust the environment or be used in medicine." Phantom replied, "Exactly that one. A perfect winter warmth pearl when placed in a room not only can ensure that it feels like spring in all 4 seasons of the year, it can even ensure that the humidity remains at a suitable level. Even more valuable is that it releases a faint fragrance. Humans or other life forms that spend a long time around the winter warmth pearl will gradually absorb its medicinal properties and become immune to poison. It is extremely beneficial to the healthiness of one's body and in increasing one's rank. Using the pearl directly as a drug is definitely the inferior choice. Normally, the higher the rank of a drug, the fiercer its medicinal effect, and it will deal a certain amount of damage to the body, but the winter warmth pearl has a gentle nature, and it's ideal to use it over the long term. Rather than taking it as a drug, it's far better to place it in a room and allow it to release its medicinal effects slowly. A single winter warmth pearl can persist for 100 years without weakening. What's more worthwhile, long-term steady improvement of the body or just eating the drug in one go? The answer is obvious. Xia Fei nodded. I see how it is. If I get this pearl, I'll place it in my room and let it release its medicinal effect. Saying this, Xia Fei glanced at Furball. This fellow was still staring at Hazar with clenched teeth, apparently deaf to the fact that Xia Fei had said he was going to use the winter warmth pearl as a display item. In truth, what Furball hated was the odor that had accumulated around Hezar from killing countless exotic beasts. This was an innate reaction, discomfort that Furball felt as soon as he smelled this odor, not because Furball wanted to take revenge for its kind. In reality, Furball did not care about the deaths of these exotic beasts. If Xia Fei were the one who had killed these exotic beasts, Furball would not even bat an eye. Perhaps because it had sensed that there was nowhere to run, the water gloom let out a piercing screech which made the earth and forest shudder and the river waters beat against the shore. Hezar stood on the shore and heartily laughed. He apparently did not regard this water gloom as much of a threat. The water gloom curled its body back, and it seemed to be trembling in fear. Hezar was surprised by this. The water gloom truly was no match for it, but normally, when an exotic beast had its back to a wall, it would become frenzied and put its all into one last fight. There was no reason for it to be so afraid, was there? In the distant forest, Xia Fei slapped Furball. "You rascal! What are you scaring the water gloom for? I'm waiting for it to fight to the death with Hezar so that I can observe his ability." Furball spit out his tongue and innocently shook his head. Xia Fei had always treated him so roughly, and Furball was so used to it that he no longer felt anything. If an outsider had witnessed this, they would have been so astonished that their jaw would have dropped to the ground. This was the mighty holy beast, Shatterstar. If a bystander saw Xia Fei slapping Furball around, they would be getting on their knees as soon as they could. Even if they had been given 1,000 times the boldness, they would have never had the guts to strike against an elite beast. This was utterly suicidal. The water gloom sensed a powerful pressure from the distance, and exotic beasts like it had an innate fear of Furball's kingly aura, so it could not help but tremble in fear. Once Furball stopped looking, the water gloom returned somewhat to normal, but the lingering fear left its eyes still rather unfocused. Hezar had no idea that there was an elite beast behind him and still thought that the water gloom was afraid of him. His hand made an arc through the air, upon which, a black rope, as thin as a fishing line, appeared in it. At its top was a sharp chestnut-shaped spike. The rope was about 1,000 meters long and tied around a golden cylinder. "It's your misfortune to meet me today. Come, come, come. Let me suck you dry of your essence blood." The water gloom felt an immense threat, and it stared fearfully at the object in Hezar's hand. "Awoo!" The water gloom let out a roar and a red pillar of water gushed out of its mouth. Like a sharp blade, it thrust at Hezar's chest. Hezar made no attempt to dodge it, puffing up his chest and taking the attack directly. And then something incredible happened. When the water pillar was 10 meters from Hezar, it rapidly decelerated. That explosive attack suddenly became limp and weak. Splash! The red river water splashed to the earth. It was as if it had encountered some invisible wall about 5 meters from Hezar's body. The giant water gloom panted as it slowly backed away. Only by trying its hardest did it not collapse on the spot. "Did you see that? That's the energy drain ability," Phantom sternly said. Xia Fei nodded. "That ability truly is formidable." The moment the water gloom's attack got close to Hezar, it seemed to enter a black hole, all of the energy being drawn into Hezar's body. "It seems that all energy attacks are completely ineffective against Hezar." Phantom added, "That's not all. I was able to see clearly that the water gloom's water pillar was a classical example of an energy attack mixed with a physical attack. The physical attack was the basis while energy added speed and power. It possesses formidable killing power. When the water gloom's attack was 50 meters from Hezar, it passed through his first defensive barrier. The shooting speed and energy of the water pillar was swiftly dismantled but not to a strong degree. Only a small part of the energy was drained. Hezar's ability really gets working at a distance of 20 meters around him. At this distance, energy will begin to leak out wildly. In fact, it only took a few moments for the water gloom's attack to be completely dissolved. Before it could even reach Hezar, it became akin to a deflated ball, lacking the power to reach him. Moreover, the water gloom itself was affected by Hezar's ability. A large part of its energy flowed through the water pillar into his body. Xia Fei was taken aback. "You're saying that the water pillar the water gloom had shot actually served as a medium that linked Hezar to the water gloom? Purely through this physical connection, Hezar was able to extract energy from his opponent?" "Correct," Phantom grimly said. "For instance, if you slice at him with a saber, most of the explosive force in your swing will be drained away before the edge even hits his skin. Once your saber actually touches his body, he'll swiftly suck you clean of all the energy in your body. And if I use my celestial moon to attack him from a distance? It's useless. Before celestial moon can even get close, its energy will surely be drained away. It won't even present a threat to him. Xia Fei stroked his chin and muttered, it's truly quite the problem. Long-distance attacks are ineffective and attacking at close distance will result in my energy being drained. It seems that if I use October flying snow to wound him, I'll just end up in a situation where both of us are badly wounded. Phantom replied, you still have time to change your mind. There are so many insectoid experts who are unwilling to challenge him, all because Hezar's ability is far too tyrannical, making it so that no one can fight him and leave unscathed. Xia Fei chuckled. Since I'm here, I've naturally came up with a plan to deal with him. Besides, even if I can't kill him, that doesn't mean he can injure me. I've already understood his ability, but he doesn't know about mine. This is a major advantage. On the other end, Hezar had a wicked smile. Self-assuredly tidying his black rope, he released around 1 meter of it, heartily laughed, and then began swinging it around. The water gloom grew nervous. Its attack had failed and had even resulted in part of its energy being drained. It was rather weak, so while roaring to threaten its opponent, it began backing away, seemingly wanting to use this chance to flee. Hezar naturally would not give his prey the opportunity to flee. With a flick of his wrist, the black rope went flying out. Bang! The spike tip plunged into the water gloom's body, and Hezar held the rope tightly and began draining the energy out of the water gloom's body. As if it had been struck by some wicked art, the massive water gloom was paralyzed. It could only watch as Hezar devoured its essence blood. That black rope turned scarlet red. Like it was drenched in blood. The water gloom's body began visibly shriveling away, the silver skin dimming and its small pair of eyes losing luster. Though it still managed to keep its body up, it was slowly sinking to the ground. After a few minutes, Hezar's pitch-black skin began reddening, and his muscles began swelling. As one side weakened, the other grew stronger. Hezar had the complete upper hand, and the water gloom was incapable of fighting back. This is probably the effect of that black rope. The water gloom's energy is rapidly draining away, and even its essence blood is dissipating. It won't be long until it becomes a dried-up husk. Such a domineering special ability. Such a wicked weapon. I wonder what that black rope is made of? Phantom asked, his heart thumping in fear. Xia Fei smiled, apparently unsurprised by the sight. Why don't we strike now? Hezar is completely focused on the water gloom. An attack now will definitely catch him off guard. Phantom suggested. Xia Fei shook his head, coldly saying, no, I want him to drain all of the energy out of the water gloom. The more he drains, the closer he is to death. Phantom did not get it. Why is that? With all this energy to nurture him, Hezar will be even stronger than before. You've gone crazy. Xia Fei ignored Phantom. On the side, Furball was also getting frustrated. Furball did not care about the water gloom's death. What he cared about was that loathsome aura on Hezar's body. As Hezar absorbed more and more energy, that odor that all exotic beasts hated grew stronger and stronger. As the minutes went by, the giant water gloom's life force gradually dwindled. Its skin became incredibly dry and covered with wrinkles, and its body, which was once more than 1,000 meters long, was not even half that length now. It was like a dried-out corpse exposed in the desert, laid out in the river with its eyes open as it watched its life fade away. The rate at which Hezar absorbed energy and essence blood grew slower and slower, for there was not much left in the water gloom for him to feast upon. Suddenly, the concealed Xia Fei made his move. He had chosen the moment when Hezar had just finished draining all of the energy, when his body's functions were at its highest, to launch his attack. This was completely unexpected. Chapter 413, Ability Fusion. There was no doubt that Hezar was very powerful. More than a decade ago, there had already been a rumor among the insectoids that he had reached grade 6, which was the equivalent to an eternal rank warrior in the Pan-Human Alliance. No one knew what Hezar's current cultivation was, for this eccentric exotic beast butcher did not like exchanging pointers with anyone. He was intoxicated in the joy of slaughtering exotic beasts, moving from planet to planet, taking it upon himself to kill all exotic beasts in the universe. He undoubtedly possessed a high cultivation, and his energy drain ability was cruel. In fact, he had absorbed the essence of so many exotic beasts that his body got smelted black, seemingly having been cast from steel. He was an unfathomable and extremely unconventional existence. Among the insectoids, he was a benchmark. Ordinary warriors naturally could not challenge High Priest Ryan. Not only was this a suicidal course of action, it was also blasphemy against the gods. Thus, when the sacred warriors joked with one another, someone would always say, "If you've got the guts, go and challenge Hezar. What's the point in flaunting your strength here?" Although this was just a joke, it was also proof of Hezar's outstanding status in the insectoid race. Challenging him did not merely highlight the difficulty of such a task, but it was also viewed to be a sort of honor. Now, Xia Fei, this lone, human warrior, who had so rudely intruded upon the lives of the insectoids, decided to test himself on this benchmark of the insectoid race. He would pit his speed ability against the most tyrannical, sinister, and gruesome energy drain ability. After absorbing the energy and essence blood of the high-ranking water gloom, Hezar turned scarlet red, and a sense of incomparable ecstasy flowed through his body. He was bursting with energy. At this moment, Xia Fei's attack began. He jumped out of the forest like a tiger lunging out of a mountain. In his right hand, Celestial Moon let out a piercing howl. Furball sat on Xia Fei's shoulder, his red eyes glaring at Hezar, his belly swelling. That was a sign that Furball was accumulating energy. Whoosh! Several thousand meters were covered in an instant. Xia Fei swung his right arm, and Celestial Moon's 18 blades shot forth. They spun around, aiming at 18 of Hezar's vital points. At the same time, with a light tug from his left hand, Xia Fei released the immortal rank weapon, Butterfly Serpent. 19 weapons became akin to 19 bolts of lightning, tightly surrounding Hezar. Hezar felt a gust of wind at the back of his hand, as if some creature was attacking him. Thump! He reacted very quickly, crouching down on all fours like a horse as his feet dug themselves into the sands of the beach like they had grown roots. Drain! Hezar raised his head and howled, his muscles exploding with strength. An invisible energy web swiftly spread out. This was a draining net. Any physical object that entered this net would be completely drained of energy, thus losing any ability to kill. Alas, Xia Fei was incredibly fast. After releasing his attack, Xia Fei did not get close. Instead, he made a long arc, maintaining a distance of 500 meters between him and Hezar. The energy drain ability was an extremely fierce ability. Anyone who got close would be captured by Hezar, and they would lose control of their body until they had been sucked dry. Xia Fei had circumvented Hezar, but Celestial Moon and the Butterfly Serpent had not. Whoosh! Compared to Xia Fei's peerless speed, Hezar's ability was rather slow. Butterfly Serpent agilely made its way onto Hezar's body and held him fast. On the other end, just as Xia Fei's Celestial Moon was about to reach Hezar, Xia Fei withdrew his mental energy from the weapon. Xia Fei was controlling Celestial Moon using his mental energy. Once Hezar began draining energy from Celestial Moon, Xia Fei would also have much of his mental energy drained. If Xia Fei did this poorly, he might damage his brain's control over objects. Thus, Xia Fei removed his control from Celestial Moon, allowing it to become 18 flying daggers that could freely attack. Hezar breathed in and drained as much energy from Butterfly Serpent as he could, hoping to break free of this strange weapon's restraint. Butterfly Serpent used purple hearts of spirit as its energy source, and the amount of energy contained within it was comparable to a water gloom. It was not so easy to suck it dry. Hezar was rendered motionless, at which point, Celestial Moon arrived. Though the energy net had weakened Celestial Moon's speed and force, it had to be understood that Butterfly Serpent and Celestial Moon had been unleashed at the same time. Hezar not only had to absorb the energy in Celestial Moon, he also had to devote most of his attention to dealing with Butterfly Serpent. This greatly reduced the efficiency of his energy drain ability, and in the blink of an eye, Celestial Moon reached him. Plush! The 18 circular blades completed their mission, leaving 18 wounds on Hezar's body before scattering. This was all due to Xia Fei's meticulous calculations. He had determined that Hezar's ability would not be able to deal with Butterfly Serpent and Celestial Moon at the same time. Alas, the wounds on Hezar's body were not too serious, not even reaching his bones. Xia Fei was taken aback. He was keenly aware of how sharp Celestial Moon was. This set of mentally controlled weapons had been with him for many years and was like a brother to him. Celestial Moon should have dealt far greater damage to Hezar. This isn't good. Before Celestial Moon hit his body, Hezar was able to create a strong energy reaction from his body, which protected him like a suit of armor. This neutralized 80% of Celestial Moon's offensive power. Phantom frowned as he sternly spoke. He was a soul that was extremely sensitive to energy. Thus, he had been able to see clearly what Hezar had done. Xia Fei was rather surprised. This energy drain ability had so many uses? Not only could it drain energy from the opponent, it could use the drained energy to protect the user. Even the cosmic absorbing power from Jin Yang's novels was not this incredible. Xia Fei truly had not managed to properly categorize the energy drain ability, having believed that it belonged to the energy category or perhaps the special control category, but this was not the case at all. To be more precise, Hezar's energy drain ability did not belong to either category because his ability was a mutation. It had a basis in energy control, but it was also mixed with the devouring effects of the darkness ability. It was a true ability fusion. Xia Fei also had two abilities, speed and psychokinesis being his two trump cards for victory, but he had yet to reach the realm where he could fuse them together. For him, speed was speed and psychokinesis was psychokinesis. Whether it was in terms of technique or energy allocation, they needed to be separately controlled. However, Hezar was completely different. He had long ago firmly fused together his energy ability and devouring ability. He could both drain energy and control energy, multiplying his fighting power. Xia Fei's eyes coldly flashed as he wickedly smiled. His personality was such that, when the battle began, he would not retreat. Before making his move, Xia Fei had made careful calculations. Though there had been a small error, this error would not affect the overall battle. "Furball, it's up to you," Xia Fei called. At the same time, he continued to circle around Hezar with an average speed of about 3,000 meters per second. Furball hated Hezar to his bones, and he had been impatiently waiting for Hezar's order. Bang! A white ball of energy the size of a golf ball shot out of Furball's mouth. Furball felt an indescribable hatred for Hezar, and he put his all into this battle. Be it in terms of luster or firing speed, this white ball was much stronger than before. This little ball was enough to make the sun lose its radiance. It could vie for brightness with the sun and moon. Good job! This fellow has improved again, Xia Fei excitedly said. The ball of light moved incredibly fast. In a flash that was difficult to look at directly, it rapidly approached Hezar. Hezar's face turned grave. He was skilled in energy manipulation, so he had a better understanding than most regarding this ball flying toward him. He could sense that it was more complicated than it seemed. There was an unimaginable vortex within this ball of light. If he did not take it seriously, he would be torn to shreds by this energy vortex. He was truly a very experienced and wise individual. Furball was able to convert life and matter into energy particles through the intense vortex within the ball of light. Like with a chemical reaction, the ball of light that Furball had spat relied on incredible, high-frequency movement within it to produce an energy reaction. Be it energy, matter, or even thoughts, once they were struck by the ball of light, they would experience the process Furball had set into motion and diffuse. Each ball of light was a massively powerful centrifuge, which would diffuse and destroy everything it encountered before forming it back into the energy particles that Furball wanted. This attack, which defied science and common sense, was the ultimate technique that the Shatterstar Beasts had become famous on. This was why Shatterstar Beasts were called the King of Beasts. If Hezar was a powerful energy controller, Furball was a Grandmaster energy controller. Break for me! Hezar went crazy. He did everything he could to absorb the vast amount of energy in Butterfly Serpent. Pa! Butterfly Serpent ran out of energy and dropped limply onto the beach. Hezar threw his hands back, and then he made a pushing motion, placing his palms together with his fingers spread outward, somewhat as if he was trying to unleash the Kamehameha. Drain! Cried Hezar, his face reddening. That metallic black face actually began to turn purple. This was a sign that he was using his strongest power, and was attempting to absorb Furball's energy attack. Thump! The energy ball struck Hezar's hands, the collision of the two producing a deafening squeal and a light more blinding than the sun. Once the light faded, Xia Fei found that Hezar was completely uninjured, and Furball's energy ball had vanished without a trace. Hezar has absorbed Furball's attack, Phantom sternly said. Xia Fei smiled and patted Furball on the head. Come on, let him witness your true power. Chapter 414, Winter Warmth Pearl. Bang! 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 Furball released attack after attack, one energy ball after another coming out of his mouth. Hezar confidently took these attacks, using his special ability to take Furball's attack into his body. He was an energy drain ability user, and Furball's attacks, no matter how strange, were still in the energy category. As long as Hezar did not leave any big gaps, he would be able to easily escape this danger. Xia Fei sinisterly smiled. He continued to circle around Hezar, apparently not caring that the attacks were ineffective. Phantom was also very confused. It had to be understood that Xia Fei's Butterfly Serpent and Celestial Moon were both out of commission for this fight. All he had left was October Flying Snow, and he did not have a chance to attack from up close. The moment he got close to Hezar, Hezar would attach onto Xia Fei like a magnet and suck him dry of energy. On the surface, the battle seemed to be going very poorly for Xia Fei, so why was Xia Fei smiling? Furball was firing an energy ball almost every second. Hezar only had time to absorb energy, and he had no time to deal with Xia Fei. The situation was extremely worrying. Furball panted for breath. Each energy ball required a large amount of energy, and Furball's energy reserve was slowly being spent. Although he had accumulated quite a lot of energy in his indolent days, even this was not enough to maintain this sort of massive release of energy. Good job. Hold on a little longer. Xia Fei exhorted Furball. Furball firmly nodded. While this fellow was normally cunning and lazy, during a fight, he became extremely seriously, earnestly doing his job. He would not shirk his duty, nor would he give up. In this aspect, he was rather similar to Xia Fei. When he did not have a job, Xia Fei was a cheerful person who enjoyed telling jokes to amuse everyone else, but that was only in his free time. During battle and when cultivating, Xia Fei was the craziest person around. He was extremely serious, stubborn, and savage, never letting his enemy go. Several strange developments began to take place on Hezar's body. As he had absorbed too much energy, the speed at which Hezar was draining energy grew slower and slower. His muscles were swollen like leather bags which had been filled with too much water. Even his complexion had changed, sweat rolling down his face as his expression grew graver and graver. Phantom and Furball had both noticed these changes. Furball grew excited, and he could see victory in sight, so he picked up the pace of his attacks on Hezar. An individual's body had its limits. Hezar was like a deep well, and he could place the energy of others into this well, but this well was not bottomless. Once the well was full, the water would overflow, and this was Xia Fei's scheme. He had been waiting for this moment the entire time. Hezar had absorbed far too much energy today. First it was the water gloom, second it was Butterfly Serpent and Celestial Moon, and third it was Furball's frenzied barrage. He felt like his stomach had become bloated, the excessive amounts of energy about to break out. He was on the verge of reaching his energy absorption limit. On the other side, that little ball showed no signs of stopping its attack. In order to survive, Hezar could only keep absorbing energy, but the more he absorbed, the heavier the burden on his body. Besides Furball, he also had to worry about Xia Fei, who had been coldly spectating this entire battle. Hezar was very familiar with exotic beasts, and in his eyes, Xia Fei was the most cunning, most ruthless, and most patient exotic beast, constantly watching him and seeking the perfect moment to strike. Hezar finally understood what was going on. Xia Fei allowing him to absorb the energy of the water gloom had been a trap. He had predicted everything. From the very start, Xia Fei had intended for him to absorb so much energy that he reached his limit. Such meticulous calculations. Such ruthless methods. This was like refusing to kill a person with a knife, instead forcing them to eat constantly until their stomach exploded. This was the most painful torture. Crucially, Hezar could not stop even if he wanted to. Furball and Xia Fei were coldly staring at him from close by. For a warrior to die in battle was now an extravagant hope. A warrior that died from eating to death? What the hell was that called? Hezar grew more and more upset, his red eyes erupting with rage. You finally got it, but it's already too late, Xia Fei calmly said. Whoosh! The time was right. Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, moving at more than 30,000 meters per second. As Xia Fei got close to Hezar, a powerful pull numbed Xia Fei's legs. Alas, Hezar was already approaching his limit, and this threat was not even able to slow down Xia Fei, let alone hold him fast. October Flying Snow was slightly raised as Xia Fei brushed past Hezar's body. When he stopped, he had a plump head in his hand, turned greenish-purple from absorbing too much energy. The eyes were brimming with humiliation. A top-class warrior had eaten himself to death. Hezar had undoubtedly died with many regrets. Thump! Furball's energy ball arrived, striking Hezar's still-standing body. A vast number of energy particles exploded into the sky. The water glooms, butterfly serpents, the celestial moon's, Firbal's, and Hazar's own energy. All of the energy he had drained returned in its original form. Firbal excitedly absorbed the energy particles. All of this was refined energy. Hazar's ability had filtered this energy, leaving only the highest quality. Not only did this restore what Firbal had lost, there was so much that Firbal could even use it to grow. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and indifferently said, "Did you not think about who yours truly is? Did you think it's that easy to eat my things? After eating it, you must return it with interest." On the shore of the Red River, Xia Fei quietly smoked his cigarette. Meanwhile, Firbal comfortably basked in the sun atop a large rock, his belly swollen. The pitiful Hazar had been a lifelong enemy of exotic beasts, constantly hunting them to take their energy, but in the end, he had simply been preparing a feast for Firbal. "Look, Firbal's fur has gotten even glossier. He should be able to advance a few more ranks because of this," Phantom smiled and said. Xia Fei replied, "Hazar absorbed the energy of many exotic beasts over his life. This energy is constructed differently from the energy in ores or humans, making it ideal for Firbal to absorb. He's truly benefited a lot this time. Through my connection with him, I've learned that his grade has increased by at least 20%. This is even more effective than eating several hundred pieces of purple hearts of spirit." Phantom said, "Hazar's ability was truly formidable. When I was watching you attack with your knife, I noticed that your legs were already beginning to grow unsteady. If not for your calculations, it would have been very difficult to beat him." Xia Fei said, "He seems to have an invisible energy around him that weakened me. That's the first time I've encountered such a difficult opponent. Even Clean Knife, that spatial ability user, wasn't as tough. The insectoid warriors can't be underestimated." Phantom noted. "No matter how formidable Hazar was, in the end, he fell for your trap and ate himself to death. If the insectoids learned how this hero of theirs died, they would probably hate you to their bones. After all, it's not very honorable to win through trickery." Xia Fei casually shrugged his shoulders. "Who made it a rule that warriors couldn't use tricks? Besides, I didn't really use any tricks here, just made some good calculations. Every life form or object has its limit. He was the one who decided to absorb all that energy. How could he blame me for eating himself to death?" As he spoke, he picked up Celestial Moon and Butterfly Serpent from the ground and put them away. Though Hazar's body had been converted to energy and eaten by Firbal, his strange weapon and spatial ring were left behind. There did not seem to be anything special about that black rope, just that the thick stench of blood on it made one very uncomfortable. Even Phantom did not know what it was either. After some thought, Xia Fei decided to put it in his spatial ring so that he could study it later, but the spatial ring was a pleasant surprise for Xia Fei. The eye of a snow mountain lizard. The tooth of a blaze trihorn snake. My god! Even the venom of an ironback centipede. Xia Fei, you came away with quite a lot this time. Hazar was different from others. He did not carry many treasures or useful items on him. Even his spatial ring was pitifully small, only 0.5 cubic meters. However, this 0.5 cubic meters of volume was packed to the brim with his spoils of war. All of them were various precious items obtained from top-class exotic beasts. These exotic beasts could only be serendipitously ran into, not sought. There was no telling how many exotic beasts Hazar had to have killed to gather all these things. These items were naturally priceless. More importantly, they could be used as medicine, refined into incredibly effective drugs that would be very difficult to find elsewhere to be saved for future consumption. With these things, we can produce a huge batch of medicine, stuff that's not even available on the market. Phantom excitedly said. He had always liked concocting medicine. Xia Fei nodded. While challenging warriors was risky, the rewards were just as insane. Firbal had obtained an enormous amount of refined energy, while he had obtained precious medicinal ingredient. They had each gotten what they needed, so they at least had not wasted their time. Putting away the ring, Xia Fei took out a delicate knife. Let's go and see if that water gloom has the legendary winter warmth pearl. Though the corpse was shriveled up, it was still very large. Xia Fei found the water gloom's head and then dragged it out of the river waters and onto the shore. Phantom indicated where Xia Fei should cut and begin his search. Look here. The water gloom's skin isn't as glossy here, and the muscles are also rapidly receding. It's as if it had suddenly become several decades older. If you had been caught by Hazar's special ability, you would have ended up in the same way, Phantom said, fear in his voice. Xia Fei said nothing. There was no counting the number of abilities in the universe. He would encounter plenty of vicious abilities like Hezar's in the future. If a warrior wanted to stand tall in the universe, they needed to get stronger constantly. That was all he could do. Xia Fei's hands moved proficiently, and in just a few minutes, he had extracted a pearl the size of a billiard ball from the water gloom's head. I was right, eh? Such a large water gloom had to have formed a winter warmth pearl in its head, Phantom proudly said. Xia Fei nodded. Taking out a handkerchief, he cleaned the pearl and carefully examined it under the sunlight. Chapter 415, The Death Leaderboard. A silver pearl had appeared in the command deck of Vampire. This was the winter warmth pearl which had been extracted from the water gloom. Xia Fei had installed the pearl on a base and then placed it in the center of the command deck. There was a fragrance like that of lotus leaves in the summer hanging in the air. It was not a thick scent, but it energized the spirit, and Xia Fei could even feel his brain working faster. Furball, that scoundrel, was naturally hungrily eyeing the winter warmth pearl, but after a stern warning from Xia Fei, he had put aside the idea of eating it. Still, he had moved his nest from the sofa to the command deck, sleeping right next to the winter warmth pearl. He apparently liked to be around this faint scent. Not long after Xia Fei had left the Scarlet River Valley planet, Duobi and his pursuit team arrived. Originally, no one knew of Hezar's death, for he was a loner ascetic who had little contact with the rest of the insectoid race. Duobi had only been able to find this place because Xia Fei uploaded this information to the insectoid internet. Hezar's death would be a massive shock to the insectoid race, and Xia Fei had no reason to keep it a secret. Thus, he thrust Hezar's head onto the highest mountain on the planet, took a picture, and uploaded it on the internet. The entire insectoid race exploded into an uproar. Everyone was stunned. When Hezar was still alive, no one liked him, and he did not like the members of his race, either, but his death had flipped the insectoid race upside down. None of them wanted to believe that this most unique and solitary warrior of the insectoid race would die at the hands of a human. Hezar could die, and many people would celebrate his death, for he had only been a name to the insectoids, but he could not be allowed to die at the hands of a human. This was a grim blow to the Sacred Guild and to all the members of the insectoid race. Duobi frowned as he took down Hezar's head, looking much older. Even the domineering Hezar died. He could no longer think of anyone in their race that could stop Xia Fei. He was even more confused on how Xia Fei had managed to counter Hezar's ability. Theoretically, when a speed ability user was placed against the energy drain ability, there should have been no chance at victory no matter how powerful the speed ability user was. At worst, Hezar should have been able to deal some severe wounds to Xia Fei in return. Yadan pursued his lips. Among all these insectoids, only he and Mingjing did not care about Hezar's death. Mingjing was High Priest Ryan's disciple, and it was normal for her not to care about what happened with the insectoids. As for Yadan, it was purely because of his carefree personality, as if nothing in the universe could make him care. Mingjing closed her eyes and used her powerful ability to search the planet. After a few moments, she excitedly came back to her senses and wrote a line on her electronic notebook. The battlefield is by a river in the southwest. I sense very powerful energy traces from the other party. I should be able to gather enough information to construct a model of the enemy this time. Duobi was taken aback, hastily asking, Lady Mingjing, is this true? Mingjing firmly nodded. Come on. Let's head to the southwest immediately, Duobi swung his hand and said. Whoosh! The Ladybug-class light cruiser quickly descended on the site of Xia Fei and Hezar's battle. Almost immediately after disembarking, Mingjing activated her ability and began gathering the scattered information on Xia Fei. When dealing with Hezar, Xia Fei had brushed past Hezar, but this had resulted in a significant amount of energy being drained. This unintentional consequence ended up leaving a hidden problem for him. When Hezar's body was converted into energy by Furball, a large quantity of Xia Fei's energy had scattered. Even though Furball had absorbed more than half of it, a significant number of energy particles had sprinkled themselves around the shore. Mingjing had already gathered some of Xia Fei's energy particles, so she was able to distinguish the energy particles that belonged to Xia Fei and collect them easily. She became very strange when she released her ability. She was like a freezing little girl, her small body constantly shivering. Duobi and the others were used to this, so they used this time while Mingjing was using her ability to curiously gather around the water gloom's corpse. Is this a snake? Doesn't look like one. Have you ever seen a snake with a six-lobed mouth like this? If it's not a snake, what is it? Some sort of coelenterata exotic beast. Forget it. In any case, Hazar clearly sucked it dry. Look at its shriveled corpse as if it's been exposed directly to the sun for too long. That's the typical sign of a exotic beast that's been attacked by Hazar. What a pity. Hazar was such a strong warrior, but he died at the hands of a human. Everyone emotionally sighed, feeling regret over Hazar's death. Yadan sneered. Do you know what Hazar's death means? Duobi did not much like Yadan's gloomy tone. Frowning, he said, it means that the insectoids have lost another powerful sacred warrior. Wrong. Larish said, it means that the 16th place on the sacred warrior leaderboard is now empty. Also wrong. Everyone was confused on what Yadan meant. It means that no one on the sacred warrior leaderboard except High Priest Ryan can stop that human warrior. Oh. Duobi grunted. Everyone knew that, if one did not count High Priest Ryan, Hazar was the true king of the leaderboard. He was an uncrowned king, only placing 16 because of his eccentric personality and his dislike for interacting with other members of his race. However, in terms of actual strength, Hazar was definitely in the top 5. Including High Priest Ryan, all those in the top 5 are enigmatic masters. Some of them are in seclusion, and some are carrying out secret missions for the race. Those insectoids won't appear for just any reason, so it seems that there is no longer anyone on the leaderboard that can stop the human warrior's slaughter. Duobi felt that Yadan was implying something and sternly asked, what do you mean? Yadan smiled. If there's no one strong enough to stop him, then all of the people on the sacred warrior leaderboard will start fearing for their lives. All of them were struck dumb. None of them had considered this problem before, but this was a problem that could not be ignored. Xia Fei was clearly using this leaderboard to choose the next target to kill. With the death of someone as strong as Hazar, all of the elite warriors on the leaderboard probably understood that they were no match for Xia Fei. They would all grow afraid, worried that Xia Fei would be coming for them next. Regardless of cultivation or status, these elite warriors were all paragons to the rest of the insectoid race. If they grew afraid and began fleeing for their lives, he could easily imagine the magnitude of the effect it would have on the ordinary populace. The world of sacred warriors was about to fall into turmoil. Several minutes later, Ming Jing finished gathering information. She took out a white handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Miss Ming Jing, did you gather enough information so that we can begin pursuing that human warrior? Duobi hastily asked. Ming Jing lightly nodded. Mental trace was a very wondrous ability. By constructing a model of Xia Fei, Ming Jing seemed to know him for real, as if there were no secrets between them. For some reason, Ming Jing felt an inexplicable attraction to Xia Fei's model and intimacy that seemed to come from their shared origin. This was completely different from the feeling she had with her master or senior brother. Ming Jing did not know the reason, so she buried it deep in her heart. On the outside training ground of Soaring Martial Arts Academy, a stalwart and large insectoid coldly observed several hundred students, walking back and forth. The slightest mistake or the slightest lack of attention would result in a sharp bark from him or even a beating. Martial arts academies were a new thing in the insectoid race. As a supplement to the Sacred Guild, martial arts academies could accept both nobles and talented ordinary citizens. After graduation, they could take a test, and if they passed, they could be promoted to a sacred warrior. The strict hierarchy of the insectoid race meant that ordinary citizens basically did not have any chances of achieving meteoric success, so when martial arts academies that could accept ordinary citizens appeared, they immediately became popular. After all, this was an authentic chance for a sparrow to become a phoenix. Once someone became a sacred warrior, they could break free of their status as an ordinary citizen, and even their descendants would benefit. A teenaged insectoid excitedly ran over, constantly calling, "Dad! Dad! The newest sacred warrior leaderboard just came out. You're ranked 99. You entered the top 100. The large man slightly froze for a moment, and then he fell silent, his face turning green. My dear Peng, it's not the time for the ranking to be announced. Where did you hear that from? The large man frowned and asked. The rules of the leaderboard have been modified. Starting today, it will be updated every week. Look, this is the newest ranking. After saying this, the youth turned on his microcomputer and opened the leaderboard page. The big man inspected it and truly did find his name at the end of the list. The big man sighed and stroked his chin, saying nothing more. The youth did not understand why his father was not happy. The nearby students also happened to hear the topic of their conversation. Master has entered the top 100 of the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. That's a good thing. Why are you so surprised? What good thing? Don't you know? A human warrior has entered our territory and has been targeting and killing warriors on the leaderboard. Even Hezar was killed by him. That human is vicious, not even sparing family members. He even killed all several thousand of the beautiful girls that former cabinet elder Hami kept at his side, not sparing one. He even kills beauties. I know, right? What if he comes here after our master? We'll be caught up in it. In any case, I'm not coming tomorrow. Nothing is more important than my life. I'm not coming, either. The chattering of the students made the middle-aged man sigh. My dear Peng, go home to your mother and have her pack up and get ready to stay at her hometown for a few days. The youth never imagined that the heroic father he looked up to would have this attitude. He dropped his head, his excitement vanishing. The two of them put aside the training students and returned home. The youth timidly asked, "Father, are you afraid that human warrior will come looking for you?" The veins on the man's forehead bulged as he gruffly replied, "Afraid? Your father has never feared anyone. Son, I'm doing this for you and your mother. You should realize that the Sacred Warrior leaderboard has now become a death list." Similar scenes played out all across the insectoid territory. The leaderboard that had once stood for glory and honor was now an eyesore. Everyone on the leaderboard now felt fear in their heart and could no longer eat or sleep in peace, worried that Xia Fei might suddenly appear to take their head. Those not on the leaderboard prayed to their gods to protect them from getting on the death list, and some insectoids even came with large heaps of money to the drafters of the list, doing everything in their power not to be placed in the top 100. As for the one who had turned that glorious leaderboard into a death leaderboard, he was now infamous. Xia Fei was now the most hated and most feared existence in the insectoid race, and a bizarre atmosphere swept through the insectoid race. Chapter 416, Conspiracy and Innocence. The shore of Gold Shard Lake, Consort Qingjian's residence. Qingjian elegantly entered her study. Today, she was wearing a formal dress of the Pan-Human Alliance, the skirt reaching all the way to the ground. When working, she was careful not to lose any of her elegance. Paired with her city-toppling beauty, she could leave anyone intoxicated. If not for the small wings on her back, which had yet to degenerate completely, she could have been taken for a human woman of the Alliance. "Father," Qingjian lightly called. King Liu, who was reading a book, looked up and smiled at his daughter. "Little Yan, you are truly beautiful today, not at all losing to the woman described in this book." After having her attendants withdraw, Qingjian went up to her father's side and asked, "Father, you're reading novels from the Pan-Human Alliance? If some loose lips start spreading rumors, someone may start criticizing you again." King Liu replied, "Little girl, are you really one to be saying this? Are you not wearing a formal dress from the Pan-Human Alliance?" Qingjian covered her mouth and giggled. Even in this minor action, she seemed extremely similar to a human. As the saying went, no one would live under the same roof if they were not family. This father-daughter pair enjoyed the same things, yearning for human life and delighting in elegance and art while hating the crudity of the insectoid culture. They were both clearly in a good mood today. In truth, whenever UTI exploded in rage, this father-daughter pair would always secretly celebrate. However, as they were deep in the royal palace, they must be very cautious with this kind of celebration. At most, they would share a cup of tea and eat some snacks made by their human chefs. "I heard that UTI had smashed another table today," said King Liu. Qingjian nodded. "Someone said that the guild's Sacred Warrior leaderboard has become a death list, which made UTI very unhappy. Afterward, it was learned that a warrior on the ranking called Mysita took his family to the distant Nelan system. It's nominally for travel, but everyone knows that it's to avoid trouble." This has stirred up much discussion among the common insectoids, with many saying that the elite warriors of the Sacred Guild are no longer trustworthy. If they're fleeing out of fear for their lives, how can they protect the common insectoids? UTI was so angry that he dispatched a fleet to capture Mysita, and it seems that he wants to punish him. In short, the Sacred Guild has been thrown into discord by the human warrior, its prestige much lower than before. King Liu slapped his thigh. "Wonderful, wonderful. The Sacred Guild is an elite warrior organization that UTI has been supporting all this time. Together with the military headed by Tananai, they serve as UTI's right and left arms. With the Sacred Guild losing all of its dignity, UTI is only left with a big embarrassment." Qingjian sipped her tea and softly asked, "Is that human warrior really so formidable that even Hezar wasn't able to hold him off?" King Liu replied, that human may not be as strong as they say. Those claims of one-hit kills are probably just exaggerations. Think about it, Duobi and High Priest Ryan's disciple have been chasing that human for a month, but there's been no sign of progress. If Duobi didn't make out this person to be extremely formidable, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to UTI. Qinjian smiled. Father is right. Only by making out the enemy to be incomparably powerful can Duobi temporarily avoid disaster, but I'm truly curious. That single human has made the entire race jittery, and even UTI has thrown a tantrum 3 times. Just what sort of human is he? She looked into the distance with an expectant gaze. King Liu replied, from what I know, that human should have a cultivation that places him in the top 10 of the insectoid race. He must have gone through a bitter battle to kill Hezar, far more difficult than claimed. I heard that High Priest Ryan's human disciple had already grasped a method to track down the human, so he probably won't be so lucky next time. Qinjian was taken aback, her expression turning nervous as she asked, doesn't it mean that he's in a very dangerous situation right now? King Liu nodded. Very dangerous. That old monster Ryan's disciple can't be lacking in cultivation. If they get into a fight, there's certain to be a vicious battle. Can those under us get in touch with him before Duobi? It'll be an enormous pity if a human like that dies so easily. King Liu shot Qinjian a strange look. Daughter, have you taken a liking to that human? Qinjian blushed, which made her appear even more enchanting. It's all father's fault for buying me so many books from the Pan-Human Alliance, making me unable at times to tell whether I'm an insectoid or a human. Heroes are admired and adored in those human novels, and it's only natural for this daughter of yours to be influenced by them. King Liu laughed. You're blaming your father for you getting romantic feelings. His face then turned stern as he gently said, Daughter, I've done an injustice on you in the last few years, making you accompany that scoundrel UTI. The father and daughter fell silent. After a pause, King Liu said, at present, UTI's left arm, Tananai, is leading an army against the Pan-Human Alliance. Meanwhile, his right arm, the Sacred Guild, has had its reputation badly damaged. This is our best chance. Now, it all depends on whether Hallie can catch up to and convince that human warrior to join our plan or not before Duobi gets to him. Time, location, and manpower are all under our control. All we're lacking is an assassin with a clean background. Once we find this assassin, we'll have a chance to remove UTI. Qinjian was taken aback. Father, you had Uncle Hal personally go. King Liu replied, besides him, I couldn't think of anyone else to take on this heavy responsibility. Qinjian added, Hallie is third on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard, so there's naturally nothing wrong with his cultivation, but that human warrior won't be that easy to deal with. Purely from his actions, we can see that he's a very ruthless fellow with big plans. Hallie may lose to him in terms of shrewdness. King Liu nonchalantly replied, we share the same goal, so I'm sure that human warrior will be smart enough to stand on our side. Other than working with us, his only choice is to try and kill UTI single-handedly, which is absurd. All that must be considered is how to establish trust between us. Daughter, there's no need to overthink things. Even if we can't use him, there are other candidates. Qinjian slightly frowned. What did High Priest Ryan say? King Liu answered, he is a high insectoid and does not involve himself in internal matters of the race, unless it is absolutely necessary. He doesn't care who sits on the throne and won't become angry just because UTI dies. His only consideration is that human disciple of his. Apparently, the girl has an extremely high cultivation and is very enigmatic. It is extremely important that we recruit that human warrior before they can find him. Of course, your father already has an idea on what to do. Qinjian lowered her head, her elegant hand propping up her chin. UTI seems to have many misgivings about Duobi and High Priest Ryan's disciple, sending Yadan to their side. Before Yadan left, UTI called him and told him something. If my guess is right, that's probably an assassin that UTI planted. Mingjing isn't part of our race, and Duobi has recently fallen out of favor. Yadan may have been sent to clean up the situation if things get out of control. King Liu was baffled by this, muttering to himself, there's even something like that? Forget it. We just need to believe in Hallie. He has enough experience to adapt to the situation. As Qinjian and King Liu conspired on the shores of Gold Shard Lake, far off in another part of space, Autumn Cicada and Xiao received the latest reports on Xia Fei's situation in the insectoid territory. Pod did not believe that Avril was dead, so every few days, he would send videos and data back to the Alliance. Not just Autumn Cicada, even everyone in the Alliance knew of what Xia Fei had been up to in the insectoid territory. To the distressed Pan-Human Alliance, Xia Fei's series of battles against the insectoids was awe-inspiring, enough for them to throw themselves with even greater fervor into the war. It also became a habit every few days for them to watch Xia Fei's new videos. Each day, everyone looked forward to watching Xia Fei kill more and more insectoids, and he had yet to disappoint. When the video of Xia Fei killing Hezar came out, the entire alliance erupted with passion. Even an ordinary person could see that Hezar was no weakling. Even in the alliance, he could be considered a powerful figure, but Xia Fei and Furball had used the cruelest method to take his head and then display it on the highest mountain. This was even more exciting than the big movies with the latest visual effects. There was no need to explain why Xia Fei's prestige in the alliance had risen to an unprecedented level, even on par with the silver-haired Marshal Tai. It was just that Xia Fei himself knew nothing about it. It was the same jadeite capital ship, the same transcendentally beautiful face. Autumn Cicada sat on her sofa, her body curled up into a ball, like a kitten, as she pondered something. To her, what was most shocking was not who Xia Fei killed but rather the man who sat in his room alone with a cigarette in hand, softly muttering Avril's name. Autumn Cicada truly did not get it. What in the world was love? Why would someone become so sad because of love, take so many lives to offer up to something that had already been lost? Xiaohu softly pushed open the door and came to Autumn Cicada's side. "Sit," Autumn Cicada softly said. Xiaohu squeezed herself into a corner of the sofa. "Lady Autumn Cicada, did you need me for something?" Autumn Cicada made an innocent smile. "I find it very strange. Why is that person from your home planet killing so many people for that girlfriend of his? When people die, they are dead, yes? No matter what Xia Fei does, he won't be able to bring that girl back, right?" Xiaohu frowned. How could she answer Autumn Cicada's extremely innocent question? She and Autumn Cicada were both ignorant girls. The only difference was that Xiaohu had come to this place with only women when she was 12, so she knew a little about this thing called love. Meanwhile, Autumn Cicada was born here. If Xiaohu's innocence was like a white sheet of paper, Autumn Cicada's was like the purest air. There was simply nothing in her head. "I also don't understand this as well. Perhaps Big Brother Xia Fei feels that Avril is watching him from heaven, so he's decided to do such things," Xiaohu said. "Heaven? What place is that?" "It's a legendary place where humans are said to go when they die. There's a place like that." "Maybe," Xiaohu tilted her head and said. Autumn Cicada asked, "Then, when I die, will I go to heaven?" This silly conversation between the two girls would have anyone between laughter and tears. After talking for a long time, they still were unable to determine the relationship between heaven and love. On the contrary, they left the conversation even more confused. "For some reason, I find myself envious of that girl Avril. Do you think Xia Fei will be sad if I die?" Autumn Cicada asked, her eyes bright. Xiaohu frowned as she replied, "Probably not. Big Bro Xia Fei does not know you, my lady." Autumn Cicada looked as if she had been enlightened, muttering to herself, "True, that really is a problem." Even Xiaohu could not help but laugh at this. Autumn Cicada was so innocent and simple that she was cute. At this moment, a violet lantern in the room lit up. "Mother has a mission? Let us go and see," Autumn Cicada said. Chapter 417, Plans Within Plans. In front of a large green jade door, Autumn Cicada and Xiaohu saw Red Oriole and Yunyan standing guard at either side. Autumn Cicada slightly creased her brows and then bowed to Red Oriole. "Elder sister Red Oriole." Red Oriole turned her eyes, once more staring at Autumn Cicada's small chest. Autumn Cicada grew up in this circle of women, and she naturally understood that Red Oriole's look was strange, but she had never cared about such things. She was more willing to treat Red Oriole simply as an older sister, but alas, her hope was in vain. As she moved her gaze from Autumn Cicada to Xiaohu, Red Oriole licked her lips and giggled. She told herself, "One day, I will bed these two innocent and beautiful girls." To her, women who knew nothing of the world were a fatal allure, particularly those who were this beautiful and simple. "Let's go in. Mother has summoned us," Autumn Cicada said. Red Oriole smiled and nodded. She had her subordinate push open the door, and she entered with Autumn Cicada. As for Yunyan and Xiaohu, they remained outside. In the dim red light, there was an indescribable gaudiness to the room. Pink curtains were hung around in a seemingly random fashion, and there was a dizzying incense floating in the air which seemed to stimulate adrenaline. Autumn Cicada cutely wrinkled her nose. She did not like this scent, for the fragrance was too strong and was carrying some indescribable allure. She preferred the faint fragrance of lilies more. At the center of the room was a large circular bed. A woman was reclining on the bed, pink gauze shrouding it like a mosquito net and concealing her face. Still, one could see her curvaceous body. Mother! Mother! Red Oriole and Autumn Cicada respectfully bowed and kneeled next to the bed, their heads lowered. The middle-aged woman on the bed wore a strange mask somewhat resembling an owl. She lightly waved her hand, ordering Red Oriole and Autumn Cicada to stand on the side. It has been several years since we arrived at the Pan-Human Alliance, and it is about time for us to return. Red Oriole, Autumn Cicada, when I open the spatial gate, I need you two to stand guard. Go back and prepare, the woman coolly said. Autumn Cicada was taken aback. In their time in the Pan-Human Alliance, she had inadvertently come to learn of this thing called love. Now that they were about to return to the sealed plane, she felt somewhat reluctant. It was not because she was particularly attached to anyone but because she still did not understand the enigmatic thing called love and did not want to let the matter go. Mother, we share a common origin with the humans. The Alliance is currently being invaded by another race, and if we just go back like this, Autumn Cicada timidly said. The woman heavily sighed. Dear Cicada, that delicate and soft-hearted personality of yours will come to hurt you one day. Such things are not wanted in this man-eat-man world. In the end, we and the Pan-Human Alliance do not exist on the same plane. Even if the insectoids destroy those humans, it has nothing to do with us. We already broke precedent in coming here to seek outstanding disciples. If we go further and help the Alliance, we will inevitably stir controversy. If the circle is thrown into disarray, we can't take that responsibility. Discussion of this matter ends here. Be ready in 12 hours. The woman's words did not lack for concern, but there was also criticism toward Autumn Cicada's personality. Red Oriole happily watched from the side, saying, Mother, your little Oriole and little Cicada understand. We will go and prepare now. In truth, after being away from home for so long, it is about time that I return. The woman nodded. Little Cicada, in the future, you must learn more from Red Oriole. You are already so old, yet you still understood so little. Autumn Cicada felt somewhat wronged, but as she always did, she meekly bowed. After leaving the middle-aged woman's room, Red Oriole once more sneakily punched Autumn Cicada's extremely flexible buttocks, giggling. Little sister, what's wrong with doing as our mother says? Besides, you were much luckier than your older sister on this outing. Not only did you get such a pretty cutie, you even saw men and got so close to them. It truly makes one envious. Xiao hastily lowered her head. The pretty cutie that Red Oriole had mentioned was none other than her. Autumn Cicada said nothing. She took Xiao back with her to her room. Standing next to the giant window that extended from ceiling to floor, she looked out at the distant nebulae in a daze. My lady, are we going to that place you spoke of? Xiao asked, her face streaked with tears. She could easily tell from Red Oriole's words that the ship was about to return home, so she began crying at this point. Autumn Cicada wiped those crystalline tears from Xiao's face and smiled. In truth, that place we came from is not so bad, though it is not as bustling and active as the Pan-Human Alliance. Do not be afraid. With me here, Red Oriole won't be able to do anything to you. She had no idea that these words would make Xiao even more inconsolable. She forgot her status and hugged Autumn Cicada, burying her head in her chest as she wept. Autumn Cicada was taken aback, and then she kindly patted Xiao on the shoulder. These two young girls would have to depend on each other for survival in the future. This was somewhat ordained by fate. Lady Autumn Cicada, Xiao doesn't want to go. Xiao's home has been taken over by the insectoids, and I don't know whether my loved ones are alive or dead. Big Bro Xia Fei is battling all by himself. Xiao can't just let all these things go. Xiao's weeping was truly saddening, and while Autumn Cicada did not understand love or affection, she did not find it hard to understand from Xiao's sorrow the importance with which she regarded such things. The two girls did not know how to comfort each other, so they simply silently embraced each other. In truth, I also want to know what this thing called love feels like, Autumn Cicada pensively looked out the window and said. In the distant insectoid territory, Xia Fei had no idea that the cute girl in his heart was about to go far away to a strange and unknown place. Because of her relationship to Xia Fei, a seed had been buried in the heart of Autumn Cicada, a person whom he had never talked to before. What sort of effect would this seed have on Autumn Cicada's life? Would it one day come to affect Xia Fei? No one could say. An unpredictable future awaited Xia Fei. Xia Fei believed that he had done one thing, but he had unwittingly cast his shadow on these two pure and innocent hearts. The pressures of reality made it difficult for Xia Fei to breathe. He had no time to ponder other matters. He spent every day in planning. Each operation needed to be carefully thought over and then carefully thought over again. He was alone in the heart of enemy territory with no one to help him. Only he could help himself. On a certain mountain range, Xia Fei put away October flying snow and lifted his head. Frowning, he said, "We're being watched." Shocked, Phantom looked around, but there was no sign of anyone around them. It can't be. This planet is so remote, and you picked your target so carefully. How could we have been exposed? Furball lazily squatted on Xia Fei's shoulder, apparently caring little about Xia Fei's caution. Xia Fei said nothing. There were a few dry tree branches on the ground. Xia Fei picked one up and thrust the sacred warrior's head onto it, and then he lit a cigarette, in no rush to leave. To the southwest, at the 7:30 position. To the northeast, at the 1:15 position. Xia Fei casually said. Phantom looked in the directions that Xia Fei had indicated, and truly, several small black dots were slowly encroaching on Xia Fei. "Leave this place. It's a trap!" Phantom hollered. Xia Fei shook his head. "A psychic ability user has placed a brand on my body. If I don't take care of them, I'll never be able to leave." Phantom hastily inspected Xia Fei's body, and he saw that some sort of psychic chain was tied around his heart, locking it down. This was an absurd ability. Even someone as strong as Phantom had failed to sense this imminent danger beforehand. Besides that, Xia Fei had always been proud of his superhuman senses. How had these individuals managed to get close while avoiding Xia Fei's senses? Furball yawned, lazily glancing at the enemies approaching. He seemed to be the most carefree one here. Duobi, Larish, Yadan, and Mingjing were closing in on Xia Fei from 4 different directions. They were not moving quickly, seemingly to increase the psychological pressure on Xia Fei. Xia Fei continued to stand around as if nothing was happening, but deep down, he was very nervous. The chain of a psychic ability user entangled his body. Xia Fei was well aware of this, so he could not do anything reckless. He first needed to see if this psychic chain could hurt him, who had cast the ability, and if there was a chance of defeating the foe and breaking free of the restriction in one blow. The figures drew closer and closer, and when Xia Fei saw Mingjing's face, he was rendered speechless. This somewhat blank-faced girl was clearly human. Xia Fei was very curious on why there was a human here, but this curiosity was quickly replaced by a faint killing intent. In Xia Fei's eyes, everyone here was an enemy, and there was no differentiation in race when it came to enemies. Mingjing had a much stranger attitude towards Xia Fei. She tilted her head. This was the first time she had seen someone of her race up close. From the time of her earliest memories, she had always lived among the insectoids, following High Priest Ryan. To her, mankind was both a curiosity and something alien. Mingjing felt a strange sensation from Xia Fei, and her face became a little hot. When Xia Fei glanced at her, she could not help but lower her head and avoid Xia Fei's gaze. Yadan had his hands thrust in his pockets, his usual smile on his face. He stopped about 200 to 300 meters away from Xia Fei, but the others went as close as several dozen meters away. Xia Fei tried to breathe, and he realized that the psychic chain around his heart was cautiously observing him. He did not dare to move recklessly. Until his enemy struck, Xia Fei would continue to seek a way out of this trap. Larish looked at the communication device on his arm and quietly told Duobi, "Guildmaster, we are probably being watched." They were so close that Xia Fei could naturally hear. He found this very laughable. The insectoids watching him from the shadows were not in the same group as that other fellow watching him from farther away. This was truly a bizarre plan. Repeat that. Duobi did not dare to believe his ears. They were the hunters, but these hunters had become the hunted. "There's no signal, not even one," Larish sternly said. The mood became abnormally bizarre. Larish happened to glance at his communication device and realized that there was no signal at all. It was clearly being blocked. There was no other explanation except that they were being watched. Xia Fei shrugged as he turned his eyes on a mountain in the distance. There, a lean man was approaching with determined footsteps. Chapter 418, Xia Fei's counterattack. Hallie. Duobi frowned as he shouted this name. Xia Fei was startled. Hallie was the third-ranking expert on the Sacred Warrior leaderboard. He had not expected for this warrior to be involved at this stage. This lean, old man had the darkness ability and was an enemy whom Xia Fei was not willing to fight. He did not know whether his sudden appearance was a blessing or a curse. Hallie was wearing a black suit of armor, and he needed a whole half an hour to walk over from the other side of the mountain. In this period of time, no one made a move. Apparently, all of them were thinking about a way out of this messy situation. However, clearing up the context of the situation was somewhat difficult. It was obvious that Xia Fei was one party and Duobi's group of 4 was the second party. The two parties were opponents, while no one knew the goal of their third party, Hallie. Duobi and Larish bowed to Hallie from a distance, but Yadan and Mingjing did not react. Their attention was more on Xia Fei. Master Hallie, was it you who cut off our connection with base? Duobi cautiously asked. Hallie raised an eyebrow and loudly admitted, yes, it was me. While this lean old insectoid was not very tall, his voice was like a resounding bell, so loud that it hurt the ears. Duobi was struck dumb. In a strange tone, he asked, Sir, what is the meaning of this? We are here on orders of the Golden Tent to capture this human warrior who has invaded our land. Even High Priest Ryan has sent his personal disciple to assist us. As expected of an insectoid who mingled with government figures, Duobi managed to mention the names of 2 hugely influential characters without batting an eyelid, Uti and Ryan. While he had the intent of intimidating Hallie, in the end, it was mostly because of his lack of confidence acting up. Duobi understood that the 4 of them were not enough to deal with a darkness ability user of Hallie's level, so he had no other choice but to use the name of mightier ones and hopefully frighten Hallie off enough that he would decide against causing them too much trouble. Alas, Hallie simply smiled. Ignoring Duobi, he said to Xia Fei, Human, what's your name? Xia Fei. Xia Fei's answer was very relaxed. The situation was extremely unfavorable to him, but this actually made him more carefree. He had no confidence in his ability to kill 5 foes with one strike, but he could at least instantly kill 2 or 3 with one desperate effort. Hallie nodded. Were you the one who killed Hezar? Yes. You also killed Menjin, Hami, Karasi, and Buma. Yes. And you're aware that this lot wants to kill you. I know. Do you plan to submit yourself and be captured? If they want to capture me, they have to prove that they can. Escape is not possible, but trading 1 life for 2 is doable. If I get lucky, I may even be able to kill 3. Hallie laughed as if no one was around, seemingly very satisfied by Xia Fei's replies. Human, I like your personality. You currently have a chance at life before you. If you are willing to work with me, I can guarantee that you will be able to leave this place alive. None of these insectoids will be able to harm a strand of hair on your head. Duobi, Larish, and even Yadan, who normally kept his emotions off his face, all paled. Only Mingjing remained dull and unfocused. She was curious about this fellow member of her race. As for questions of life and death, she had never cared about the answer. In any case, she had always lived as if she were dead. Master Hallie, what do you mean by this? Duobi clenched his teeth and asked. Hallie glanced at him in contempt, snapping, You don't have the right to speak here. Shut your mouth. Xia Fei's mind turned, and his lips curled upward. He casually took out a cigarette, lit it, and placed it in his mouth. To his surprise, the most unfavorable party here was not him but rather Duobi's group. Master Hallie, I don't know why you have come to find me, but I sense that you have some business. Since it's business, we have to talk about it some before I can answer you. Why not clean up these irrelevant fellows first, take care of the psychic chain on my body, and then we can talk. Xia Fei smiled and said. Duobi paled, but Hallie found these words rather amusing. He sternly asked, Human, why are you so sure that I will help you kill these insectoids? Xia Fei replied, I can't say whether I'm your enemy or not, but they definitely are. It's not like you can let them go back and report you, can you, sir? So no matter what, they have to die. Xia Fei's conjecture was very simple. Duobi's side and Hallie's side had their own objectives. Duobi wanted Xia Fei to die, while Hallie did not. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to step out at this crucial moment. Xia Fei had not done anything after discovering the psychic chain in his body precisely because he hoped for his enemies to get close so that he could take them down with him. After all, the closer they were to him, the greater the chance for Xia Fei's crafty approach to instantly kill them. Thus, he had patiently waited. Now that his enemies had an enemy, however, Xia Fei had no reason not to try and pull them apart. Even if he could not escape, he could at least watch a scene of dog eat dog before he died. Duobi and Larish both reacted to Xia Fei's words, exchanging furtive glances. They had two enemies before them. One was the incomparably powerful Hallie, and the other was the suicidal Xia Fei. It was clear that the former was the greater threat. Meanwhile, Mingjing and Yadan did not seem to have much of a reaction. This left Duobi and Larish both rather hesitant. Xia Fei's trick had stirred up the fighting intent of both parties, but to his surprise, Hallie's next words stomped the fire out. While this is true, there's no need to kill these insectoids, for I offer them the same conditions. If they agree to my demands, they can also survive, Hallie said. Duobi and the others were nervous. Hallie's appearance and objective were both very strange. None of them could guess on why the number 3 expert of the insectoid race had appeared here. Hallie coldly swept his gaze over Duobi's group. You may not know this, but in truth, you are nothing but pawns on UTI's board, able to be abandoned at any time. Plus, he's planted one of his men among you, who is ready to kill you at any time. Whoosh! Duobi and Larish immediately turned to Yadan. This insectoid's behavior had been strange from the very start. If there was a traitor among them, he was the most likely candidate. Hallie, as a revered master expert of the insectoid race, had no reason to lie to them. Yadan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the suspicions of Duobi and Larish. Did you receive secret orders from UTI? What order did he give you? Larish yelled as if someone had stomped on his tail. This was how warriors were. They could sell their lives, but they could not permit the existence of someone whom they did not trust. Such a thing could deal immense damage and vigorously stimulate a warrior's intense sense of dignity. Yadan pursed his lips and casually spoke. You're the talkative ones here, so believe what you want. This arrogant attitude provoked Larish. His hand began to radiate a chill and his only arm instantly seemed to be covered in ice. Hallie intentionally coughed twice, and Larish realized that he was still under the control of this old insectoid, so he reluctantly withdrew his freezing ability. Don't get excited. I only said that one of UTI's spies is among you, but not who, Hallie sternly said. Larish venomously asked, who else could it be besides Yadan, this eccentric scoundrel? Yadan did nothing, a helpless smile on his face. Hallie gave Larish a profound glance, his eyes so sharp that it made Larish's heart shiver in fear. Let me speak clearly, someone doesn't wish to see UTI continue presiding over the Golden Tent, wanting to pull him down from the throne. All of you have been abandoned by UTI, so either stand on my side and betray him or be sent on your way by me. Everyone was aghast. This was treason, yet Hallie had spoken about it so casually. However, after looking at their signalless communication devices, they understood. Hallie was a darkness ability user, and now that they had fallen into his trap, he was completely capable of killing all of them without leaving a shred of evidence. This was why he could speak so freely. In the middle of this abnormally nervous moment, something unexpected happened. Mingjing was standing less than 2 meters away from Xia Fei. She had begun to approach Xia Fei curiously some time ago, her eyes fixed on him, and Xia Fei intentionally did not look at her directly, privately wondering what this somewhat silly-looking girl was thinking. Suddenly, Mingjing reached out and stroked Xia Fei's face, but the moment her fingertips touched his face, she drew them back as if she had been shocked by electricity, her face blushing. This small movement made Xia Fei break out in a cold sweat, and he had to restrain himself mightily to prevent himself from killing her right there. His muscles were taut, on the verge of exploding with power. This flirtatious and abrupt movement also stimulated the owner of that psychic chain wrapped around Xia Fei's heart. The chain twitched once or twice, causing so much pain for Xia Fei that his complexion turned ashen. We can be sure that it's not this girl, Phantom quietly said. Xia Fei nodded. Mingjing's actions were not in sync with the psychic chain, so she could be ruled out as its owner. In other words, the one who had used this attack on him was one of the remaining 3. Hallie was speechless. He truly could not understand what was going on inside Mingjing's head. Her enemy was so close to her, but she had no vigilance whatsoever. She was completely focused on observing Xia Fei's movements and even performed such a flirtatious action. Was there truly something wrong with her head? I don't have the time to haggle with you lot. If you accept my proposal, I will immediately point out UTI's man, but if you don't accept, I'll just kill all of you. Even in death, you will not know why you were abandoned and who is the spy, Hallie coldly said. Dobi was the first to nod. A question of life and death was not a difficult one to answer. Anyone with some intelligence would not rush down the path to death. In the face of the immensely powerful Hallie, Dobi did not feel too much hesitation. Following him was Yadan. He continued to have that uncaring expression. The most loyal of them, Larish, went through an intense mental struggle before finally nodding. Hallie heartily laughed. Then, it's settled. Such a simple problem. A nod of the head is all that's needed to pull yourself back from the brink. However, at this moment, the silent Xia Fei struck. There was no warning at all. When everyone was confused on why Mingjing had stroked Xia Fei's face, confused on Hallie's true goal, confused on who UTI's spy was, they simply had too much on their minds to pay attention to Xia Fei. Xia Fei naturally would not miss such a chance to counterattack. He had restrained himself for more than an hour, waiting and watching, and now, he had finally chosen this chance, which was not really a chance, to explode. Chapter 419, Darkness Ability. Fast as lightning. Xia Fei was a speed ability user who could move at more than 30,000 meters per second. Even if he could not reach his maximum speed from the start, lightning could definitely describe his starting speed. Too many confusing things had divided the attention of Dobi and the others. They needed to guard against Hallie, against Xia Fei. Besides that, they needed to speculate on who UTI's spy was, who would want to rebel against the Golden Tent, and what they should do next. There were so many things to think about. One person's attention was ultimately limited, and if they could not gather their attention, this was a chance for Xia Fei. Whoosh! October flying snow lightly flashed, and 3 heads separated from their bodies. However, Hallie moved faster than Xia Fei had imagined. He released his darkness ability, surrounding Xia Fei in pitch-black darkness. The powerful darkness energy pulled Xia Fei to a stop. At this moment, October flying snow was only 1 centimeter away from Mingjing's neck, but it could no longer move further. This old insectoid said that he was going to spare their lives. Why did you kill them? Hallie's furious roar came from out of the darkness. He found it hard to believe that this human had never given up on resistance, even when he was facing an immortal rank darkness expert. You were the one who said that, not me, Xia Fei coldly said. After killing Dobi, Larish, and Yadan, Xia Fei confirmed that the psychic chain on his body had been undone, but he had still underestimated Hallie. Normally, when warriors dealt with speed ability users, they would not rely on speed but their ability to react, instead. Hallie's reaction speed was clearly above first class. Before Xia Fei could kill Mingjing, he had released his darkness and swept up Xia Fei. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and pushed October flying snow another 2 millimeters. To be unable to kill an enemy that was right in front of one was truly a dispiriting feeling. Alas, Hallie's rank was far higher than his, and in the meantime, there was nothing he could do to Mingjing. This girl had a very strange reaction. Xia Fei was extremely close to her, his left hand seizing her waist, his right pressing a blade to her neck, but in this dangerous situation, Mingjing had gone completely limp, her breathing getting faster and faster as her body heated up, as if she were coming down with a fever. How could a warrior have such a bizarre reaction at a crucial time like this? Xia Fei did not understand, nor did he want to understand. Hallie took in a deep breath. Forget it. Since you've already killed them, you've killed them. In any case, Dobi's group wasn't my main goal today. Still, you must not kill Ryan's disciple. She has an important significance to me. If you let her go, I'll let you go. She's very dangerous, Xia Fei said, pressing his blade through the darkness another millimeter, having no intention of letting her go. At the same time, he urged Furball to attack. Alas, Furball was also wrapped in the darkness, unable to spit out his energy ball. Hallie replied, I naturally have a way to control. In any case, killing her does nothing good for you. In addition, she's a member of your race. Do you not feel any empathy? Xia Fei coldly laughed. She's a member of my race but also my enemy. Only a fool would feel empathy for an enemy. Hallie became rather impatient and decided to break them apart by force. In the darkness, Xia Fei felt as if many invisible hands were pulling on him, trying to tear him away from Mingjing. Xia Fei fiercely resisted. With just another few millimeters, only a few millimeters, he would be able to kill High Priest Ryan's disciple. How could he just give up? Hallie was surprised that Xia Fei was able to resist him, his darkness ability unable to control him for a moment. Mingjing was limp in Xia Fei's embrace, apparently not caring that Xia Fei wanted to kill her. On the contrary, she seemed to be enjoying it, an inexplicable joy engulfing her body. She had never experienced this feeling before, nor could she explain it. The stalemate lasted for a few minutes. Whoosh! Xia Fei released his strength and gave up on resisting Hallie. It was blatantly obvious that he was not strong enough to fight him. Continuing this stalemate was pointless. You've won, Xia Fei said, putting away October flying snow. The darkness suddenly disappeared, sunlight and heat once more striking Xia Fei's body, but that girl remained limp on the ground, her shoulders rising and falling, her eyes on the ground. Xia Fei thought that she had been scared out of her wits, so he did not think much of it. Hallie put on a cold face as he asked, "Do you know why I didn't let you kill her?" Xia Fei shook his head. Because she has Ryan's brand on her body. If you kill her, High Priest Ryan will immediately know. Not only am I not willing to make High Priest Ryan my enemy, none of the people behind me want it either. There is no need to provoke that superior being. Xia Fei stretched his limbs. The ability to control darkness was truly frightening. Every particle of air in the darkness was seemingly an avatar of Hallie, and resisting Hallie for several minutes had taken up far too much of Xia Fei's energy, so his limbs ached. Hallie released a swath of darkness that enclosed the three corpses. When he withdrew his ability, there was nothing left on the ground. Even the remnant energy of Duobi and the others had vanished without a trace. What a pity! I was planning to leave them alive for later use, but you killed them. Xia Fei stared at the dwindling darkness in Hallie's hand and said nothing. This was his first time encountering a darkness ability user, and he noted down all of Hallie's movements in hopes of finding a solution to them. Hallie laughed. What? You still want to challenge me? Xia Fei replied, not for now, at least. Your darkness ability is too formidable. Hallie said, I suppose you have some sense in that brain of yours. If I didn't have the confidence to deal with you, I wouldn't have come alone. By the way, did you know which of Duobi's men was UTI's confidant? That one-armed fellow, Xia Fei simply replied. Hallie was startled. How did you guess it was him? Xia Fei replied, he was very calm and collected the entire time, but when you said that one of them had received secret orders from UTI, he clearly became agitated, his heartbeat and blood pressure rising. Hallie curiously asked, you were able to guess that it was him from just that? Xia Fei nodded, but he did not say any more. At this time, Mingjing stood up. Besides the usual slack look in her eyes, there was also some confusion. She rubbed her eyes, then dejectedly sat on the ground and began to gnaw on her fingers softly. Xia Fei was so close to her, yet it seemed that she could not see him. Xia Fei ground his teeth. It was truly a great pity that he had been unable to kill this somewhat naive and silly girl, but an even greater regret was that he had not been able to find a chance to kill Hallie. This girl is truthfully rather pitiable. She doesn't have any particularly strong abilities and was simply sent out to her death by High Priest Ryan, remarked Hallie as he looked at the girl. This is because if she dies, High Priest Ryan will obtain information on his opponent immediately. It's lucky that you didn't kill her. Otherwise, Ryan would instantly know about both you and me. That definitely wouldn't be considered a good thing. Xia Fei asked in confusion, she exists to die? If so, why take her as his disciple? Hallie smiled. That's how the High Priest has always been. He never takes action unless he's very confident in his chances. UTI requested him to kill you, but he sent his disciple. From this, I can see that the girl is just like the rest of Ryan's disciples, humanoid probes used to determine his enemy's strength. The more it's like this, the more we can't let him succeed. I've used my darkness ability to seal Mingjing. While you can see her being all dejected, she can't see anything. She's alone in the darkness with her thoughts, but there may be something wrong with her head, causing others to find her strange. Xia Fei walked over and waved his hand in front of Mingjing's eyes, but there was no reaction from her pupils. However, she seemed to sense Xia Fei's aura and raised her nose to sniff. Xia Fei hastily drew back his hand. She reacted to you? Hallie asked in shock. Is it because you are both humans? I saw just now that she seemed to be particularly focused on you. She's able to sense your existence through my darkness ability? What could be the reason for that? Hallie softly muttered to himself, and then he cast the thought at the back of his mind. Forget it. Let's talk business. As I said to you before, you have a chance to live, kill UTI, and even end the war between humans and insectoids. The prerequisite is that you must work with me and the faction behind me. Xia Fei had not cared about the other items, but his ears perked up when he heard that he could kill UTI and end the war. This was exactly what he had wanted. Xia Fei was shaken, but he maintained his silence. Until he determined Hallie's goal, silently listening was his best choice. Hallie waved his hand, creating a black cube of darkness beneath him and Xia Fei. This object lacked any solidity yet felt cool to the touch. It was probably created from his darkness ability. It's somewhat of a hassle to talk about, so sit down and listen. After saying this, Hallie sat himself on his black cube. This seemingly substanceless object was actually able to hold his weight. Xia Fei became very curious, so he planned to sit down, but Furball got there first, jumping onto the black cube, opening his mouth, and howling. Just now, in the darkness, Furball felt as if someone had seized his neck, preventing him from spitting out an energy ball to kill Ming Jing. He had been suppressing this frustration this entire time, so when he saw Hallie once more release his darkness ability, he could not help but lunge at it and eat it up. Hallie's eyes widened. What he had released was darkness. He had long ago heard about the formidable exotic beast at Xia Fei's side which could convert matter to energy, but this was the first time he had heard about it being able to eat darkness. There was an exotic beast that could eat darkness? Hallie considered himself lucky that he had managed to seize Furball's vital point. Otherwise, that beast really might have been able to break through his darkness ability. Initially, Hallie had not taken Xia Fei as too much of a strength, but now, he was forced to reconsider his threat assessment of his human and his pet, and his eyes became wary. Xia Fei sighed as he grabbed Furball and put him away. Revealing his prowess in front of a powerful enemy was not a good thing. He had still been planning to find an opportunity to kill Hallie, but Furball's display of power had probably raised their foe's guard. Defeating this immortal rank darkness warrior would now be even more difficult. Please, continue speaking. I'll just stand and listen. Xia Fei deliberately showed weakness, putting on a harmless smile. Chapter 420, Negotiating with a Tiger for its Hide. Please, continue speaking. I'll just listen. Xia Fei deliberately showed weakness, putting on a harmless smile. Hallie frowned and darkly glanced at Furball. He did not recognize this exotic beast, but it bizarrely gave off an extremely dangerous and kingly aura. You probably know that the insectoid race has experienced momentous changes in the last several thousand years. After some thought, Xia Fei replied, right now, you have a lot of intellectuals and powerful individuals. You're no longer a barbaric race and currently evolving in the direction of an outstanding intelligent race. Hallie bitterly smiled. Yes, the insectoids are truly progressing quickly, producing more and more highly intelligent life forms. Alas, we still haven't been able to escape our barbaric and crude interests. Xia Fei frowned. Hallie's tone was very deep and profound, more like a philosopher than a warrior. This was different from any other insectoid warrior Xia Fei had encountered before. Although Hallie was also very frenzied in battle, he had an additional air of elegance about him. From his clothes and meticulous hairstyle, one could tell that he had received excellent education in language and fashion. This sort of education was highly likely to have been influenced by humans. We insectoids have evolved into two extremes. On one end are the extremely intelligent ones with no martial strength, and another end are the extremely powerful ones with personalities very much like our bloodthirsty forebears, barbaric and ignorant. Warriors who are both intelligent and powerful are rather rare, and even many of those have eccentric personalities. As the evolution of our race continues, this conflict grows more and more obvious. In the insectoid race that only worships strength, intelligence without martial prowess isn't valued, so the status of intellectuals is even worse than those ignorant warriors who only know how to kill. The intellectuals yearn for culture. They like the music, operas, arts, literature, prosperity, and peaceful life of humans, but the strong ones don't care about that. In their eyes, science is just a way to produce more powerful warships, existing for the sake of war. As for those cultural products, they are met with extreme disdain. Conflicts between the intellectuals and the strong have always existed. The two sides began to compete from the moment the race started evolving, and this entire time, the strong have always held the upper hand. They forced the insectoids to develop down the path they desired. Eventually, they recruited soldiers on a grand scale for their war. The intellectuals naturally don't want to see this. They hope to see the insectoids develop into a multifaceted civilization, not one that emphasizes only on martial might. As a result, the insectoid intellectuals banded together, relying on their brilliant minds to fight back against those fools who only know how to kill. Alas, it has been a very feeble resistance. In the face of formidable martial might, intelligence is incredibly insignificant. A single warrior can easily kill thousands of intellectuals, and the intellectuals have no means of fighting back. The pain persisted, and more intellectuals chose to yield, but not too long ago, a supremely intelligent insectoid with the bearing of a king was born. Xia Fei heard this and smiled, commenting, "You must be speaking of UTI, the strongest intellectual in the history of the insectoid race." Hallie replied, "Yes, it was none other than him." Under his leadership, the intellectuals were brought together once more, and they did their utmost to enthrone him in the golden tent, hoping that he would lead the insectoids in establishing their culture, a true race of intelligent insectoids who could stand proud no matter what part of the universe we're in. But he betrayed us. Hallie slapped his thigh and bellowed. Before ascending to the throne, UTI swore that he'd develop science and culture, making the insectoids more multifaceted, but the first thing he did upon being enthroned was continue developing the military, and he even started a war against humans. He completely ignored the honest advice of the intellectuals and stubbornly clung onto his goals and ambitions. If that's not betrayal, then what was? Xia Fei found this all rather laughable. In his ears, the story between the intelligent and strong of the insectoid race was just a joke. These insectoid intellectuals, with no strength and only ideals, were too naive to the point of being cute. They had so much intelligence, yet they had forgotten the iron law of the universe, whoever had the tougher fist made the rules. So you and your intellectual faction want to get rid of this traitor and raise another emperor. As for me, I've been selected as the executor of this assassination because I'm a human. In every aspect, making me do the deed is the most reasonable choice. Not only will this avoid civil war among the insectoids, it also won't expose the existence of the intellectuals." Hallie firmly nodded. "Correct. It is said that mankind is a race with a high level of intelligence, and from your performance today, it seems to be true." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and smiled. "If you elect another emperor, how can you guarantee that he won't betray you like UTI?" Hallie fell silent. No one dared to guarantee this. UTI served as the finest example of it. It's not like your idea is entirely bad, but you're relying too much on the strength of others, and you don't have the strength yourself. Forget it, I don't want to know that much about insectoid affairs. My goal is reached as long as I can kill UTI and end the war. If I agree to work with you, how can you guarantee that I'll be able to get near UTI enough to kill him?" Hallie answered, "Relax. We have an informant at UTI's side, and all of his movements are under our control. As long as you join our side, we can guarantee that you will get a chance to eliminate UTI. Recently, UTI has secluded himself and is not often present in the Golden Tent. If you can't grasp his movements, then even if you have the power to destroy half a star system, your efforts will be in vain. After all, the imperial capital has always been one of the greatest secrets of our race. Pure martial prowess can never be enough to destroy it." Hallie spoke very sincerely. Xia Fei's performance had left a good impression on him. He was both a strong warrior and an intellectual, so he knew that by helping Xia Fei would help increase his side's chances of success. Putting aside everything else, just the stars of ruin in Xia Fei's possession alone were enough to leave anyone gobsmacked. One of Xia Fei's greater advantages was his status. For a public figure like Hallie to involve himself with Xia Fei was already extremely risky, let alone assassinating UTI. If this news was leaked out, the entirety of the insectoid race would join together to deal with the organization that the intellectuals had formed. The surest method was to push UTI's death onto someone unrelated. Xia Fei nodded. "To tell you the truth, I'm truly tempted by your proposal. If I can't kill UTI, I won't be able to rest easy for the rest of my life, but I have my own condition." "What condition?" "I must be an independent existence that doesn't need to take orders from your faction. For example, if you say that I can strike at a certain time and place, I will weigh the pros and cons, only choosing to strike if I think I have a good enough chance." After some thought, Hallie asked, "Are you saying that we should cooperate?" "Correct." Xia Fei firmly nodded. "Our relationship will be one of cooperation, not of employer and employee, or else I won't agree. Since having UTI killed benefits the both of us, we have a basis on which we can cooperate, but the time and method are entirely up to me. Xia Fei took 2 steps back and folded his arms in front of his chest, his face saying that he was not prepared to negotiate. Hallie was put in a bit of a spot. According to the original plan, he was to persuade Xia Fei to be their hired killer, to serve at their discretion. If Xia Fei did not agree, he was to be killed immediately. However, Xia Fei said that he was willing to cooperate but also was unwilling to give up his independence, demanding his right to choose and judge for himself. This was very different from the conditions that King Liu had set down. Please wait a moment. Hallie stood up and took 2 steps to the side. Darkness suddenly swelled and engulfed him. From the outside, it was impossible to hear anything or to see him. Darkness ability users are truly formidable. Attack, defense, stealth, they're practically omnipotent. Phantom sighed in praise. Xia Fei replied, truly. Compared to the darkness ability, those abilities that can control water or fire seem like child's play. Phantom frowned. Do you really plan on working with these bugs? This is like trying to pull a chestnut out of the fire. In any case, I find it very hard to trust these fellows. Xia Fei smiled. No need to go so far. This is nothing more than dancing with wolves. If my guess is right, their plan is real, but there's also a plan for afterward. A plan for afterward. They'll do everything in their power to help me kill UTI, and then they'll kill me. Only the dead can keep secrets. They've definitely realized this, so for the sake of their safety, they won't let me live. After that, I'll be labeled as a human assassin, and all the blame will be pushed onto me and the Alliance. Hatred will obscure the vision of the common folks. They can then use the emotions of the mobs to ascend to high places before slowly removing UTI's traces so that they can truly take full control of the insectoid race. Phantom gasped. That's a truly vicious and sinister plan, each step flawless. Since you understand that they won't let you go no matter what you do, why do you seem so indifferent? Working with them is no different from committing suicide. Xia Fei replied, risks and benefits always go hand in hand. If I don't take the risk, my chances of killing UTI will only be small. Rather than just rushing around aimlessly, it will be better to work with them and see who has the better tricks. You're confident in your chances of escaping? No. So you're going to depend on luck. You don't really think I got all the way here due to luck, do you? This key to this game is whether or not I can cooperate with them. I can't lose my independence. This will give me at least a small chance of survival. In the darkness, King Liu, far away in the capital, stood in front of Hallie as if he was really there, except that his feet were floating in the air. It was apparent that this was a kind of virtual communication device. He wants to cooperate with us. King Liu stroked his beard and asked. Yes. We provide the information, but he decides the time and method of attack. King Liu pondered. We'll find it very hard to control him, which bodes ill for our plan. Is this risk worth it? Hallie sternly replied, we're already taking a great risk. I can see that the human Xia Fei is very shrewd. He really might succeed. King Liu's eyes flashed. You have such a high opinion of him. Hallie firmly said, very high. King Liu chuckled. There are few individuals who can earn your high regard, brother. Why don't we do this, agree to his request and then take him to Black Peak Ridge? Black Peak Ridge? Hallie exclaimed in shock. Why do you want me to take him to Black Peak? King Liu gave a cunning smile. I naturally have my plans. He has his conditions, and we naturally have our methods. Chapter 421, Black Peak Ridge. Whoosh! The vampire set off once more, its destination, Black Peak Ridge. Hallie and Mingjing embarked together with Xia Fei. The stated purpose was that Hallie feared Xia Fei would be unable to find the location, but Xia Fei knew that what he really feared was that Xia Fei would use the chance to escape. After all, Xia Fei already knew a lot about the insectoid's intellectual faction, so they naturally needed to take precautions around him. Xia Fei probably would be unable to travel alone again for a very long time. Hallie was rather well behaved. After boarding the ship, he quietly went into the room Xia Fei had assigned to him, closing the door to fiddle around with something. Xia Fei had tossed Mingjing into an empty storage compartment. In any case, she was enclosed within Hallie's darkness ability, her vision dark. Even if she wanted to communicate with her master, Ryan, she could not do so. Pod treated Mingjing very warmly. This little robot was created with the duty of helping and serving mankind, and even though Mingjing was Xia Fei's hostage, she was still no exception. Zoom! Pod ran into the kitchen and made some ham and eggs, and after pouring a glass of milk, he began making his way out. Xia Fei glanced at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Pod replied, "Bringing that girl Mingjing some food. She's alone in that storage compartment, and I'm afraid that she'll get hungry." "Oh." Xia Fei nodded and said no more. Phantom sighed. "That girl is actually quite pitiful. You heard from Hallie what she had gone through. She was abandoned in the insectoid territory as an infant and had to serve that monster Ryan, with the threat of death hanging over her head. She's in her teens, but she still hasn't seen a member of her own race, spending all her time mingling with the insectoids. Just look at how she looked at you then." Her eyes were clearly brimming with curiosity and devoid of any killing intent. Xia Fei shrugged and said nothing. Out of his innate caution, Xia Fei would not drop his guard against others just because they were pitiable or because they were women. Enemies were enemies. No matter what, Mingjing was someone who meant him harm. No matter how weak and pitiable she looked, none of it could make Xia Fei drop his guard. Xia Fei had been able to survive this long not merely because of his untiring effort and sharp observation abilities but also because of his almost stubborn vigilance against others. Zoom! Pod came rushing back, this time taking a towel and some hot water before heading off again. "What are you doing now?" Xia Fei curiously asked. "Miss Mingjing's hair is a mess, and her face is covered in dust. Pod wants to help clean her up." "Oh." Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Pod was born to serve humans. His service to Xia Fei was meticulous, and so was his service to a stranger. In truth, Xia Fei was very grateful for Pod's service. After all, anyone would be happy to live in an environment which was a little cleaner. "Let's not kill this girl Mingjing unless we have to. Once the war is over, we can take her home and look for her family. Perhaps she has relatives who are still alive," Phantom said. Xia Fei fell silent. The talk of family made his heart ache. He had grown up without a family, and now, after making friends and setting up his own company, the insectoids had made a complete mess of things, and he had no idea whether they were alive or dead. He had finally gotten a girlfriend and was really considering starting his own family. In fact, even the decoration of the house was done, but in the end, it had all been a moon in the water. When Xia Fei had embraced Avril in the past, was there any man who had not cast an envious glance? However, in just a few short months, they had been parted by life and death. Though Xia Fei did not say it, his heart was racked by pain. Like a wild beast, he was trying to heal his wound all by himself, but this wound would probably remain unhealed for the rest of his life. Xia Fei did not seem any different on the surface, but his hands were clenched into fists. Silently bearing everything alone had long ago become a habit of his. Zoom! Pod hurried back, an electric tablet in his hand as he somewhat hesitantly stood in front of Xia Fei. Xia Fei organized his emotions. Pod was among those he considered family, and he did not want to look too bad in front of him. "Is there a problem?" Pod nodded and handed over the electronic tablet, softly whispering, "That girl held in the storage compartment is very pitiful." Xia Fei took the electronic tablet and saw what was written on it, "Am I really human?" Xia Fei frowned. Hallia's darkness ability was very special. Mingjing was not completely cut off from the outside. She did not know where she was or who was standing across from her, but she could receive food from the outside world and could touch. It was clearly Mingjing who had written this question. How pitiful! A lonely little mute who isn't even sure that she's human. Phantom sighed, apparently dissatisfied with Xia Fei's unreasonable caution. Xia Fei rubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and used his finger to write a simple one-word reply, "Yes." Thunk thunk thunk. Pod went and came back, another question on the tablet, "Are you also a human? What does our tribe look like? Do they all look like you?" "I am a human. There are many humans in the universe, and they all have different appearances. I feel like I'm very different from you. That's because you've spent too long with the insectoids and lack a human odor. Do I not smell like a human?" "You do, but not a lot. For some reason, when I look at you, I feel very close to you. Perhaps because we are both humans. But you want to kill me. Because you are my enemy. I've truly never thought about being your enemy. From the moment I saw you, I knew that I would never be able to attack you. Whatever you say." Pod had been serving as the go-between for Xia Fei and Mingjing this entire time. After several dozen rounds, poor Pod felt rather dizzy. Ming Jing was very curious about humans, but Xia Fei's answers were always very wary. From her words, it was easy to see that the girl was not very shrewd and barely understood anything, and she instinctively felt a desire to get close to Xia Fei. Perhaps Ming Jing really is a girl who doesn't understand anything. Xia Fei asked himself. Shaking his head, Xia Fei quickly cast aside this childish thought. Xia Fei, Ming Jing is High Priest Ryan's disciple and is your enemy. Sympathizing with your enemy is being cruel to oneself. You have to remember that. Black Peak Ridge was not actually a mountain range but rather the name of a planet. This planet's terrain could be described as steep. High peaks and craggy stone forests could be seen throughout, and the largest black mountain had a height of 10,000 meters, its black mountain face piercing through the clouds, occupying more than half of the planet's surface. It was from this that the planet derived its name. Vampire descended into a valley. The complicated mountainous terrain made these valleys natural hiding spots. A warship that descended into them would be very hard to find. Xia Fei followed Hallie off the ship, Furball sitting on his shoulder. As for Ming Jing, Hallie had wrapped her up in darkness as she floated in the air. Hallie had to control Ming Jing's ability to prevent her from reporting back to High Priest Ryan constantly. Thus, no matter what, he could not be too far away from Ming Jing. There were many bridges connecting the mountains, as well as uneven stone steps. Xia Fei noticed that there were many eyes peering at him in the distance. It was clear that this planet, rather than being deserted, had many insectoids living on it. This place can be considered a sort of training ground. We select strong warriors among the members of our race and bring them here for training, to be ready when they are needed, Hallie explained. As they passed through a set of alloy metal doors, they walked through a stone corridor, of which the walls were covered in intricate murals. Such elegance was rare in the insectoid race. It was clear that Hallie had not been lying when he said that the insectoid intellectuals yearned for human life. Past the corridor was a large reception hall. Several unfamiliar insectoid elders were standing here to welcome Hallie. Xia Fei greeted them one by one. Since all these old insectoids looked at him with strange looks, Xia Fei decided not to meet their eyes. Hallie turned on the screen, and Qinjian's father, King Liu, appeared. The old man examined Xia Fei and then asked, "Human, you feel that you are worthy of becoming one of our collaborators?" Xia Fei nodded, neither meek nor proud. "Then how can you prove that you are worthy?" Xia Fei smiled. "If I wasn't worthy, you wouldn't have sent someone to find me, would you?" King Liu stroked his beard. "If you were given enough space to work, how could we be guaranteed that you wouldn't leak our secrets, that you wouldn't run away?" Xia Fei replied, "You can't, so you have to take the gamble." King Liu heartily laughed. "As expected, an interesting human. Very well. I agree to your request. In return, you must show that you are worthy of bearing this heavy responsibility." Xia Fei frowned. "How do I show that?" King Liu answered, "It's very simple. This place has a machine left by a god. If you can agree to my request and complete the assessment, I will treat you as a collaborator. We will share all our intelligence and resources with you, leaving the time and method of attack up to you." The elderly insectoids on the side exchanged glances after seeing King Liu agree so easily, indicating that they were worried, but King Liu was not swayed and persisted in his course. "A god? Could it be the god race spoken of by the Talons?" Phantom softly asked. Xia Fei nodded. The insectoids believed in two gods, one of day and another of night, which is the same to what I learned from that insectoid cerebrum I found on the Talons planet. The machine is probably an artifact the god race left to the insectoids. Phantom replied, "Those two members of the god race are super experts. They probably aren't any worse than the controllers of laws like Yujiang and Yehua. They ruled over the insectoids and Talons for a very long time. I wonder why they left behind something like that." At this moment, Xia Fei raised his head and asked King Liu, "How does this assessment machine left by the insectoid gods carry out its assessment? If you want me to take part in an assessment, you must at least show that it's fair." King Liu smiled. The machine left by the black and white gods was designed to test one's cultivation, potential, and their decision-making ability, a comprehensive exam. Even if you were to give me 10,000 times the courage, I would never dare to make a joke of that god. I can guarantee to you that the test is fair, but if you can't pass it, then I hope that you can keep your mouth shut and express no opinion on the tactical level, restricting yourself to the role of an executioner. Chapter 422, Primal Chaos Assessment. Right after Xia Fei left the reception hall, the elders surrounded King Liu and began to question him. All of them were senior figures of the Guild of the Wise, a group of stubborn old pedants who had considerable status in their faction. King Liu, how could you agree to work with a human just like that? Giving him independence will pose a huge threat to us. That's right. What if he leaks information about us? UTI will be furious. It won't be just us, all our families will suffer, too. He's a human, not a member of our race. No matter what, there's no way I can trust a human. King Liu furrowed his brows, apparently annoyed by these stubborn old fools. He then made a self-mocking laugh and shook his head. It's precisely because of you and all your needless fears that the Guild of the Wise has never been able to become anything. I now understand why the Sacred Guild is deeply trusted by the insectoids while we grow weaker by the day. This Guild of the Wise was overthinking things. This had been their habit since ancient times. This was not to say that overthinking was bad, but too many misgivings would eventually lead to wasted opportunities in battle, excessive hesitation, and a lack of decisiveness. King Liu spoke in a heavy tone. He had been planning UTI's assassination for over a decade, but he had always been unable to execute it for a variety of reasons. One could even say that nothing about it was going right, but in reality, everyone knew that the greatest impediment were the misgivings from the senior figures of the Guild of the Wise. King Liu intentionally coughed twice. These senior figures wielded considerable influence, and though he was the leader of the intellectuals, he could not offend them too much. Everyone, there's no need to be too worried. We all should be aware that none of us is the right being to kill UTI. Putting aside the matter of cultivation, if we fail, none of us will be able to take responsibility, and if we succeed, we have no guarantees, too. If news got out that we're behind everything, we would be cursed and criticized by the other members of our race, and our families would be humiliated. Fortunately, the gods have opened their eyes and sent us that unfathomable human warrior. No matter what, we must use him to take on this heavy responsibility of killing UTI. The elders nodded. They had no objections on this point. They were neither able nor willing to kill UTI, so an outsider like Xia Fei was the finest choice, but they found it difficult to accept making Xia Fei their equal, sharing with him their intelligence and resources. Pausing a moment, King Liu continued. The highest level test of the machine left behind by the Black and White gods, the initial formation of primal chaos, is a test I'm sure everyone has heard of. Since ancient times, no member of the insectoid race has been able to pass it. Hallie was stunned. Brother King Liu, are you having Xia Fei take the primal chaos assessment? That's a little too sinister. Doesn't he basically have no chance? King Liu chuckled. Sinister? We've schemed for so many years and never succeeded precisely because we haven't been sinister and vicious enough. We don't need such emotions, and you didn't give UTI your daughter. Who here can understand my pain? The elders lowered their heads and fell silent. In dealing with UTI, the majority of them merely shouted words, and the most they could do was offer money and resources, but for this matter, King Liu had put up his wife's life and his daughter's body, far more than any of them. This was why he was the leader of the Guild of the Wise, and why his words held more weight. This should set all of you at ease, yes? I don't believe that a little human can pass the initial formation of primal chaos assessment. His arrogance is too much, and he needs to be beaten down a little so that we can use him. Through this trial, we can grind down his spirit and have him sincerely want to serve us, accomplishing two things at once. This is a risk-free exchange. Everyone nodded. If it was the initial formation of primal chaos assessment, they had no complaints. None of them believed that Xia Fei could pass it. Hallie sighed. When the Black and White gods left behind this machine, they said the primal chaos assessment can only be run 9 times. After 9 times, regardless if anyone passes, it will shut down. The primal chaos assessment is only run for the most outstanding individuals. Over the last several thousand years, 6 of the most outstanding talents of our race took this test, but all of them, including High Priest Ryan, were defeated. It's actually a great honor to give Xia Fei one of these chances. King Liu smiled. Brother Hallie, I know that you are still thinking about trying to take the primal chaos assessment in your lifetime, but with this great foe before us, we must make some sacrifices. Moreover, even High Priest Ryan failed. What do you think your chances are? Hallie was rather cheerful, heartily laughing. Brother King Liu is right. In truth, it's always just been a dream of mine to see what sort of test it is. As for passing, there's naturally no hope. In any case, once Xia Fei is done, there will still be 2 more chances. How could I have any objections? King Liu nodded. He looked around at the others, but it now appeared that no one else had any objections. At this time, a bald elder, who had said nothing the entire time, suddenly asked, "Then what if Xia Fei passes the test?" The reception hall was quiet, then it exploded with laughter as if everyone had heard the most amusing joke. Hallie held his stomach and laughed. Impossible. Absolutely not. Xia Fei waited in the adjacent room for a while. Once the discussions were over, Hallie led Xia Fei out. He had a strange look in his eyes, and for a moment, Xia Fei could not tell what he was thinking. Perhaps there was a hint of schadenfreude. These fellows seem to be acting differently now? Perhaps they've finished planning everything out and are just waiting for you to walk into it. If we knew this earlier, it would be better not to take part in this test, Phantom said. Xia Fei casually replied, "It's a machine left by the god race. Even just getting a look at it is fine. I might not get another chance like this if I miss this out." Phantom snorted. Curiosity killed the cat. That's a saying you earthlings have. When are you going to stop being so curious? You always want to look at something, or research something. If you keep this up, you'll run into trouble one day. Xia Fei's curiosity was not just heavy, it was extremely heavy. Of course, his curiosity was only in things he was interested in. For example, he would find no interest in neighborhood gossip. Phantom had always had an ambiguous stance towards Xia Fei's curiosity. After all, this curiosity had brought both opportunities and problems to Xia Fei. Xia Fei pursed his lips. "I'm here in this world to walk around, and what would truly be a loss is if I don't learn anything or see anything. Even if I lose, I don't lose out on much. At the very least, I will be able to see a machine left behind by the legendary god race and take part in a test left by those mysterious beings." Phantom said no more. Reality proved that once Xia Fei made up his mind, it was not easily changed, and attempting to persuade him further was a wasted effort. Furball lazily yawned, caring nothing about what was going on and falling into a slumber. In the mountain was a pyramid-shaped room. Hallie and Xia Fei went in. The room was empty, the walls and floor made of some very flashy silver metal that made one feel dizzy just by looking. When the assessment begins, the surroundings will change and pull you into a virtual environment. As for what to do, there will be someone inside to tell you. Hallie was just about to leave when Xia Fei tugged him. "Where's that machine left by the gods?" Hallie laughed. "You saw that giant black mountain more than 10,000 meters high, right?" "I did. That mountain is the machine left by the black and white gods. There are 2 parts, a black mountain and a white mountain." Xia Fei blurted out in shock, "That entire mountain more than 10,000 meters tall is a machine." Hallie nodded. "Correct. What sort of assessment will I be taking? What are the contents? How long will it take?" Hallie laughed. "How would I know? I've never taken it before." Xia Fei frowned. Not even Hallie knew the contents of the test? Was there something fishy going on here? Hallie quickly realized that he had misspoken, casually saying, "In any case, you can relax. The assessment is very safe. We still hope that you can remove UTI for us." After saying that, Hallie turned and left. Whoosh! The walls and floor lit up. The temperature in the room also began to rise. Surrounded by light, Xia Fei could hardly open his eyes, and even Furball grunted unhappily. Zing! Xia Fei felt his body tremble, and then the light vanished. His footing was rather unstable, as if he was stepping on a cloud. Opening his eyes, Xia Fei saw that he was in a vast universe. There was an Earth and yellow planet nearby. It was as if he was standing on the moon and looking down at Earth. "You're not an insectoid." A shrill voice rang out from Xia Fei's side. Turning to look, he saw a short figure in black curiously looking at him. This was like a circle together with a triangle. This short figure had no arms or legs, but his face had all the regular facial features. He also had a little domed hat on his head. The pitch-black eyes made Xia Fei uncomfortable, so he asked, "I'm human. Who are you?" "You are the 7th person to participate in the God of Night's Primal Chaos assessment." "You may call me 7, said the short figure. He casually added, "To give such a precious chance to an outsider, the insectoids must have gone crazy." Though this was not said very loudly, Xia Fei heard everything. However, he remained silent. He still knew nothing about this so-called assessment. I am a soul that the god of night left here a long time ago, and I am the supervisor for this assessment. 7 waved his hand, and Xia Fei was taken from the universe to the surface of the yellow planet. Nearby was a large city made of earth and yellow stones, the streets wide and packed with living beings. Come with me. 7 waved his hand and walked into the city with Xia Fei. The pedestrians on the street were a mixture of insectoids and Talons. They lived together in harmony, and all was calm and peaceful, everyone with their proper duty and place. He had seemingly returned to that long ago era in which the insectoids and Talons coexisted. A passerby would occasionally look at Xia Fei, but there was no hostility or curiosity. It was as if they were accustomed to his existence. This is a virtual planet. Including me, there are 999,999,999 inhabitants. The contents of the assessment are very simple. In a little while, I will become one of them. You just have to find me within 7 days to pass. Xia Fei frowned. I have to find you out of 100 million people. 7 craftily smiled. This planet's surface isn't that large, and there are no underground buildings. All of the virtual inhabitants live on the surface. I could be a butcher selling meat or a gardener taking care of flowers. How you find me will depend on your abilities. Obtaining a reward from the god of night is no simple matter. You must put forth at least some effort. A reward from the god of night? Xia Fei curiously asked. Chapter 423, Bad News. A reward from the god of night? Xia Fei curiously asked. 7 nodded. Isn't that why you came here? In any case, what you must do is find me and kill me. It doesn't matter what method you use. As long as you complete the agreement set down by the god of night, the reward will be yours. Xia Fei shrugged his shoulders. This assessment clearly was not fair. Finding 7's avatar among 100 million living beings within 7 days was basically an impossible mission. Finally, I will give you 3 tips, 7 smugly said. Temple, yellow sand, camel grass. The air resounded with 7's laughter as that small, black figure dancing in the air blinked out of existence. Temple, yellow sand, camel grass, what did he mean by that? Phantom stroked his chin ponderously. Xia Fei shook his head. How would I know? How should we find him? Xia Fei continued to shake his head. There are some things that I still don't understand, but I'm very interested in this strange era when the insectoids and Talons coexisted. Let's take a walk around first. There's a restaurant on the left-hand side of the street. When patrons inside saw Xia Fei walk over, they warmly greeted him as if he were an old customer. The owner was a short Talon. Seated behind the counter, he had an account book in his hand. The ones working were all insectoids. They had clumsily tied aprons around their waists and held washcloths as they greeted customers in their gruff voices. An insectoid accidentally broke a plate, causing the Talon boss to curse and rebuke him immediately. Scenes like this could be seen everywhere. As the legends said, the ancient insectoids were not very intelligent and could only do simple work. Moreover, they were not very evolved, very unlike the current insectoids, who were growing closer and closer to mankind's appearance. 7 had not actually left. He was hiding in a 3-story building, sneakily observing Xia Fei from the balcony. Seeing Xia Fei casually stroll around, 7 became very curious. Why is that human not in a rush to find me? Has he already given up? Whatever. I'll let him do what he wants. In any case, as long as I'm here, he shouldn't even think of passing. With these words, 7 disappeared to parts unknown. Several minutes, on a small slope on the outskirts, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and pensively looked down at the city below. This fantasy construct is truly exquisite. Every being has unique characteristics, and all the buildings are different. It seems that the god of night copied the originally existing planet, which he used as a blueprint for creating this virtual planet, Xia Fei muttered to himself. Phantom replied, you should first think of finding 7. I just knew that the insectoids weren't being sincere. Finding 1 out of 100 million? I must really hand it to them for coming up with this idea. Xia Fei shook his head. I think that not even those bugs know the contents of the tests. They only think that there's no way I can pass it, so they're letting me take it. Phantom replied, that makes senses. Hallie said he has no idea about anything here, and he presumably wasn't lying then, but how can we find 7 and get the reward left by the god of night? Temple, yellow sand, and camel grass? What does it all mean? Xia Fei took out a purple heart of spirit from his spatial ring and threw it at Furball. Eat. We'll be busy soon. Phantom decided to lean back on the slope and say, this planet is covered in camel grass and sand, and the local insects are religious. In this city alone, there are at least 20 temples, all of them worshipping the black and white gods. 7 might as well have not given us any information. Xia Fei smiled. You misinterpreted the information he gave. What do you mean by that? What's important isn't a temple or camel grass but finding 7 and killing him. Kill him? That's easy for you to say, but there are 100 million virtual beings here. How do you know which one is him? Phantom pursed his lips disapprovingly. Xia Fei was unperturbed as he took out October flying snow and celestial moon from his spatial ring. It's true that he's difficult to find, but I can just kill all this 100 million. He has to be one of them. Phantom jumped off the ground, his face turning red. Kill them all. This is 100 million beings. So what? 7 didn't mention a rule against killing everyone. Xia Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Furball was also affected by the killing intent coming off Xia Fei, turning berserk. Jumping on Xia Fei's shoulder, he began making guttural howls. A moment later, a storm began to stir. When Xia Fei was determined to kill everyone on the planet, 7 was sleeping on a cloud when he heard these words, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zing! 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 8 identical black forms appeared at his side, all slack-jawed and wide-eyed. 7. What sort of monster did you run into? How did he think of killing everyone? 7 rolled his eyes at the small black form that had spoken, resentfully saying, how the hell would I know? It's those insectoids who sent him in. Is this against the rules? Against the rules, my ass. When our master left, he never said anything about not killing anyone. 3 glared at him. 4 seemed to be rather amused by all this. I was the most fortunate, running into that fool called Ryan. That fellow wasted 7 whole days futilely searching before I sent him back. 7 stomped his foot. Why don't you give me some ideas? Master left us here to make things hard for others. Now that that fellow has gotten unreasonable, what are we going to do? 1 helplessly spread his arms. 7 bro, that's your problem. It's your bad luck that you ran into such an unreasonable fellow. It's got nothing to do with us. True, true. It's your problem. Brothers, let's withdraw for now. When we go back to see the master, you'd better not say anything bad about us. Whoosh! The 8 black forms left as quickly as they came. The moment they saw that the situation had turned sour, they abandoned 7. 7 howled in rage, ranting, damn, human. Who in the world would act so unruly? This man's really driving me mad. Xia Fei had no idea of 7's anger. He continued with his original plan, massacring city after city, even remote villages on the road were not spared. In one day, he killed 20 million. 20 million dead in a day. This was a truly shocking number. At this moment, Xia Fei was an authentic death god. It should be noted that these virtual beings were truly no different from actual life forms. The blade truly felt that it was slicing through flesh, and the blood that came out was no different from the real thing. Xia Fei was quite shocked, for this sort of killing felt far too real. He could not help but wonder whether he was killing virtual or real beings. When the warm blood splashed onto his face and that pungent scent struck his nostrils, Xia Fei felt an unprecedented joy. This sort of heedless slaughter seemed to present a sort of bizarre allure to him which compelled him to keep killing until the world ended. He paused next to a clear lake and washed his face. Furball also happily jumped into the lake, and then he sprawled his back on the ground. A full day of slaughter had left Furball utterly exhausted. Xia Fei threw over several purple hearts of spirit, and Furball swiftly drained them clean of energy, after which, he turned around and began snoring. Rest a while. I was almost about to vomit after watching you kill all these virtual beings, Phantom said, his face green. Xia Fei smiled. I'm just killing virtual beings. You're not taking them as real ones, are you? Phantom darkly shook his head. This virtual reality is too real. Every living being has energy, and their reaction before death is identical to a real being. I don't know what you're thinking, but I can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Xia Fei frowned. So you feel the same? In truth, I'm finding it stranger the more I kill. What level of cultivation will one have to be able to create such an almost realistic world? I don't believe in gods, but the realism of this virtual world truly leaves me without a good argument. The two fell silent, the mood solemn. Phantom suddenly asked, if those beings turned out to be real, would you keep killing? Definitely, Xia Fei nodded and firmly declared. As Xia Fei said these words, in the distance, Seven was struck dumb. Floating in the air was a white crystal ball. From the moment Xia Fei started killing, this crystal began turning black. More than 20% of it was now black. This crystal displayed Xia Fei's progress in the trial. The 6 other participants before Xia Fei had all chosen to search, but Xia Fei unreasonably chose random slaughter. This was why the crystal ball was turning darker and darker. When the crystal turned completely black, it would mark Xia Fei's completion of the trial. Seven muttered, Master, you're killing me. How could such an unreasonable murderer pass this assessment as well? Why? In the assessment room, Hallie and the others realized to their surprise that the column reflecting progress in the trial had begun to move. Different from Seven's crystal ball, the control room had a column of mercury. When Xia Fei had only been in the test for a few hours, and the mercury column had not made any movement. Thus, everyone believed that Xia Fei, just like the 6 who had preceded him, would return in failure. Just when they were about to let down their guard and rest, the mercury column began dropping. After 15 hours, 20% of the mercury had disappeared. It couldn't be, right? What's the name of that human warrior? Xia Fei. If that Xia Fei really completes the assessment, what should we do? One day ago, a similar question had made all of them break out in laughter, but at this moment, no one was laughing. All of them had grave expressions. Should we inform King Liu? Xia Fei seems to have found the trick to passing. Hallie waved his hand. There's no rush. Perhaps while randomly messing around in the test, he caused it to return some incorrect data. This pillar of mercury went the entire day without disappearing, meaning that he hasn't passed yet. Everyone sighed and nodded. Suddenly, the liquid in the column gurgled and then began rapidly dropping, and it was at an even faster speed. There was an awkward silence, and then Hallie swallowed and grimly said, Ring King Liu up. I will personally tell him this bad news. Chapter 424, The God of Night's Reward. Whoosh! October flying snow flew in an elegant arc, and another insectoid collapsed to the ground. Xia Fei put away the dagger, put away Celestial Moon, and lit a cigarette as he seated himself on the steps of a temple. These 3 whole days of slaughter had turned this virtual planet into a land of blood and tears, and it had lost all of its former vitality. In truth, there were still many beings that Xia Fei had yet to kill, but he had surprisingly stopped. 7, you've probably lost. Xia Fei shouted at the sky. I haven't. 7 appeared at Xia Fei's side, looking infuriated. Xia Fei found it laughable. Glancing at him, he indifferently said, that's the 999,999,999th one. You said that this planet only had that many inhabitants. I've killed enough, and unless you're deceiving me, one of these must be you. The veins on Seven's head bulged. Xia Fei's method truly was the only decision. The test left by the God of Night was actually a trap. Temple? Yellow sand? Camel grass? These clues existed purely to misguide others, to make them believe that this was a riddle to be solved. In fact, it was just an assessment of frenzied slaughter. There were only 2 prerequisites. First, to pass this test, one needed outstanding analytical ability which would allow them to conclude quickly the subject of the test. Second, one needed impressive abilities which would allow them to find all the virtual inhabitants scattered throughout the planet and kill them within a certain time. This was truly a cruel assessment. While Xia Fei seemed unperturbed on the surface, he had mentally endured a harsh test of ability and physical strength. Killing someone was not as simple as crushing an ant. They could beg for their lives, weep, and react in the various ways that an intelligent life form would. Perhaps one could be merciless against those exceptionally wicked people, but the innocent young women and children? 100 million innocent women and children? Impossible. If you've completed the assessment, why hasn't the divine consciousness left by the God of Night appeared? Although you did kill many people, in the end, you still lost. 7 stubbornly said. In truth, he was not that confident, for that crystal ball representing the progress in the trial had already turned completely black. The only basis for his conclusion was that this virtual planet still existed. Pa! Xia Fei lightly slapped his head as he joked to himself, I must be getting senile. How did I forget about that? About what? 7 curiously asked. Cha! Xia Fei instantly moved his body from the steps in front of the temple to behind 7. A small dagger appeared in his hand, not October flying snow, but the adjudicator dagger that Thuram had given him. A fine wound appeared on 7's head. I almost forgot, you also said that I must kill you, Xia Fei said as he put away the dagger. Bang! 7's small black body suddenly exploded. A light blue flame flew out of his body, and 8 other flames flew out from the distance and merged together with 7's flame. The ground beneath his feet began to crumble, causing the buildings to collapse. A few seconds later, the planet had become a beam of light that vanished into the sea of stars. Xia Fei realized that he was once more standing in the universe, the void below and above him. The ball of blue flame roiled, gradually taking a human-like form, but it had a mask obscuring its face. A gasp of surprise came from the blue flame. You are human. Xia Fei nodded. The flame said nothing, which weirded Xia Fei out, but he had experienced far too many incredible things, so his sense of surprise had already dulled. Ha 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 ha. The human-shaped flame raised its head and laughed, a cold and emotionless laugh, much like the sound a monster or ghost in a movie would make. On Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball bared his teeth at the flame, unhappy that it had disturbed his sleep. Oh, there's this little fellow, too. The human-shaped flame smiled, apparently taking a great liking to Furball. Sighing, he spoke in a quiet and calm voice. Is it really the will of the heavens? The gift I went at such great lengths to prepare for the insectoids ended up being given by those fools to a human. Ha 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 ha. Forget it. What does it matter to me if they don't cherish their opportunities? I'll just let you have it, human. The flame seemed to be speaking to itself. There was a high chance that this was a divine consciousness left by a member of the god race, and Xia Fei was very curious about the god race. Just when he was thinking about what to ask at this time, he felt pain on his left arm, as if something was biting his muscles there. He hastily removed his combat uniform. He saw that a small black snake had crawled and burrowed into the skin of his left arm like a leech. It coiled into a ball around Xia Fei's arm and then went motionless, turning into a design. It turned darker and darker as numerous thin lines began filling the design. The design was truly profound, seemingly a depiction of the universe. It was so complex that staring at it made one dizzy. What is this? Xia Fei clenched his teeth and asked. The human-shaped flame laughed. This is your reward. What does it do? This. You may not understand right now, but you will in the future. At that time, you will understand the enormity of my magnanimity toward you. The human-shaped flame looked at Xia Fei with satisfaction, and then it sternly said, Goodbye, human. I hope that we can meet one day. It seemed to look up at the sea of stars and sighed. Since the insectoids are this ungrateful, it'll be better to just take back the gift. Whoosh! The human flame waved its hand, and Xia Fei was sent back to the pyramid room. Rumble! The room, no, the entire mountain, swayed. With no time to think, Xia Fei ran out of the room. It was chaos outside, and a small rock would occasionally tumble from the ceiling. The earth was shaking so badly that it was hard to stand straight, the chairs, tables, and stools toppled over. Xia Fei's first thought was, earthquake. In a sealed room were Hallie and 10 some senior elders of the Insectoid Guild of the Wise. On the screen was King Liu. Xia Fei, holding Furball, was seated across as if he was holding a negotiation with them. Xia Fei was smoking as if no one was around while Furball snored in his embrace, but the insectoid elders were not so relaxed. Their brows were furrowed in worry as if someone had come to their door to collect a debt. King Liu swallowed, his brows creased as he asked, First, I must congratulate you for passing the primal chaos assessment that no insectoid has ever managed to complete. Starting from now, we are collaborators. Let us kill UTI together and stop this war that none of us wants. As he congratulated Xia Fei, somebody sighed, and this emotion quickly spread to the others. There were many sighs, seemingly made out of envy and resentment. Changing the topic, King Liu sternly asked, But can you explain why it is that, after you passed, the assessment system left by the God of Night completely collapsed? It happened at exactly this time and no other. Xia Fei shrugged, unconsciously stroking that still stinging place on his left arm as he smiled. But I can guarantee that it's not me who did it. Hallie was so angry that his beard was flying. Xia Fei naturally could not have caused so much damage. A fissure of 10,000 meters long and 3 kilometers deep had appeared in the middle of Black Peak Ridge. It was as if someone had taken an enormous axe and cleaved the mountain. If Xia Fei had this ability, he would have already become a god. To the insectoids, the loss of Black Peak Ridge was an enormous blow. For tens of thousands of years, this place had served as an important area for training insectoid warriors. After the insectoids began experiencing mutations on a large scale, this place had become even more important. Not only did it teach warriors how to fight, it also taught them how to use their intellect. Alas, this perfect system left by a god had been lost, and no one could be happy about that. Even worse was that this system had most likely been lost because of a human. Moreover, Xia Fei had done what many of their predecessors had failed to do, complete the primal chaos assessment. Let's not talk about this right now. Can you explain to us what happened in the primal chaos assessment? As the highest test left by the god of night, its contents must have been different from an ordinary test, yes. Xia Fei mentally complained. It really was different. I killed so many that my hands almost went numb. What primal chaos assessment? It's just a killing field. Xia Fei looked around and saw the expectant gazes of those around him, and he suddenly had an idea. I met the god of night, Xia Fei solemnly said, his expression turning serious. All of them were aghast. The god of night and god of day were the only gods worshipped by the insectoids, and they held a revered status in their hearts. As a human, Xia Fei had actually encountered a legendary god. The envy and resentment they felt rapidly soared. Really? What did the god of night look like? What did he say? Hallie hastily asked. Xia Fei glared at him and sternly retorted, how could mortals like us glimpse the face of a god? His words were the harsh words of an elder reproving a junior. Hallie's heart twisted, his face turning pale as sweat began to flow. He could only blame himself for speaking with too little respect. All of you can't understand the powerful pressure I felt the moment the god of night appeared. I could barely breathe, and I immediately dropped on my knees and bowed. I didn't even dare to raise my head. Oh! Oh! Everyone repeatedly nodded. In their minds, gods were extremely majestic and hallowed beings. What Xia Fei had said completely matched their ideas. Though they had never met a god, the tone with which Xia Fei spoke made their legs go weak. It's truly an absurd strength. I, Xia Fei, believed that I've reached the level of a top-class warrior, but when I encountered the god of night, I understood what true fear was. It's as if that god of yours could crush me with a finger. Xia Fei clenched his heart as he fearfully spoke, his face stricken with fear. This was truly an admirable acting ability, and everyone took it to be true. They were immersed in Xia Fei's story and could not pull themselves out. Did that god impart any instructions? King Liu cautiously asked, large beads of sweat trickling down his head. Chapter 425, UTI's Search. Venal Galaxy, the Pan-Human Alliance's former capital. It was now the command center of the insectoid invasion force led by General Tananai. Planet Venal 113 was very far from the star, and the air was cold and dry. Normally, the temperature would drop to around -80 degrees, and the surface was covered in a thin layer of dry ice. When it was controlled by the Pan-Human Alliance, this distant and remote planet had never been the focus of much attention, but things had changed once the insectoids had taken control. General Tananai was leading an excavation team, which worked here night and day. They had dug out a pit of more than 150 kilometers deep on the surface, exposing the insides of the planet in search of something. Pa! 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 Tananai's malahide boots fitted with metal nails crisply clinked against the ground. He had been pacing back and forth in front of the screen for 6 hours now, not resting for one moment. He seemed overcome with anxiety and unease. Sir General, the exploration team is ready to bring out that object, excitedly reported a messenger soldier. Tananai's body froze, and then he quickly walked up to the screen, took up the microphone, and commanded his subordinates, everyone, get serious. If anything happens to that object, I'll have your heads. The messenger soldier at his side stuck out his tongue. He knew that the general was not joking, but he really did not understand what it could be that they were going at such great lengths to search for and that could make Tananai so nervous. It must be understood that even in the most nervous few days of the attack on the Pan-Human Alliance, he had not been like this. It was as if what was underground was his most precious treasure. An object covered in black cloth was cautiously raised from its location near the core, slowly rising along the tractor beam. The cloth around it made it impossible to see what the object actually looked like, but from its shape, it appeared to be a rectangular object about 3 meters long. Slowly bring it up, Tananai stared at the image on the screen as he talked to himself. It was as if he was the one being carried up, not the object. Right, just like that. Don't drop your guard. Don't let it suffer any damage. Right. Good. Very good. Several months ago, Chief of Staff Pine Williams proposed that the insectoids had chosen to launch a surprise assault on Venal Galaxy rather than slowly encircling it because they were searching for something in the capital ring. Everyone thought that this idea was too absurd. Even Tai, who trusted him the most, found the idea inconceivable, and in the end, the matter had been left undecided. If the military were able to see today's sight, they would definitely feel regret for failing to strengthen their investigation of the capital ring. No one could have imagined that Tananai really had been entrusted with a mission to search for something in the Pan-Human Alliance's capital ring. What had the insectoid come to find in this innermost region of humanity? This matter was far too bizarre no matter how one looked at it. It stirred up many questions. Tananai continued to stare nervously at the screen. As this object drew closer and closer to the warship, his heart beat faster and faster. The gloves of the engineer controlling the tractor beam were already drenched in sweat. He was well aware of what would happen to him if he made even the smallest mistake. Every second felt as long as an epoch. Finally, that object wrapped in black cloth entered the warship. When the storage compartment closed, Tananai had his heart on his chest, afraid that it would jump right out. Safe, reported the trembling operator through the communication system. Tananai raised his fist, so excited that it seemed like he had just won the most difficult campaign of his life. The warriors supervising the ground are requesting to board. Please give your instructions. Tananai smiled and moved a finger across his neck, giving the kill order. The messenger soldier was taken aback, after which, he sent out orders to the other warships. He considered himself fortunate that he had not taken part in the work on the ground. Tananai's meaning was clear. Anyone who had laid eyes on that object must die. Bang bang bang. Several dozen insectoid battleships, which had been waiting for a long time, began opening fire, and the surface was immediately turned into a sea of fire. The several thousand soldiers supervising the operations on ground were instantly turned to ashes. Set off. The special dispatch fleet must return at the fastest speed to the imperial capital. Connect to the encrypted line, too. I want to report personally the good news to Brother Uti. Tananai loudly ordered. Did that god have any instructions? Back on the Black Peak Ridge, King Liu cautiously asked as large beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Xia Fei replied, the god of night first informed me that I only passed the primal chaos assessment through a fluke, then he asked with relative concern about the insectoids, so I told the venerable god everything I know about the current situation, including how UTI is set on waging a war against humans. The god of night seemed somewhat unhappy about the insectoids attacking the Pan-Human Alliance and asked how the insectoids have developed so far. I told the god that the insectoids are evolving on a large scale, but their lives are basically the same as they were in the past, their culture backward with a veneration for martial arts strength, believing that they can rely on force to conquer the universe. What did the god of night say to that? Hallie nervously asked. Xia Fei sternly said, the god said that it's very bad. An insectoid race with only might and no culture will always be a backward race, and that they should not continue down on this path. I also heard the god of night expressing dissatisfaction toward UTI, so I boldly brought up how all of you are planning to assassinate him, then improve relations with the Pan-Human Alliance and develop culture vigorously. After a long period of thought, the god said that he's long gone and can't ask many things about the insectoid race, but he does believe that cultural development will always be the correct course and that it can never be changed. As for martial arts might, he said that there exists in the universe immense might that we, common folks, will never understand. The firepower of warships alone isn't enough. After saying all that, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and gauged everyone's reactions. The story he had fabricated was for the sake of the future. If these insectoids really did manage to seize authority, there was no guarantee that they would not create a second or third UTI. Thus, Xia Fei seized this chance to reinforce their resolve in developing their culture and ceasing invasion of other races. The thought of all these bugs holding musical instruments and playing songs made Xia Fei mentally laugh, though. This made-up story of yours isn't very good. It doesn't look like they believe it much, Phantom frowned and said. Xia Fei smiled. I wouldn't believe it, either. Then, why didn't you say it? A story that no one believes isn't a good story. Xia Fei indifferently said, don't panic, I still have another move. After a few moments of thought, King Liu doubtfully asked, did the god of night really say that to you? His venerable self really supported our plan to kill Uti and lead the insectoids on the path of cultural revitalization. Xia Fei solemnly nodded. Not a single word was a lie. Phantom said to himself, not a single word was a lie. You clearly didn't speak even one word of truth. None of these fellows believe you, so let's see you handle this. King Liu was one of the insectoid intellectuals, and he was very suspicious of Xia Fei's lies. This was because the god in Xia Fei's story was too humanized, creating many flaws. Devoted believers were more willing to believe that their god was a transcendent being. A god with a human personality would truthfully be a little lacking. Was there anything else? Xia Fei thought it over, then he replied with a start, right. The god of night also asked a few very strange questions. What questions? He asked me how the Talons have been faring and if they are living in harmony with the insectoids. Shock. Extreme shock. In ancient times, the insectoids had not lived in their territory alone. They shared it with the Talons. This was a matter from a very, very long time ago, and the vast majority of the insectoids had no idea about it. Only those intellectuals who studied insectoid history could possibly know. Xia Fei was just a young human. How could he know this secret about the Talons? There was no other conclusion except that Xia Fei had really met the god of night. King Liu paled as he hastily asked, how did you reply? I said that the insectoids are insectoids, and there are no Talons, so perhaps he remembered wrongly. The god of night was unwilling to let the matter go and asked me several more questions about the Talons. I swore that I was telling nothing the truth and that I had no idea what Talons are. To my shock, the god of night began thundering and raging, mumbling about some oath breakers or something, even calling the insectoids complete fools who refused to heed his instructions and how, if this continues, you guys will certainly go down the wrong path. After he was done ranting, the god of night angrily waved his sleeve and sent me back, mumbling to himself that it's the last straw, or something. I was already in the darkness at the time, so I couldn't hear him too clearly. At this point in the story, no one dared to suspect the veracity of Xia Fei's words. All of them had dark expressions, seemingly having lost their family. Meanwhile, Xia Fei put on a very helpless expression. Lying was something that required skill, and the best lies were not spun out of thin air, instead, it was a combination of 70% lies and 30% truth. If that 30% truth was a secret that only a few individuals knew, then the lie would basically be very believable. Such was the story Xia Fei had told. These insectoids were all extremely intelligent members of their race, and they were masters at analyzing the moods of others. The god of night was clearly enraged at the insectoids, and the proof was in how Black Peak Ridge had been split in half. Was there anyone except a god capable of this world-shaking feat? However, the god had also expressed support for the insectoids' cultural development. This made King Liu and the others more confident in their plan to seize the throne, believing that they were following the will of their god. If they did well, they might even make their god happy and have him re-emerge. At worst, at least they would not make him unhappy. Those among them who had initially not indecisive now made up their minds, and they became willing to give up everything they had to support this sacred endeavor. Everyone looked at Xia Fei with much more polite gazes. After all, he had met with the god of night. To believers like them, this was an incredible thing. Phantom gave Xia Fei a thumbs up. Incredible. That lie of yours has got them all fooled. With the decree of a god, they probably resolve to devote themselves into opposing UTI even if they don't actually want to. At this moment, someone walked up to King Liu and whispered in his ear. King Liu nodded as he listened, then his face suddenly paled. Everyone, I have bad news. King Liu darkly said. The object that UTI ordered General Tananai to search for in the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance had been found. It's currently on its way back to the capital.